Hello, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to the Sync with Phillips Hue. My name is Aya.
And I'm Jack.
And it's a fantastic day in the neighborhood. It's actually sunny outside this morning.
It's insanely sunny. I was actually starting to get a tan just on my walk over here.
Yeah, a little crispy on the back of the neck.
More ways than one, man. The ears too, and
Yep.
you know, it's a tough day.
It's gonna be kind of great.
Well, I was gonna say this is probably the first sunny morning that we've had in about a week and a half.
Yeah, every
See the
time.
clouds parting from the sky.
Yes.
And an
tried.
end to the race in sight, maybe.
Absolutely. Every time Tettles starts his intro with "Welcome to sunny Santa Monica," he has been lying.
Yeah.
But
literally.
until today, he will be speaking the truth, but maybe he'll switch it up and say it's cloudy. But speaking of today and how great of a day it is, of course, we've got Josephine rising very early in the morning to get us some delicious food. Let's check out what is on the menu for today. And this morning it is breakfast waffles, sausage, and bacon, along with some fresh fruit.
Oh, we gotta get it through this morning show quick. I am starving. For lunch, we have spinach and cheese pasta, chopped vegetable salad, and what's that, Aya?
Bolognese.
Okay, I wasn't sure. For dinner, we got our lemon garlic parm chicken. Oh, man, I haven't had some chicken parm in a minute. With some couscous and garlic green beans.
Yep, very excited for that garlic parm chicken. I'm with you on that one, Jack. Now let's talk about the Zeni THD of the day. Every morning, Zeni, one of our sponsors, has been selecting a THD of the day, meaning somebody that exemplifies THD. Now, THD is a man of many facets. It could be, you know, the general aura, the silly, the goofiness of him, or like that god gamer within him. And today, it is Goop. As the Zeni THD of the day. Look at him. Look at that photo.
That's iconic.
Yes. Now, Goop has a particularly difficult path on the intermission for Dimensius. He is the laser dodger, as he has been dubbed, and we can take a look at that clip right here.
Yeah, as you start the Phase 2 intermission, you have to, of course, go through these rings and make it to one of two platforms. But also, some players have to go out of their way to pick up these stellar novas. You can pick these up, these dark stars, the stellar core, and then fly around the laser beams so that you can then crash into the platform and deal bonus damage to each of the Void Lords. This is super important at meeting that high DPS check, and as you can see, he has to go very quickly and have a perfect route in order to pick it up, and then that orb crashes into Artosian, and you can look at it. The health is already at 50% right as that phase gets started. You take off almost half of the health of Artosian as you get it going, and that makes an insane difference in meeting the insane DPS check that Phase 2 has.
I am Goop.
I'm Goop.
I am Goop.
I am Goop.
Well, that is the Zeni THD of the day. Why did he get selected for that role?
I think
he's good at it.
You have to look at your best racers, and you have to really know your strengths of your roster. And so they have to do it kind of in a multifaceted way. Who can do big damage, do big healing, but also, you know, who can be an expert pilot.
Yeah, not Dryny. See Dryny?
Well, he did it perfectly
for
every single time until I called it out.
Oh, no.
And then the one time I was like, hey, let's look at Dryny. He's been doing it right all the time. And it was like the one time that he flew around and like missed it, unfortunately. So I had to apologize to him for that.
It's hard. It's hard controlling those when you can't turn at a 90-degree angle. You have like a bit of a
skirt.
Yeah, not the easiest task to do, but of course Goop does do a great job. Let's check out the RaiderIO recap every day, multiple times a day. RaiderIO has been providing us with excellent information covering the Race to World First as a whole, and here are some updates from them. Liquid Best 50%, 50.88 in Phase 2 after 147 polls. Echo's Best is 55.06 in Phase 2 after 112 polls.
And then Phase 2 is really important because there's two different platforms. So the point 2 that we're talking about is that second platform that you have to go to where you fight against, I believe his name is Pargoth. And once you go and grab, once again, those Stellar Novas, crash into the platform. Here you can see Pargoth, and they're going to have multiple of those Stellar Novas crash into Pargoth, and they'll get the boss into position right here. This one is incredibly challenging because you have to drag the boss off to the side. Then you have 4 Null Binders to grab onto those edges. Those Stardust Novas take up an enormous amount of space. They're larger than they were on Heroic, and they leave that permanent Void Zone as well. Then, you can see right there, that's a new Mythic mechanic. That's the Inverse Gravity. that players are getting onto them that need to be soaked by players of the opposite, sort of like polarity, in order to sort of dispel that effect. It's incredibly difficult to fight in that Phase 2 arena, and you don't really have a lot of time to get your game plan together.
Or space.
Or space either. You have a very narrow window of like where you can stand, where you can maneuver around. And as a result, I think we're going to see lots of Phase 2 progression and lots of Phase 2 wipes today.
Yeah, it kind of seems like they have phase 1 down pretty smoothly, getting through that
Mostly.
more often than not, mostly couple deaths here and there.
And then part of the challenge to it is a little bit of the randomness that can happen. We've had some people getting like double ticked as the dark matter is going out, and that's where the boss waves his hand across the entire platform and drops these void puddles on everyone. But since there's a bit of like a server tick rate issue, sometimes people are getting double ticked, sometimes they are getting ticked only one time, but then it counts as them standing in that puddle, which increases your damage taken by all the other abilities by like 200%, and then you take bonus damage from some of the ticking damage, and it's so insanely easy to just die out of nowhere on the encounter. Phase 1, they do have all the mechanics down, they have their gameplay down, but sometimes there's a little bit of variance in what can happen to them.
Yeah, we'll certainly see once they get into the building and start reprogging on Dementius if we can start to consistently get to that Phase 2. They hadn't yet gotten to phase, like the second platform on Phase 2 by the time we had gone to bed.
Right, and that was one area where they were just killing off Artosian. That's the Phase 2.1. That's the first of the platforms in Phase 2. But of course, we can also look at RaiderIO and the pull count and progress by attempts. This is amazing because you can see the white bar, and you can also mouse over the white bar, kind of look at how their progress has been going. So let's also use the example of the furthest echo pull, where you can mouse over that tan bar right there. Their best pull was at 42.4%. That they got to around pull, I think it's like 111, 112. And then if we wanted to compare that time spent on the boss to, let's say, pull 112 for Liquid, we can kind of see where their progress has gone as well, getting to around that like 50% mark. But also keep in mind, Liquid was raining while Echo was sleeping. So Echo woke up, got to see where Liquid was at, and in the night, we got to see where the new best for Liquid was at that 41.7%, and then you could see a number of like the 50% wipes or the pulls that they were getting right there. This is really the opportunity for Liquid to wake up, have some amazing breakfast with Chef Josephine, kind of see where Echo's at, but we're not quite getting the leapfrog effect that we're usually used to in Race to World First, where we're having one team pull past another and blast past another. Also, let's not forget about Method. They had killed Nexus King Salhadar, and now they are on to Dementius. And for them, they were able to quickly adopt some strategies and some techniques from Liquid and Echo and use that to their advantage. But at the same time, they also have to get through Phase 2.1, that is Artosian. And so it might look like from this graph that Method's way, way behind, and there is a decent gap. But it's also an area where if they can really buckle up and figure out Phase 2.1, the first platform, very quickly, they can start making some large jumps and strides. Now, that's not easy to do, but that's also a possibility where they can really buckle up and make it into a 3-horse race.
Yeah, they've still got a significant amount of time also left in their raid day method, so maybe we can see them kind of come up from behind, because 3 guilds looking very solid so far, Jack.
That's right, and that's a great point about the raid day, because Echo is usually around the tail end of the raid day while we're doing our morning show. They usually have like maybe 3 or 4 hours left for their raid day, while Method is going to have like 5 or 6 hours of their raid day left remaining. Now, they can do some overtime, they can put in some extra hours, things can of course change, but that's kind of been the trend that we've been looking at thus far. And so for Echo, I will be looking at today, how well can they slingshot or leapfrog ahead of Liquid, get really consistent Phase 2.2, again that's Porgoth, that's the second platform ad. How well can they get through that phase? Can they get to Phase 3? And then for Method, can they consistently get done with the first platform and start progress onto the second platform? Meanwhile, Liquid's going to take all this information, and their goal, of course, is to get into Phase 3 and start seeing some progress today. That's going to be ultra difficult, like nuclear level difficulty to happen, but That's part of the progress.
That is part of the fun of it as well, especially as a viewer. So we'll certainly keep in touch with all of those guilds. And if you'd like to do that yourself, you can go to raider.io/RWF for all of that information, including that tool that we just did take a look at. So let's talk about some of the progress that we had ourselves. You were mentioning it already, that phase 2, where we're trying to get to, but we can take a look at a clip from phase 1, Team Liquid getting to that moment, and let's check it out.
Yeah, if you haven't ever seen Dimensius before, you want to know what's going on, lock in right now. I'll walk you through everything. Fight starts with you taking these portals. The second that you take the portals, you are going to begin boss combat with Dimensius. The active tank is going to have splashes of damage around him, which are going to knock back players. On Mythic difficulty, you start out with 3 living mass on each side. Players have to pick up the excess mass that they drop and combine all of them into the middle of the room to survive this draw-in from Dimensius. So not only is it ridiculous damage, and you can see the 12 million healing per preservation of Ochre in the course of 20 seconds of the fight, but also you have to stack all together to avoid getting dragged in. Then the raid's going to be cut in half, and you can see that hand draping over the entire raid by Dimensius, dropping those dark matter circles onto players. Here is going to be the antimatter that needs to be soaked. That's on the left side of Nick's screen right there. It's that gigantic orb. And then you're going to have the reverse gravity circles. This boss fight moves very quickly, so keep up. Those players that picked up excess mass have to then stand underneath those big circles where players got knocked into the air, and it drags them back down to earth. Then the boss is going to then smash yips and cause a large knockback once again onto the raid. So everyone has to be in position, and in some cases they're even using rescues to drag down some of those players like paladins or priests that don't have good ways to mitigate the knockback damage. The cycle then repeats, with dark matter going out, placing new puddles around the room, and then the antimatter orb dropping, placing that soak that the entire raid needs to start consuming. And that's that blue bar at the top where you can see the progress of them soaking it in time before the antimatter explodes. They repeat the process, dragging down players from that reverse gravity, picking up excess mass, and this is an ultra difficult part where they have to pick up those masses, save their allies, and then get back into the middle of the room to survive the Devour. It's just a really fast bang-bang sequence in order to accomplish everything that's going on with this encounter.
Is that better?
You can also see most healing cooldowns are used when the boss hits max energy, which means that at these areas right here on Nick's screen, he doesn't really have a wealth of healing cooldowns at his disposal on most cases. This is a really important combo where he does save up his stasis and has it pooled up. You can see those orbs around his character, which does help out a lot. But in most cases, he's holding up a lot of his cooldowns to make sure you blast during the Devour sequences. Here, the boss, you can see, is trying to be pushed, and they've been using Bloodlust in this first phase in order to push the boss before the 3rd round of Devour. 10% left up onto the boss. They just have to survive this knockback, make sure everybody survives, and then they can push the boss and start getting their way into phase 2.
Yeah, and we saw them quite a lot yesterday, kind of trying to smooth all of that up, string it all together, because as you say, they're kind of bouncing all over the map like one mechanic after another. And if you have like more than one person die, you're not going to get those soaks to make it into the intermission.
That's right. They can even see the weak aura tracker to show how many soaks are required.
Yeah.
And that's that big blue bar you'll see at the top of everyone's screens with a red progress bar that shows when those antimatters will explode. If not enough players soak it, it detonates, wipes out the raid, and then you're done.
Which was happening a lot yesterday, but they've mostly smoothed it out, as we were saying. To me, it feels like more often than not, they are able to make that push into intermission. And with that, we can take a look at what phase 2 is looking like at the moment. Let's check it out.
Phase 2 is going to start, of course, with some of the flying phases. You're going to have a number of the players have to go around to very specific locations with these dark stars. And these dark stars that players can pick up are then going to add some additional damage to each of the Void Lords that you're fighting in this phase. You're going to see a couple orbs crash into Artosian. This is the first of our Void Lords. See how that guy is at 90% HP? He's quickly going to drop. Now he's at 76. Now he's at 61. Now he's at 58. And that was because players went to alternate routes like we saw out of our THD of the day, thanks to Zenni, where they grabbed some extra orbs in their flight and then blasted them. On Mythic, Artosian fires 4 frontal lines at players, and they leave permanent void zones. That big circle you see right there is the inverse gravity that targets 3 players. They need to spread out and have multiple soaks in order to clear those and make sure your allies don't get killed. And they need to kill another of those Void Wardens that are blocking the lanes that they need to survive this big knockback. Then, Artosian's going to go through another round of Conqueror's Cross, spawn 4 Nullbinders, which are basically casters which will slow and stack up damage. They use grips to drag all of them in, then they stun them to shut them down and keep them from casting, and then they work with that Warlock Gateway to then get to a far side of the room, have soaks going out with those inverse gravities, aim frontals away, do huge damage to those adds, and once they kill it off, they can then fly and work towards the next platform. It's an ultra-fast sequence that requires the raid to be mostly stacked and have perfect damage going into adds that'll allow them to have clear lanes to run away from planets getting thrown at them, knockbacks going out, and of course enough space so that they can soak any of those puddles that are targeting their allies. Hey, here you can see Yips' point of view as he goes and grabs that Stellar Nova, that Dark Star, so that he can then crash into Artosian or Pargoth and do huge amounts of additional damage. Here you can see Pargoth's basically starting that phase with 68% energy. Very nice to see. And they're reorienting themselves so that they'll then be in the prime position to start killing off Nullbinders, which are gripping in right there, and additional Void Wardens off to the sides.
Nicely done. And here is that second phase or second platform in phase 2. Definitely looked really scary when they first saw phase 2, but looking a little bit more doable now. What do you feel like about, I've seen a lot of doomers in chat saying, is this doable? Is this going to get nerfed? Are we going to go to a second reset? What's your take on that?
I don't think that we're going into a second reset with this boss. I think a lot of times in World First, when they've have a lot of time, I mean, we got to this at like Wednesday, basically, and even like part of Tuesday. I think when they've gotten that far in the raid, they kind of realized, yeah, the fight's going to be killed in that reset one way or another. But also, Blizzard doesn't want to be too quick to nerf fights because whoever ends up getting the boss nerf is also going to get a pretty sizable advantage just to see a little bit further. Now, as much as I'd like to be here for my birthday, I don't think we're going into another 9 days of the race in order to make that happen. But I would say today is going to be kind of a make or break moment because Blizzard's watching the damage. They're watching how quickly people can deal damage to the Void Wardens, which are blocking the path. Those are the ones in like the T, the nice cross that's getting spread out throughout the room. And as long as you have enough stuns, you can usually AoE down the Nullbinders pretty quickly, and those are the ones that are casting on the entire group. A lot of this fight is like moving quickly enough to get into the right position and damaging the proper adds so that you can have clear lanes to like run all over the place. They might do something of like, I don't know, 5 or 10% nerf to some of those Void Warden adds a little bit, but I don't see it happening unless there's an incredible like sticking point that the guild just cannot do it. The mechanics are just kind of like rapid fire in that phase, but they're also really the same each time. You're having about the same people getting targeted by inverse gravity. Everyone kind of has to move to the same position to deal with the planets getting thrown at the entire platform. Everyone knows where the Void Wardens and the Nullbinders are spawning, how you have to AoE them down. It's just a raw execution, which has very little room for error.
As you would expect on a final boss of a final raid in an expansion as well. So
exactly.
I feel like it's living up to the hype so far.
It is. And I think that we're at a point where maybe they could do some things to make like phase 1 more consistent from like a raid design POV, but also that's part of the huge challenge for World First is having really brutal phase 1s. We saw it in like Nerebar Palace as well with Queen Anzarek and how difficult that phase 1 was. This fight's going to get nerfed for my guild, but I don't think that there's anything so far that means it's going to get nerfed for World First.
I personally hope not. But let us know your thoughts in chat. And let's talk about the sponsor for this morning show. Look at that. Look at the timing of that. We've, of course, got
lighting.
Philips Hue lighting on the desk here as well as behind us. If you'd like to check out Philips Hue yourself, you can enter the Philips Hue US sweepstakes, teal.gg/Hue. You can sign up for the chance to win a E26, 2 E26 60-watt light bulbs along with a dimmer switch jack, and that's 50 devices into that switch.
That's right. You can connect all kinds of devices. You can see a lot of them behind me. We have wall lamps. We have some of the strip lighting that you have. Some of them are also, you can see them. The nice little wall lighting. You can just,
giving you a fill light. Look at that. Keep going. I'll just point it out. Yeah, there we go. It's nice.
This is like when Jar Jar Binks picked up the sparkly orb.
I don't remember that.
And
oh,
he's like,
yes, yes.
Peace!
Yes! Oh my gosh, yes!
Peace!
I love
Yeah, absolutely. Phillips, teal.gg/Hue if you'd like to check that out. And like I said, you can be one of 10 lucky winners to win a Phillips Hue starter kit. Or you can use that code RWF15 for 15% off. There's so many ways to customize it and really customize your space and make you feel like you are in the game yourself.
That's right, and we couldn't do this without our sponsors, so be sure to give them some love at tl.gg/Hue.
Yep, most definitely, because I don't know, I'm going to be stealing some after the raid.
That's right.
Depends on how that goes. We'll see. But let's check out also the apparel that we have for this time around for the tier. The apparel team has been cooking up some amazing stuff, as well as hopefully, if we win, we get to see it, the winner's shirt as well. But there's a jersey, there's a hoodie. I wore that yesterday. You wearing anything? No, not today. It's laundry day, isn't it?
That's right. It's laundry day. I'm getting all my apparel back, in fact, today.
Yeah. We got all kinds of great stuff if you go to teal.gg/RWF, and if you want a piece of the Race World First for this time around. Very nice.
There are. I love the Dimensius in the bottom left because it just covers like the entire back of the shirt.
Yes, I think that's my
Really
favorite
nice.
shirt. I'm excited to wear that at home. It is fortunately too cold for me to wear that in the studio. I've got to go the hoodie route.
That's right. I know. Well, it's always funny because like the difference in temperature here. It's like up front here we need the hoodies.
Yeah.
And I feel like under the lights on the couch. That's when I'm like baking.
Oh, I need the hoodies as well over there. I need a jacket up here. I don't know why it gets so cold specifically here on the morning show set. But either way, definitely check that out, teal.gg/RWF. Something else that I noticed, we are at $15,000 for our charity, Jack.
That's right. And I think that means we've unlocked another charity incentive, haven't we?
Yes, we certainly have. That means we will be doing horse racing.
Yeah.
IRL Uma Musumi, or the horse girl game that people have been playing. Basically, we're going to be hobby horsing. So while the Raiders are, doing some very serious, sweaty World of Warcraft gaming, we're going to be riding around fake ponies.
Woo!
And getting paid for it.
That's right.
Fantastic.
Maybe we'll set up a little channel points prediction. So we can see people
Ooh.
like gamble their channel points on who's going to win.
I think that's a great idea. Teal.gg/donate if you'd like to support the animal shelter. You can look at all of the incentives that we have left. $20,000, we're going to be doing stand-up night, and for $25,000, we're going to be doing a secret video, Jack.
Ooh, I wonder what it's going to be about this time.
Yeah.
I wonder if Cams will make his return as Zalatath.
Yes, I'm curious about that as well.
Maybe Tettles will get another date.
I don't know.
With Zalatath.
We'll certainly find out, but definitely go check that out. Teal.gg/donate. Also, a lot of questions on kind of like where exactly is my money going to? Of course, it does go directly to Santa Monica Animal Shelter via Tiltify, but we do have some information on some specific things that you guys have been directly impacting, and we can take a look at one story. I have it here. I'll just read it out. There is a pet named Strawberry Swirl here at the animal shelter. She arrived at the shelter as a stray and rushed to the veterinarian. Strawberry Swirl is too cute, just about a year old. She arrived at the shelter in June as a stray and needed to be rushed to the vet for care. She was there for weeks, needing emergency surgery, blood transfusions, and lots of extra care. We are so happy to share that after she healed, she was adopted. The bills for her care were around $4,000. And that is directly from the Santa Monica Animal Shelter. And you guys made a direct impact on Strawberry Swirl's life. Aww. Look how cute she is. Look at her ears.
Adorable.
I love little pibble.
Pretty eyes.
Yeah, she looks like a happy girl. We've got another story as well. A kitten named Flapjack.
Aw, nice.
Kitten Flapjacks is a tiny kitten. When she arrived at the shelter a few weeks ago, she was not doing well. We covered her visit to the vet to get her stable, which was around $1,000. Due to an unknown injury she sustained before arriving at the shelter, the vet shared that she will need her front leg removed. Once her health is improved and she is a few months older, she will go back to the vet for this necessary surgery. We will be covering the vet bill for that surgery and any needed care. She's super sweet, loves to cuddle up under your chin, and we are so happy that thanks to the donations, we can step in to cover her necessary vet care and help get her feeling better.
I'd love to be able to see it. Yeah.
Yes, very sweet. Very sweet girl.
We also have a lot of pets who are finding their forever homes too.
Yes.
An important part as well. And so not only if you want to donate, tl.gg/donate, but also keep in mind, we're also trying to find a lot of these animals their forever homes.
Yeah, certainly. We do have a message directly from the Santa Monica Animal Shelter as well. They visited us. They said, hope that my photos and this info helps Team Liquid community see how much their donations make a difference. These are just a few of the animals that they're helping. Thank you so much for all the support. We're extremely grateful for everything. And that is Liz from the Santa Monica Animal Shelter. But on that note about adoption and pets that do need their forever home, Jack, one of the pets that we have already featured has been adopted.
That's right. And it's been a huge benefit. Yeah, there it is. It was Watermelon Breeze.
Watermelon Breeze has found a home. The first time ever a pet that we have featured has been adopted during the actual tier. We don't know. We don't think it's from one of you guys, but a local person nonetheless. And you guys helped make that possible and helped make her transition comfortable with your donations. So thank you so much.
I mean, if somebody did, I wonder if we could like put their Twitch chat name here and they could be like adopted by.
Yes.
XX Slayer XX.
Yes.
69.
Yeah, we would love to, if you, no matter how weird your Twitch name is, we'd love to feature you here if you do end up taking home an animal from the Santa Monica Animal Shelter. And if I'm not mistaken, there's like a thing going on right now over there where all of the adoption fees are covered.
That's right. And they are really trying to make a push to make sure these animals find their forever homes. Raising money, of course, is fantastic, but also finding some forever homes because they are at capacity with dogs, and I think they're getting kind of close to it with kitties, too.
Yeah, I think so as well. And every morning we've been featuring a adoptable pet of the day. One of those, of course, was already Watermelon Breeze. So if you'd like to check out some of the other adoptable animals at the Santa Monica Animal Shelter, teal.gg/adopt.
Yes, indeed. There's so many of them. And we've also been able to see so many of your pets at home as well, the ones you have given those forever homes to. And we have a compilation every single day featuring all of those awesome pets.
Is this a pigeon?
Yes, it is, with a diaper.
This is a pigeon with a diaper.
Yeah.
Wow. We've got a pigeon. We've got some kitties. What's this here?
Some dogs.
Got a kitten watching World of Warcraft.
Aww.
Oh, look at all these cute guys. This might be a viewer of mine. I have a viewer that has a pet pigeon. I wonder if that's the same guy. Look at all these happy animals. Thank you so much, everyone, for sending in your animals. teal.gg/donate if you'd like to send that in. But we can also look at all of the donation goals, incentives that we have. Here they are, $35 for the transmog rating or $35 for your pet on stream.
That's right. And we've even been able to see people's battle stations as well. I've really been enjoying checking out some people's stream setups or home office setups.
Yes, it's been very fun.
Their gamer stations.
Gamer station. Now let's look at our adoptable pet of the day, teal.gg/adopt if you'd like to check that out yourself. Today, it is Simba. Simba is a neutered male gray tabby domestic shorthair. She is 6 months old at the shelter since May 16th, 2025. Oh, I just misgendered Simba. He is 6 months old. Friends with a meerkat and a warthog and just can't wait to be king.
I just can't wait
to be king. Wrong movie.
Does not come with the meerkat and the warthog, by the way.
No, unfortunately.
We're just trying to find Simba a home.
Yeah.
Those guys can fend for themselves.
Yeah, but teal.gg/adopt if you'd like to check that out yourself. And thank you so much, everybody, for your support.
Yeah.
It's been great to see.
There's no worries.
Yes. For the rest of your days. Let's do Guess the Guildie, Jack.
All right, I'm ready.
Let's check it out. We've been playing this game most days here on the morning show, and today is no different. We will be guessing a guildie based on some limited information. Here we go.
Put our knowledge of the guildies to the test.
Absolutely.
If it's a healer, I've got a pretty good record, though.
Okay, so this is LA. They're in LA.
Let's see who we got.
Let's get some more hints. Yeah, we need some more hints. Let's see. Who would you bring to a deserted island? Dazer, Master of Travels, might save the day.
That's right. Dazer did go to Thailand.
Did he?
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough.
Heard he had a great time.
Okay.
Let's see.
Do we want to guess someone?
Who does not leave their house and would be in awe of Dazer traveling?
True. Yeah. That's like all of them.
That's right. It doesn't narrow it down.
Maybe Fired Up? No, Fired Up would have a weirder answer than that. Who's kind of normal? It's kind of a normal answer.
I'm normal.
I don't even remember who we don't have anymore. Let's see.
I know. We've kind of gone through a pretty big list.
Sang? I don't know.
Yeah, let's just try it.
Let's put Sang.
Let's try a little Sang early on. I think I need another hint. Let's see.
Okay, let's get another hint in here.
Get another hint.
What would you wish for? Travel the universe or super deep sea exploring? Wow. Super deep sea exploring.
Who sits next to Dazer?
Dryny? Have we had
no,
Dryny yet? Dryny doesn't sit next to Dazer?
No, because he's in the healer room. They're sequestered
Oh,
in the healer room.
They were sitting on the massage chairs side by side the other day. Let's see.
It would have to be...
Trill? No, I don't think Trill would.
Actually, he does sit next to him.
Yeah, but I don't think he'd want to go travel. He doesn't seem like he's the guy.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. You know what? I'm going to guess Trill.
Okay.
I'm going to guess Trill.
Trill?
Let's see
Is it Trill? Okay.
Dang. Let's
Could
get
it be
another hint.
Boomy?
Let's get another hint first.
Let's get another hint. Okay.
All right.
Let's get another hint in here. Weird stream. Most recent was a no sleep RWF and never ending. I'm gonna go Boomy. I don't know. I think that seems nice. Let's go. I'm gonna guess Boomy. That is my final answer.
Dang.
Oh man. Okay, you're gonna have to guess the next one. I'm bad at this. I'm not doing great.
No sleep. Race the world first. Dream job, exploring the unknown and writing about it.
Exploring the unknown and writing about it?
Who do you think would be more of a writer? I'm gonna just go look at the Alienware Pro Lab real quick and see who I can see.
But can it be Bart? I know he is in the building. He is EU, but he is here. I'm gonna guess Bart. Is that fair?
Good.
You wanna guess Bart?
He is here.
Bart.
Let's see.
Oh man. Okay, we're striking out today.
We really are. Yips isn't on site. We've already seen
Yips isn't here.
Nick.
Oh, it's Arissa.
He just walked past us,
He just walked
too.
right by us.
He just walked past us.
Oh, Arissa's message is go Team Liquid. Man, he probably knew we were.
He did. I
about
think
him.
yeah.
Smirk. Man. All right.
All right.
That was difficult.
Let's run it back. I
do
gotta get
another
a little
one.
bit of redemption out.
Yeah, me too. That was.
I don't think anybody in chat guessed it either. So you guys gotta redeem
I
yourself
think
too.
one person said that's what I guessed. Desert Misfit. Shout out to you. Okay. Oh, also people don't know who Harissa is. Harissa is our treasurer, administration, sales. He does a lot. Wears a lot of hats. He's the office guy. Very important. All right. Let's see. Roll. DPS.
Okay. Next.
Yeah, let's get another one. Let's see. Who would you bring to a deserted island, Siori? Because he will make a plane.
That's good.
This is Shaq.
Let's try
I'm gonna
it.
guess Shaq.
Let's try it.
That is Shaq coded answer. Okay, next one. Might be fired up. That's another fire.
Dream
That's
job, lottery winner.
okay. Let's see.
Have we already had Goop?
I don't think.
Have we
we've
already
Goop.
had Goop as a
Do you want to guess
guildie?
Goop?
'Cause that,
Oh, we've already
did
had
have
Goop. Okay.
All right, no Goop.
No Goop. All right. Let's do another hint. Who likes money?
Many people.
Yeah, many people. We just stream waking up to a family.
I wish they would tell us if it was like a dream or a nightmare, you
What
know?
on earth? Waking up to a family. Okay.
Have we had THD already?
I don't know. I don't remember.
I would say THD.
THD? He has a
Yeah.
family. They're very nice.
They do. Oh, let's go!
What do you mean?
Well, he has like, you know, he has his family, but like, what would you wish for? No sleep. Honestly, we would have nailed it off of that one.
Yeah,
we would have
probably,
nailed it off that
actually.
one. That's a very THD coded answer.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's see. Hashtag liquid up is the message that he has for us.
Oh, let's go.
Man. All right, we
Let's
didn't
go.
do so good, Jack. Maybe next time.
I guessed it right.
Okay, I am dead weight over here. All right, let us know how you did in chat. And for now, that's it. That's all we got for the morning show. You're gonna have to tune in for some Demencia's Prague, but this was Sync. My name is Aya.
And I'm Jack.
Thank you so much to Phillips Hue for the Sync Morning Show. We'll see you later.
Hopeful. Want to look at an idea I have for Nexus King?
Awesome. I'm almost done here. Just give me a couple more minutes.
Oh, excuse me. How much do you pay for rent in LA?
I don't pay rent. I'm a professional World of Warcraft player. I live with my parents.
Oh, can we see your place?
I can show you where I game. So this is my setup. Nothing too crazy, but it does have my Alienware 2725Q monitor.
Nice. Liking the vibe.
Yeah, and then here I have my manifestation station. It's where I like to envision myself winning the race world first.
Totally get that. What's that?
Oh, that's nothing. That's just my Alienware shrine.
Hey, what's up? Why'd you want to meet all the way up here?
Do you ever think about your future? How people might remember you?
What are you talking about?
You never know what tomorrow brings. What if I told you there's a way to see?
Why would I need new glasses?
Just put them on.
I don't see anything different. They're just regular glasses. Huh, that's weird. It's almost like I'm...
Seeing the future?
Whoa.
Yo, brah, can you toss my frisbee back?
Ever since humans first walked the Earth, they've searched for one thing. Civilizations advanced, yet suffering continued.
There seems to be a strange curve in the lower vertebrae. I'll call this the lumbar. We must give it support.
But doctor, I'm seeing spots.
We mastered silicon chips and cathode ray tubes, but comfort was still offline.
There really should be a chair made for gaming, with cushions and maybe wheels.
Until we got it right.
Man, I wonder what my ancestors went through before this.
Elevate your space with Blacklyte.
Hey, psst. Have you unlocked your blue yet? This is my blue. Sharp, stylish, and ready to win. What's yours look like? Quests are easy, like watching our matches or just repping Team Liquid online. Rack up points and flex your grind. I'm keeping an eye on the leaderboards. I'm watching you. Join my blue today. See you there.
Hello, everybody. Good morning. Welcome back to the Team Liquid Race to World First. Shout out to our sponsors, Coinbase, our presenting partner, as well as Alienware, Philips Hue, Blacklyte, Monster Energy, Zenni, RaiderIO, Wowhead, and of course, Warcraft Logs. We are still raising money for the Santa Monica Animal Shelter, having just hit $15,000. Hopefully, that IRL Uma Masumi will happen shortly, sometime today. That's pony racing? What is it? No, hobby horsing.
Hobby horsing.
For those of you that don't know, so that'll be happening. But something else equally as exciting is going to be the Dimensius prog that we're going to be seeing hopefully today. The Raiders are in. They're getting loaded up in the race. I can see them ready to go, Dash. It's early for you, so I'm going to throw you the first question.
Oh, thanks.
How you feeling about the prog this morning?
Well, I'll tell you this. I was a little surprised to wake up and not see Echo in that slingshotted position ahead of us. Now, it is a razor-thin margins between the two guilds right now, but if anything, that's a slightly confidence building, you know, for just the position of Liquid, but also I think it speaks to the fact I originally thought the race would not end today, and now I'm even more certain that it won't. I think tomorrow is kind of the first day where, unless we get to a P3 and it's just, oops, we totally undershot it on the P3.
Oh, I hope
At this
not.
rate, I don't think it's too likely to happen.
Yeah.
Yeah, Blizzard's like, no more, not another Gallywix situation, never again. Let's take a look at that leaderboard and the bosses that we have killed, Jack, and actually the leaderboard and the bosses that the guilds have killed and where their current progress is. Of course, we've got Liquid in that #1 spot, barely so, like Dash mentioned, Echo following closely behind, and Method in 3rd. And then we've got a lot of guilds, 6 out of 8 as well. Honestly, being one of them kind of surprised me this tier. Obviously, they're one of the best guilds right now, currently the best guild out of that APAC region, but they're trucking along as well.
Yeah, they really are, and I think specifically for Honestly, they're a guild that's been around for such an enormously long time that they have always had to adapt to sort of the meta around what's the most efficient use of our time.
Yeah.
In the past, it's been, hey, let's make sure that we're getting into the raid and progressing bosses as rapidly as we can. But as the raid has become more focused, or the race has become more focused on like tuning for world first at the beginning and then kind of nerfing for the next round that comes afterwards, they have been doing a great job of making the most of their time. They didn't really spend an insane amount of time just like slamming pulls into Forge Weaver. I think they spent a lot of time making sure that they geared a large depth of characters so that they could be more flexible as they followed in the footsteps of the world first guilds. And like we mentioned, you know, Method is also working on Dimensius, and I think at this point it's really going to be about how well they can start adjusting and taking some of the strategies and knowledge that Echo and Liquid have sort of paved the path for them.
Yeah.
And be a lot more efficient with their time. It's definitely possible for them to start catching up a little bit with how difficult Phase 2 is, especially, like you mentioned, Dash, since Echo is at a point that is very, very similar to what Liquid got to it last night and hasn't really overtaken that. It's a really big confidence booster for Liquid waking up to that and saying, hey, they're at the same point. And it's also a really good bellwether of saying, we think we're really playing extremely well and we're struggling with this and we're trying to get past it. And it's confirmation that Echo is also. And I think that helps your confidence a lot more as you go into the next day, because you say, okay, we actually weren't, you know, playing poorly by any means relative to our peers, and we can still crush them by making some great strides today.
Doubly so, though, because of kind of the performance we had, and particularly looking at that Fractus grayed out, you know, frame now. But Max very explicitly said we kind of dropped the ball on that one strategically and didn't feel like they were playing up to their own standards up to that point in the race. And then I think just last night on the Blacklyte Spotlight, he had said, I had a feeling over the last couple days that I did not have for the entirety of week 1, in that we are now playing our game. Like now we're playing at the highest level that we're capable of. And that's, but this is the right time to be doing it in the race.
Exactly. Like any sort of championship team, you want to be playing your best game near the end of each race, each season. And I think that's a great point, because also keep in mind, Echo got to Nexus King Solidars in Rage first. Before the reset and everything like that, it was just not killable in the first reset with the gear available, but they still saw the entire fight, had everybody alive, and that was definitely an indicator, another little like bellwether of saying like, okay, well, Liquid wasn't able to take as or wasn't able to have as good of pulls in that reset, but it ended up not mattering because you needed another resets of gear. They got to sort of collect themselves, and they were able to get that kill. And so now it's on to Dimensius, and everyone has a really good feel for where they're at, where their opponent's at, and what they need to get done, really, when it comes to Phase 2, since we've seen both platforms.
Yeah, we were really in the meat of the race to world first. Now this is, I mean, you kind of already mentioned it. Kind of when you start to see the Raiders, the guild actually slingshot. Haven't seen that just yet, but I imagine we will at some point. But I cannot wait to get into the race. Let's talk a little bit about Dimensius, some of the difficulties that we've seen, some of the difficulties that we expect them to be overcoming, hopefully today. Right now, they are working on kind of smoothing out that Phase 2, the first and the second ad. Jack, we just saw them get to that second ad last night. Were you there for that, Prog?
I was there. I saw a lot of Prog. It was great.
We were sleeping.
I know. So that maybe it's good news then that I woke up early to come join you guys. I mean, so P2, we have officially gotten through the Artosian platform a few times, although we've never done it with a substantial number of people alive. Pargoth, therefore, we get there, and we're basically doing the just live as long as you can strategy to see as much of it as possible. The timings on the platforms is what is incredibly difficult. Every single mechanic is so tight. They're somewhat overlapping, and so there's just no margin for error as well as no space to work with on each of those platforms. The good news is that there is basically no difference between Platform 1 and Platform 2. The only difference is the main mechanic that each of the ads, Artosian or Pargoth, casts. And Pargoth, in some ways, seems maybe a little bit easier to deal with. We got our first look at it. He does a 10-yard diameter AoE circle around him, and the additional mythic mechanic is that he shoots out a couple of stars in a specific direction, kind of frontal cone. If you do get hit by those, it'll drop more bad on the ground. So onus on not getting hit by that and preserving some more space for the team. But otherwise, you can copy-paste your Platform 1 strategy. So as long as they can continue to nail that down on Platform 1, they'll get it on Platform 2, and we'll finally get our first look at P3.
Yeah, and I think to your point with Pargoth, there's a lot of pressure on the tanks for their own positioning, and that's really a strength for Liquid at this point. They have some fantastic tanks and fantastic tank positioning onto this fight, and more often than not, you're really just seeing those stars flying out into the ether very far away, not being anywhere near players.
Let's take a look actually at that Phase 2. We can see a pull that we got from them last night. One of their best on Phase 2.
Okay, so yeah, this is coming out of Phase 1 and probably towards the first of the platforms because we've got all 20 people alive. Of course, the majority of the Raiders are just taking these gates on the pathway along to Artosian's platform, while 5 different players are going to go off and grab a couple of stellar cores, these floating stars that when you land deal 7% max health damage to Artosian. Those are necessary elements to meeting the damage check on this kind of intermission phase. You can see already down below 60% very quickly. He summons the Conqueror's Cross. That divides our platform into 4 separate quadrants, as well as 4 nullbinders. These nullbinder ads get gripped by the 2 DKs, and we're quickly nuking them down before their casts come or get off, as well as breaking a void spawn in order to get to the other side of the platform. We dodge the planet while positioning the 3 different inverse gravities, as well as soaking them with crushing gravities, I believe it's called, or something like that, in order to avoid that mechanic. We break another hole for the pushback, and we rinse repeat one more time. The interesting thing they've done here is typically they place a gate. I don't actually see it down right now, and so maybe on this poll they chose not to gate. But a lot of times they've been gating as soon as they kill this Void Warden.
Yep, there it is.
Oh, there it is. Okay. And boom, spread one more time. And initially when we had seen them prog through this the very first time, they actually weren't beating the very next pushback. Now they've gotten the damage tuned to actually beat the pushback. They don't even bother breaking a Void Warden in that way. So here we go, 19 people on their way to Platform 2. Same thing, there's going to be 5 stars you got to go grab. A lot of them are positioned in the same places that you would find them in Heroic. And then when we get there, we'll see Pargoth, and we'll see his singular additional mechanic, or different mechanic, I should say.
Yeah, and you can see, Fired Up looked at those dark stars en route to Pargoth, and you're able to see all the boss health start crashing down very rapidly as each of those stars lands. You can see the Pargoth ad is at 70% and dropping very quickly. It's a tight enrage on this platform as well, not only for trying to beat one of the knockbacks, but also for the Eclipse that the boss will cast at the end. And like you mentioned, the mechanics are a little bit easier when it comes to Pargoth because he'll have his Stardust Nova around his character, and you can kind of see they make sure that it's in a position. It could be a little bit further away, but it's a little bit of a puddle that they have to walk around or even gateway through. And then immediately as they kill off that Void Warden, they'll have to get into a good position to deal with those inverse gravities. And there you can see those circles that you mentioned earlier.
Yeah, and so he shoots out 3. One of them did get contacted or made contact with a player, so that just drops an extra puddle of bad on the ground. And of course, their first time or first couple times getting to the platform, they're not necessarily in sync enough to meet some of the checks and ultimately get obliterated by a flying planet.
Yeah, and right here, as you mentioned, it's all about the damage attribution and trying to make sure you get the damage in the right area, making sure it's killing off those Void Wardens, and part of the stress of dropping onto that platform, maybe having 5 or 8 seconds to get together enough damage, and then just trying to nuke down those ads incredibly quickly. A lot of classes that can quickly swap targets, take, resources, combo points, whatever, and just dump them into some of those Void Warden ads. It makes all the difference in the world. Thankfully, it seems like the Nullbinders are pretty easily dealt with because it's so much AoE damage and cleave that they can do, and also just a lot of stuns.
Yeah, you're throwing out as many stops as you can. You've got about 18 seconds to get them down, although, honestly, it's less the unstoppability of their cast after 18 seconds that you're worried about, and more just getting them down before you have to make a movement across the platform. I see a pull timer up. We might be getting into the first poll of the day here.
Ooh.
I think the big thing about this fight, though, is still the demands of Phase 1, right? Like, while they, yes, are progging through P2 now at this point, there's still such a requirement for perfection here in the first phase of the fight in order to set yourself up well for progression later down the line. We do have that lust being expended here, and probably expect to see that throughout the majority of the day today, only in the case where we feel like we would need it in P3, I think, would we see that eventually moved off of P1.
And that's part of the problem, is that the second they take Lust off of Phase 1, it immediately becomes a point of having to re-progress the fight and having to re-progress this phase. It probably will happen at some point, but that is a problem for much later from now, as they're opting to not use Bloodlust at all in Phase 2. That also makes it so that they are kind of gated behind progressing that phase. And I think in a lot of cases it's about trying to do a lot of damage min-maxing in Phase 2 and not as much because they have the Bloodlust in Phase 1. If they were getting to a point where they were able to clear Phase 1 and 2 and they start working on Phase 3 and they just were not able to meet the damage check, which was very tight on our first kills of Heroic with low gear, then it could very well mean that they're going to have to re-progress this phase just to guarantee that they're going to have enough damage to kill off the fight.
Yeah, so for those of you who might be unfamiliar with the fight so far, maybe weren't so lucky as to be able to tune in just yesterday, this Phase 1 is kind of a rinse-repeat of a number of mechanics. There you can see some bad being thrown out that we dodge as we're moving towards these antimatter soaks, the big purple circles that just disappeared from your screen. During that time, 3 players on either side of the platform are picked for an ability called reverse gravity. They get tossed into the air, and those who have the excess mass need to now group up together to help pull them back down to the platform. Unfortunately, we didn't get a few people back. It's going to be a quick wipe here in Phase 1, and we'll be going again.
Yeah, I think that they didn't have their gateway set up properly, because what happens is the Devourer at the beginning of the encounter deals so much damage, and they have the entire raid stacked up, massive healing cooldowns set to deal with it. And then the second Devourer, they have those reverse gravities where players are sent up into the air, and the other allies on the platform will pick up the excess mass that allows them to drag them back down to Earth and save them. But it's a very quick sequence where you need to drag them back down to Earth while setting up a Warlock Gateway, porting to the middle of the room, combining all your excess mass so you have enough collective gravity to survive the boss's Devour. And since it increases over time, you need to have more and more gravity together, which just means that you always need to have the raid stacked up to survive Devours. It's a very quick sequence, and it was a really challenging part of their Phase 1 progression. But as you can see, even when they're doing everything right, there can still be some wipes to it.
It's first pull of the morning also.
Yeah, and this is a nice area to
waking
warm up at, too.
Yeah.
Phase 1 can be extremely unforgiving, and the guilds have both had a lot of struggles with Phase 1 in particular, and it's one thing that's going to be the sticking point for every single guild that progresses this fight. The more wipes you have in Phase 1, the harder it is going to be to get a lot of progress later on in the fight, and it's going to be a huge point of inconsistency whenever you're looking at like those RaiderIO graphs of like how quickly and how easily are they progressing, how well are they getting into Phase 2, Phase 3, how deep of pulls they get. You're going to see a lot of Phase 1 wipes from many different teams.
Yeah, so this first set, obviously, they can nuke the living masses down quite easily with that lust, and pretty much anybody can pick up those excess masses because the whole group moves towards the center of the platform for the very first devour. The second set, though, of living masses, you'll notice it's all 4 healers who are going to pick up the excess mass, because if you have possession of an excess mass, you cannot be chosen for the reverse gravity, which is very important, because when you go up in the air, you're horrified. That means you can't use a single spell or ability, and if all of our healers got chosen in a phase that deals a heck ton of damage, that would be super problematic. So we've got 2 healers on either side of the platform. You can see Dryny and Nick on this side. They're going to help get their players back down onto the ground. Unfortunately, we do lose Boomy. We'll get him back up quickly with that B-Res. Everybody repositions towards the center of the platform. This is because the tank mechanic's going to come out, has a big knockback, so most people are using it to get into their next position. Somebody jumped in there right at the last moment, took some damage they weren't supposed to. So a few more people go down. We're going to go ahead and leap off the platforms and reset because we can't get through this with 4 people dead.
Yeah, I think they realized that there's a couple people dead. It's still early on in the poll, so you might as well just wipe and get it done right. I think this is a good call as well, because you don't really want to be in a position early on in the fight, or early on in your progress day, where you're accepting these sort of half measures and early deaths. They want to say, no, we're just going to keep on. If we have an early death, just wipe it up. We're going to get this done right, because we're going to have a really bad pull. And like if we get through the intermission and then we're going into Phase 2, then we're pretty much not going to meet the damage check on the first platform if we have multiple deaths. So instead of having to deal with that, let's instead just wipe it up, let's get a reset going, and let's get it done correctly.
A doomed pull already. Let's be efficient with our time.
Yeah, and that's the challenge at the end of the day, is how can you be as efficient with your time as possible in a race like this? Because every minute, every hour is going to be coming at the opportunity cost of, your opponents making progress.
Yep.
Liquid has sort of survived the night with Echo not making progress past them. Echo only has a couple hours of their raid day left at their disposal, which means this is a huge opportunity for Liquid to start gaining a substantial lead.
Yeah, and that can all start to add up at the end of the day. And they have not been doing any extending. I don't think they've extended once this entire tier. Maybe expansion? No, that's probably not accurate.
They have not.
They haven't
extended.
really. Yeah, so they've really been taking a strict schedule here. But here we go into poll number 3 of the morning, making this poll number 150. If you're just now tuning in, we are here on Mythic Dementius, looking to smooth out this Phase 1, as it's proving to be a little bit difficult as they're first waking up in the morning. But they were having a lot of solid Phase 1 polls yesterday, and I imagine they'll get back to that point quickly.
Yeah, it could be difficult for me even if it wasn't in the morning.
Fair point.
Wait, what do you mean? What'd you say?
This boss is difficult for them in the morning. This boss would be difficult for me at any
time in the day. Yeah. Yeah.
Just doing a quick peek to see how many, because again, don't have the privilege. Now this is great. That's the beautiful thing about RaiderIO. It works beautifully on the mobile as well as on the laptop. But I was just getting a quick peek to see how many times, or a sense of how many times Echo has gotten to that P2.2, I'll call it, the second platform.
What'd you learn?
They've gotten there quite a few times, and most recently 3 polls ago. So they're even still getting there. The thing is, it's not consistent, just like it's not consistent for us either, right? You'll see a P2.2, and then you'll see multiple P1 wipes or a P2.1 wipe, and then they get back again finally. So just speaks to the difficulty of making progress on this fight. You only get an opportunity to progress maybe once every 3, once every 5 pulls.
Yeah.
Yeah, and every single time that they've gone through like their analyst role and all the other work, they're looking at which areas are the least consistent. And so probably this area right here, when you have to deal with a second Devour, is among the highest difficulty points of Phase 1. As you can see, Goop went down. They did get to expend the battle res upon him. and that does make sure that they have a full raid. But that's really the only death that they can tolerate at this point in Phase 1.
Yeah, this is the last set of living masses that they'll kill. We'll see one more set spawn, but typically they try to beat Dimensius down and get pushed into that intermission phase before the living masses actually have to die. Unfortunately, Zenni goes down as well, so that might adjust their approach, and they might feel the need to kill the next set of living masses. First, we got to save our friends who are up in the ether, and it looks like we might get them down just in time. We do. Now there will be a tank mechanic and then a spread, of course, before a new antimatter soak and one more set of reverse gravities.
Yeah, and as you can see right there, they're using grips, they're using rescues. Even the bop gives a little bit of extra damage reduction as well for Dryny from that big knockback. There's a talent called Echoing Blessings that can help mitigate a little bit of that additional damage for him. And they have 5% left on Dimensius. This is the time where they don't even bother with the antimatter soaks, and they instead commit to the boss with the damage. Now, if they were in a position where they were committing, or they were not committing Bloodlust, they might get into a spot where they may have to soak that antimatter.
Yeah.
But that's a problem for a little bit later. Zenni is down. They don't have a battle res until a minute and a half from now. But I do think it's going to be possible for them to successfully deal with this first platform with one person down, although it is going to be extremely tight.
Yeah, most definitely. I love the Goop POV on the flight path here because I think he's got the most difficult journey to make.
Yeah.
He's got to go down, make a full U-turn, straight back up and over the beam of death. And then he's off on his way to meet the rest of his brethren there on the platform. He'll be one of the last ones to land at dealing 7% max health to Artojan. You see a big damage nuke as soon as he hits the platform. Now we got Conqueror's Cross coming out. The mass destruction, which is 4 beams there that needs to all be baited in one direction, does leave some space denial here for the remainder of this phase. As soon as the Void Warden goes down, everybody quickly moves to the other side of the platform. We need to spread these gravities out. Unfortunately, it looks like 2 of them were stacked in a way that they shouldn't have been, so we lose a couple more people, but we are going to try and limp through the rest of this phase. We broke a hole in the wall. This means that we have space for the pushback, but more people are falling, and now I don't think the damage check will be there.
Yeah, at this point, I like how they've adjusted their positioning, going to what I would call it the south side of the platform, away from the other frontals that had existed there. And unfortunately, we're going to get into a wipe, but it looked like they had their positioning down pat at the very least, and they were getting closer to meeting that damage check.
If that's actually their new adjustment, I'm very happy because I suggested that yesterday.
I remember that. I remember
on
you
air.
cooking that up. I do.
But I don't know if that's
it.
intentional or not. I don't because so we have to.
That they adjusted towards you, or what do you mean?
No. They definitely didn't take it from me. It's
like,
it's a happy
smart.
No, it's a happy coincidence if that's their true intention. I just wonder if that was more a product of the poll getting messy, and they're just like, oh well, we're here now. Let's just try and do it from this side, versus sticking with what worked for them yesterday, which was actually just flipping back and forth between the initial 2 quadrants.
That has happened before. They've taken some time. Nagora, I think, did one once. Cam's had a strat once that they used. Jet a few times before. Jet doesn't surprise me.
Yeah, there are no new ideas. I guarantee my thought was not unique yesterday. It was definitely
but you came to the conclusion on your own.
I did do that.
Don't count yourself out.
I'll take quiet pride if they adjust, just in that my brain seemed to match what World First Raiders were ideating.
Yeah.
And that's enough for me.
Especially if they win. You're like, oh, they did the same strat I thought of.
Yes,
welcome.
exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Not a bad pull though.
No.
We're already seeing well into phase 2. On pull 3 of the day, we start. I'm going to do this math. We start at 147, right? 147.
Yeah.
Of the day. Okay, we're going to remember that.
147?
For
poll.
Yeah.
For the poll,
I would feel good. I would feel good about that. Yeah. 3 polls in, getting back to a P2.
Yeah. They're already kind of taking their time a little bit, discussing things. We're really seeing a difference, I think, in cadence between their polls. This tier specifically, you really see them slowing it down and having those discussions. And you can tell that it bothers some people by the amount of pings you see on the boss.
Yeah.
I don't know who those coming.
That guy. Let's kill that guy.
Yeah,
from the healers.
This guy. Let's go.
Hey, everybody.
Let's go.
He's really big. He's right there. Let's go get him.
I mean, at a certain point, talking about things kind of does. It's not going to do much. Sometimes you do just need to go again.
Well, a lot of times it's different roles talking to each other
That's
and
true.
that don't really impact the other ones.
Yeah.
You know, if a healer conversation goes on, all the DPS players will just kind of tune out. You know, if tanks are talking, then everyone's going to be all quiet and respectful of them. You know, DPS players talking, everybody wants to get a word in edgewise. It just kind of depends on the composition. And there's always those moments where you'll have long, lengthy conversations about figuring out what one role is going to do. But then half the raid just it's non sequitur.
Yeah, I guess my point is like from like a coaching perspective. Back, you know, at some point you can say you did this wrong, and at some point it's just kind of like you just kind of people know what they did wrong. Sometimes you're going to go again. We are still in that discovery phase though, so you're right in that there's still probably stuff to discuss in that regard.
I also wonder, because we've seen a few times now on that platform, specifically with the inverse gravities, 2 of the people with the inverse gravity standing in the same spot. We've been theorizing, like, is that a weak aura? Like, are they trying to solve some element of a weak aura that's confusing certain players? There's also just the possibility that some of these players haven't gotten that mechanic yet, which I know sounds crazy, 150 pulls in, but you're picking 3 random players out of 20. There's quite a possibility at times that, you know, hey, and we like out of 150 pulls, how many times have we even gotten to that platform?
Yeah.
Out of the number of times we've gotten to that platform, how many times have we even gotten to the second quadrant and had the inverse gravity? Okay, now out of how many times we've gotten the inverse gravity has each individual person actually had the opportunity to read the weak aura and try to find their specific placement and stack? There's actually a possibility that somebody just got it for the first time there and had to interact with all of that for, you know, the first time ever. And that just becomes a learning point, as well as, you know, who knows if the weak aura is actually spitting out exactly the right information.
Are you talking about on phase 2?
Yeah, on phase 2, those 3 purple circles that then 6 people need to each hop in and help soak.
Yeah.
Again, that's been something that's cropped up a few times where 2 guys go to the same spot and it just instantly kills half the raid.
Yeah, and to your point, Ash, it's also just the muscle memory of knowing what position you need to stand in, where you usually are going to get pushed towards with the weak aura or with your own positioning on the fight. And that just takes a lot of time and practice that it's very difficult to build, because getting into phase 2 to begin with is super insanely difficult. And as they get further along with the encounter, that's going to be a really big point of progress of how can we make sure there's no mechanical mistakes, and even just things like making sure you're not blowing damage cooldowns at improper times. You might be getting your damage cooldowns back just as those void binders are dying, and it might be tempting to try to like pop your cooldown at that point just to make sure that you can get some extra AoE damage off, but you might be assigned to using your damage cooldown on the next Conqueror's Cross, and you might need to do a lot of single target damage to one of those void wardens so you can get out of the range of any of those planet throwers. It's a really big difference that can come into play, you know, for a lot of the DPS players about how disciplined they can be to have the damage on the right target at the right time and let other people shine in different ways. Because you might see, wow, they have like 2 devastation evokers. Like, how can they drop more other lower DPSers so that they can get more devastation evokers in because they're doing top damage? That's not always how it works. They're going to need, for example, the Ellie Shamans to probably be blowing up any of those null binders. They're going to be needing like the Warlocks, especially for some of the prio targeting, or even just like cleaving down both Void Wardens at the same time, or getting one of the Void Wardens down for like the vertical lanes that they have to run between. Everybody has a different role that they have to get done.
You've brought my attention to the damage, and I love how even our overlay refuses to believe there are 3 Ellie Shamans in the fight. It's listing Impact as a mage. It's like, no, there's no universe where 3 elemental shamans is viable in World of Warcraft. He must be a mage.
Yeah, but you're not seeing things. Impact is in fact not a mage.
No. Ellie Shamans are
blue.
so good on this fight.
They certainly are.
So good that they had the Resto Shaman go Ellie.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, yeah. We've got Sevi's flexing a little bit. Rolls.
Oh.
What?
Atlas.
Wait a minute.
Atlas being swapped in for Lip.
Yeah.
But that's interesting because it's not trying to find a 3rd DK. It's just bringing in a different one for now.
Well, I know Atlas's DK is absolutely juiced up.
It's juiced up?
Juiced up. Maybe he got something. I'm not sure. That's interesting and interesting.
Because he would have been this juiced yesterday.
Yeah.
So then I wonder, I wonder what's going on here.
Oh, chat is saying
Different
Lip is
spec?
not feeling well,
Oh,
so they're putting
no.
Atlas in.
I was going to say, I think the experience that you have, I mean, Lip and Atlas have been in the guild for an enormously long time, like crazy amount of veterancy. I know that there were some, you know, tough feelings and everything like that, some stomach aches and some...
Yeah, the whole healer core was struggling over the first week, I know.
They've been kind of battling it out a little bit. And as a result, I mean, it's good that they have the depth of the roster to make sure that they get it done.
Very, very lucky in that regard. Well, best wishes there to Lip, and hopefully he feels better. And, of course, great on Atlas to be able to just slot right in here.
Yeah.
Yeah, and thankfully, the Phase 1 damage check is not ultra tight. And so what always ends up happening whenever you're bringing somebody new into the group is that there is going to be a bit of the reprog coming in.
Yeah.
But there's also less stress on him doing ultra high levels of damage at this point, especially in Phase 1. He can have a lot more of his focus set to Phase 2, which he's also been watching a ton in his own time and studying up and understanding when he needs to use cooldowns, what his prio targets are, all of that. It's all been studied. He is familiar with everything he needs to get done. But it's another thing entirely to go and actually do it yourself.
Yeah.
And so what I'd be looking for is just, I mean, for one thing, it's great because playing a DK is ultra tanky compared to some of their peers. Like if they brought in a different Devastation Evoker, it's a very different game, being probably the squishiest people in the raid so far.
Yeah, and the Dev Evokers have kind of been getting slapped here in this first phase. Not so much for anything that they're doing, but mostly because those living masses, they just pick random targets and start, you know, nuking them for damage. And unfortunately, a lot of times it means the Evokers, if they get picked twice in a row, end up going Kersplat.
Kersplat.
Also, hold up a second. Oh, Nick is just purple on our frames. I was like, we're missing an Evoker. He's purple. Okay.
Nick Luck.
All good, all good, all good.
All good. Here we are into phase number 1.
Not all good. Not all good.
That was a. Oh, did we cast that?
Nah,
Did we curse that?
I said all good after Smack went down.
Yeah, okay.
So that was just a bad call by me. You know, I'm glad I've got Jack next to me because I wonder how you feel about the healing on this first phase, but more so from the way that they have very beautifully choreographed the spreads to put the Prez Evokers in the back corner of the platform each time, and then boom, huge breath, beautiful heal. It just has to feel so good to be in that position as either Nick or Timber.
It is, and Dream Breath isn't as huge of a heal as it has been in the past, but it's a really important hot to put up on people for Flameshaper Evoker because the Engulf ability is taking into account your hots as it produces its healing. And as a result, you're using your positioning, especially for the knockbacks. What usually ends up happening is the Preservation Evokers are putting up Dream Breath before the knockback ends up happening. Then as the players are dropping their Dark Matter, they're getting in the right position, you start seeing those Engulf casts going off. And Nick is using his positioning super well in that he's behind everybody, Dream Breathing him before a smash goes out, and then he's casting Engulfs often off of his own character so that he is using his own positioning to be around everybody else to cleave in terms of healing. We'll have to see maybe like a full pull with Nick if we have time for it, just to show how he manipulates his own positioning. Because the hero talent tier sets that were added this season all really double down on the niches for a lot of classes. And when it comes to Flameshaper, it's pretty much just all stacked healing all of the time. And that means it's really, really punishing hitting Engulfs at poor moments in this fight because you alternate between stacking and spreading constantly.
What kind of optimization do you expect from phase 1 still?
Part of it, I think, is more in the minutia. It's like the tacit knowledge of how much damage does every ability deal to you relative to your health, and when do you have to, let's say, Death Strike? When are you using AMS? When are you most likely to die at certain points?
Right.
And that also takes into account when healers have strong cooldowns, when they have weak cooldowns. That also takes into account maybe playing with a Wildstalker Resto Druid and making sure that you have, you know, the Spring Blossoms hot or the Wild Grows hot or something like that, so you can also get more Symbiotic Blooms cleaved off onto you. Those make a really big impact in terms of the healing that you receive, and your positioning, especially as a range player, can directly impact that and directly impact a lot of the output that you're receiving, which also means it's easier or harder to survive incoming damage.
Yeah, I think mostly it's those tiny little mechanical optimizations that Jack's talking about, because strategically there's really nothing left to figure out in this first phase. The only point where I would see that maybe change is if and when they decide to move the Lust off of P1. At that point, now we're reprogging a little bit of P1, maybe to the degree that in order to push to intermission, we actually have to do that final set of living masses and soak that final antimatter or something like that. Either way, let's see here on the very dangerous Devour, we do get the gateways and successfully keep everyone alive going through this. So another tank smash coming in. Everybody's going to get knocked to their respective positions. They're going to spread out here to drop a little bit of bad on the ground while nuking down these living masses. Then the antimatter is going to come up. We're going to dive in to soak that. 3 people are going to get chosen for reverse gravity here rather quickly, and they'll go create that Venn diagram at the back of the platform. So there's the soak, there's the 3 chosen, 1 front, 2 back. Perfect Venn diagram there, and now everybody with the extra mass goes and dives in. First we save the guy in the front, and then we save the 2 in the back simultaneously. With everyone down on the ground, now we've got all 20 alive. We're repositioning for the tank soak or tank smash one more time, and then it's the pre-spread, and we're ignoring the remaining ads and just pushing the boss down to 0%.
Yeah, an interesting thing I saw with Atlas coming in was they also gave him a little bit of a safety net, a small one though. Boomkin, well, all druids have a talent called Symbiotic Relationship, where healing done to one target in the relationship will also heal the other target. And to make it a little bit easier for him as he's getting into learning the encounter, they put the Symbiotic Relationship from Smacked onto Atlas.
Oh.
Usually DKs are very tanky on their own, and they have a pretty low EH RPS, that is effective healing required per second, which in English means that they don't really require a lot of healing from the healers.
Thanks for the translation.
But when you're first learning an encounter, getting a little bit of additional healing and a bias towards additional healing relative to your peers is insanely helpful as you're getting into the encounter and seeing it for yourself. There's a lot of times where you're able to get ticked down or maybe bleed out a little bit if you're not careful with your positioning, and as a result, having a little extra benefit like that can pay some very, very large dividends. In fact, a lot of areas for this phase get way easier when it comes to healing, where you should really not have anybody dying to when the inverse relationship or the inverse gravities are going out, but you are likely to lose people from those frontals and some of the overlaps that are happening. Whenever the raid is stacked like this, it basically becomes a game for the healers of just healing cooldown through the incoming damage. The knockbacks, people should not be dying to unless they're getting hit by like a Conqueror's Cross, a mechanical error. The healing cooldowns and how they work in this expansion are basically, you will have your assignments for how you want cooldowns to look, and you overwhelm the incoming damage with output.
Okay.
It triggers a lot of overhealing, and it can be wasteful sometimes, but with how the game works, you basically are just able to muscle heal through it. I think at that point, they had a number of players that were missing from those soaks, it seemed.
They did.
Some people were late, but also they missed the damage check too. The other side is they have to meet that damage check before the knockback, so the ad should be dying right around that point. They basically dodge, kill off that Artosian ad, and they didn't do any damage to the Void Warden that was blocking their path so they could get closer to the knockback. So that was just like a hard commit.
Yeah, that is confirmation, though, for me that they are adjusting their overall strategy, and they're moving clockwise around the entire platform, trying to make use of all 4 quadrants while pushing Artosian before that final pushback.
Yeah, Atlas is doing nuts damage. Also, if you look in the top right corner, you do not see the symbiotic relationship on him at the moment, which means that he was then moved. So Smacked put it on him to help him just... Oh, there it is. They put it back on him. Okay. Wasn't sure if they were going to reset it every single pull or if they were going to adjust it as well. I think it might be a little safer to put it onto Sang. And so I'd be really curious if they were going to move that later on. But I'll keep an eye on it. That's just that green icon. It's a green icon in between the Wind Fury buff and Mark of the Wilds. Basically just allows him to take more healing. That extra healing also heals Smacked.
Seemed to do pretty well for the first couple pulls there.
He did. I mean, he's top damage right now.
Yeah.
He's top damage.
That's one of the most impressive things about these World First Raiders is that they could be on the bench, and then when they're called up, it's like they were in there basically the whole time.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Because that's the pressure of you know that you could get called up at any point in time, and you have to perform immediately. It's no different than any other professional sport. It's the next man up, and that is going to be, it's your job to study these things in advance and understand them in advance. Even in high-end guilds, Hall of Fame guilds, there's times where somebody else can get called up at a moment's notice, and you better be ready, because you need to be able to, really prove to yourself. I mean, these guys don't have to prove to it, but when you're joining other teams, you have to prove to your team when you're trialing with them that you can perform on a moment's notice, you can do your own homework, you can be self-sufficient and conscientious of knowing what it is that you need to get done here.
Now, curiously, last night on the Blacklyte Spotlight, Max had said he had some ideas of how maybe the composition could change today.
Oh.
But nothing has changed in terms of the overall makeup. We're still running the same exact comp for the time being. I never know how much to read into statements like that from Max. Could just be a giant bait, could be the truth.
Sometimes he does that.
Could just be that they haven't seen what they need to see to demand the change yet.
Yeah, and I think that's a big factor to it, as well as what is going to push you to change around your composition. Going into the final phase, I mean, there's a lot of movement required. There's a very big damage check. I know mages will get a nice benefit because they can evocate, I believe.
And he said mages are
down.
Awful on P1.
Right.
Ooh.
And so, yeah, you could have something that helps you for a damage amp moment that might help you meet the damage check there. You might have to be extraordinarily desperate to need that, though.
Yeah.
Because if you needed to have specs that did insane amounts of damage on a damage amp as you began the final phase, and you needed it so badly that you would make your phase 1 and phase 2 less consistent and a little bit worse because your damage would be worse in that area, that's a really tall task, especially considering they're still lusting in phase 1. So I think that they would move their lust first before they would start changing and adjusting their comps. But that's the thing. They have to have multiple contingency plans depending on what's thrown at you. And a lot of that is, I would call it the tacit knowledge of playing the game for a long time. When you are, like an F1 driver, you drive around the track and you know that your wheels are a little splashy or the turns are not as tight. You can tell that, while going 250 miles an hour or something ridiculous. That's part of the understanding of doing it for such a long time. Same thing goes for Race to World First Raiders when they say, oh, how did you know about this strategy to do this? And it's like, well, it seemed the proper way to do it.
Just felt it, yeah.
You feel it.
Real quick, between these polls, do want to give a quick mention to Alienware, one of our sponsors for the Race to World First. Would not be possible without them. If you'd like to win a 27-inch QD 4K OLED gaming monitor from Alienware, you can head to teal.gg/AlienwareRWF, log into your Alienware Arena account or create one, and follow the prompts, and that is it. And you will be eligible to win one of those amazing monitors, courtesy of Alienware.
I saw yesterday a bunch of chatter in chat saying, like, oh my God, how does Nick have such crazy FPS while playing this game on the absolute highest settings? Well, it's twofold. Obviously, he's working with a monster Alienware PC, and then, of course, he's also sporting some of these Alienware 27-inch 4K QD OLED monitors, but basically gaming in the highest possible definition.
With default rate frames.
With default rate frames.
Oh.
Sometimes you got to do it that way.
Chat was debating a little bit earlier who has the worst UI.
Nick.
You think it's Nick?
Well, for healers,
why don't you like it?
They're default rate frames.
What's wrong with that? I play with default rate frames.
Yeah, that tells me all I need to know.
Okay, brother man.
Yips had a PvP talent notification for like hours and hours yesterday. That was pretty bad.
But really, what do you think is wrong with default rate frames for a healer?
They don't give you enough information.
What more info do you want?
Let's like Jarvis enhance some Nick frames for me real quick.
Poor guy.
Okay. So right now,
what are we missing?
Well, for one thing, we're tracking Blessing of the Bronze, which does not need to be tracked. It'll go away in combat. That's fine. But then, okay, we're able to see just
what do you want to see?
I want to see. I don't want to see Blessing of the Bronze. I don't want to see Source Magic. I don't want to see any of that nonsense. When you go,
so you want to see Dispellable only?
When you go to Dryne's POV, he is going to be having some nice clean frames, and he also has a quick indicator for all of the players' personal defensive abilities, and also showing their buffs. All right, it starts showing, hey, here's what's going on.
Okay, Cindy's got dispersion.
Can we get a Jarvis enhancement on the mini map? I promise this is for a good reason as well. I don't remember off the top of my head which raid frames that he's using. I want to say that he's using grid, but we'll be able to see with the mini-map icons. I don't believe he is a Cell gamer, but Cell is my favorite. Yeah, I think
Is grid the top one with the 4
I
colors?
honestly don't remember.
I don't know, because all I ever used when it came to a non-base UI was like Elv UI back in the day, but I always struggled getting that to tell me what I wanted it to tell me as well. It's grid? Okay.
Yeah. So grid is the best performing FPS raid frames, but it's also one of the worst to set up.
Yeah.
You have to jump through like multiple different menus to set up everything. It's very, very tedious to set up, but it is good. It's one of the best for FPS. It just takes a lot of knowledge and like practice to understand what menus go where and how you set it up. Personally, I like Cell. It's not as good for your FPS as Grid is, but it's also way easier to set up and way easier to customize. They even have like sections where you can emphasize and de-emphasize all the raid debuffs in each raid or each M+ run.
Okay.
So you can say, I want to know what this debuff is and what it does. You pull up the menu, you go to the raid debuff section, you can look at the debuff, what it does, emphasize spot healing moments, de-emphasize stuff that doesn't really matter all that much, and that also plays a big role in looking at the incoming damage. He also has very simplified buffs going out onto his allies. In the middle, he has Dawnlight and he has Beacon of Virtue. These are primary buffs that Paladin has. Dawnlight is a healing over time effect from your Herald of the Sun. Beacon of Virtue is a temporary beacon you put up onto a few allies that replicates your healing onto them. And then he starts having debuffs in the bottom left corner, while emphasizing with glows, as you can see right there, players that are getting knocked up into the air. It's not the biggest thing to check when it comes for spot healing, but he also has those set up for many other mechanics. Also in the top left, he tracks when big raid cooldowns are going off, so he was able to see on his own raid frames, this is actually something I need to do myself, to be honest. He tracks when Rewind is going out. He'll track when, Divine Hymn is going out, so that he knows just by looking for 1 second what healing effects are going up onto their allies. Yeah. Now, in Nick's role as sort of the blaster ramp healer, that may not be that big of a deal, because when he is setting up his incoming healing, he's usually the main character and he's usually the rock star, so he doesn't have to worry too much about it. But again, it's this tacit knowledge that I'll go back to, where the more you know about what other healing effects are going out onto your party, the more you are kind of calculating what damage is going out, how quickly it's being healed, what healing is required for the next person to survive that incoming hit, and what future actions that you take as a result. That's the, oh my god, healer talking type stuff, but it drives your decision making in how the DPS players live. Because there's a lot of moment-to-moment gameplay that you'll watch with Dryny in particular, because he's more of the spot healer. I like to call it the anchor role, where you are stabilizing the team. It's not a negative, it's not a derogatory. It is, you are evening out the health bars and you are keeping the team on the healing side solid, so that the other blaster healers like the Flame Shapers can focus on more evenly blasting big AoE healing.
Yeah, I usually refer to that role as the triage healer. You could think of him like the combat medic. I'm just trying to stabilize people who are bleeding out. Either way, that was a super clean P1, by the way. Still have a battle res up as we're making our way to the platforms. So you like to see that early morning here on a new day for the Raiders. And we'll see if we can get through this Artosian phase and maybe get our first look at Pargoth today. Getting the Goop POV, he shows up where most of the Raiders are already blasting away here on Artosian. First Conqueror's Cross is just about to come up. No binders, looking to grip all of them in. One more, beautifully done. Now let's break a hole in that wall while bringing the no binders down. As soon as they're down, we'll reposition in to our second quadrant. Here we have the inverse gravities and the crushing gravities all being stacked up beautifully. Still 20 people alive, baiting new mass destructions, breaking a new hole in the wall, and now we're preparing for the pushback. Everybody moves into quadrant 3. Impact goes down. Maybe an Onk here would be nice, and we will get it in this moment. New Conqueror's Cross as well. We're in quadrant 3, looking to move to quadrant 4 and then beat the DPS check before the pushback comes in.
That's right, and the pushback needs to have that lane for them to run against and deal with. As you can see, the room is consistently going to get filled up with goo from any of those frontals, and they have to make sure that they adjust their positioning accordingly so that they can dodge any of those stars wiping out the raid.
We do have a number of people go down. Unfortunately, we aren't beating the pushback, so we will end up with a wipe. If everyone's alive there, though, you can see our Toshin's health in that single digits, 1 to 2%. We would effectively push to the next phase before the pushback comes out. That's important. That's what they're trying to do. They don't actually want to waste any more time breaking an extra Void Warden and having to create a longer lane. They just want to get out of the phase before the pushback even comes in.
And it's really important on this encounter that there's no mechanic that gets canceled by Dimensius.
Right.
Once he commits to throwing the star across the platform, it's going to happen no matter what our Toshian is doing, even if he's dead or alive. Same thing goes for the pushback. If he starts charging up his Gigablast to push back on that platform, it's going to push you back. And that's why they are choosing to have that sort of hard commit. They dodge the final star getting thrown at the platform, then they commit to killing our Toshian. It either dies or the raid dies to the knockback.
That was good, though. I mean, honestly, that's their best pull yet here today, and all of this is with Atlas now slotting in.
Yep. Had to make some of those adjustments with Atlas coming in. Only an hour of pulling, and we're already seeing well into phase 2. So I feel like we've, for the most part, haven't lost much time picking up where we left off
For sure.
last night.
And that's with a small strategic adjustment there on the platforms, right?
Yeah.
So while it's his first look at those phases, for most of these guys, this is a substantial adjustment from what they were doing yesterday, ping-ponging back and forth between the same two quadrants.
Good time to add a new way to tackle a mechanic then if you're bringing in a new player at the same time. We can all learn together.
That's right. And just like we can all learn about the benefits of Twitch Prime, avoiding any sort of ads for the hour, because in 2 minutes we're going to start running some more advertisements. As we're getting closer to killing off Dimensius, we're going to run more ads.
Wow.
So you want to make sure you're not getting any of those.
Yeah, we're going to time it right when they get to phase 2 also. Yeah, we've told the mods. Sorry to tell you.
I mean, I don't want to scare anybody, but, I mean, just think about a kill poll.
Yeah.
And then, boom, Adge.
You don't want to miss that. Adge.
That would be disastrous.
Yeah, you want to go for level 26 hype train today, Jack?
Ooh.
I'm sure we could. I think 21 was our best. Maybe,
21.
maybe we have to go right above it and go to like 22 at some
22.
point.
Yeah. All right. What do you think
my
they're
gosh.
discussing right now? Taking a little bit of a break.
Probably that real Valen just subbed with Twitch Prime. Thanks, Valen.
Wow. Look at that.
I would imagine maybe they're just, I see Atlas looking at second monitor. A lot of times that means they're just looking at the replay, right, from that. And a lot of it probably has to do with the positioning of the 3 inverse gravities on that final quadrant, because they're going to want to line them up as best they can along the edge because the planet's coming through in that moment. So you don't have a lot of space to work with. So maybe just ironing out, hey, guys, our positions that the weak aura is spitting out, they're relative positions. A lot of times it says like middle, right, and left.
Yep.
And so just kind of reorienting everybody to like, that's what, this is what that means. If you get right, it means here. If you get left, it means here. Which might sound very simplistic, but when you are
spinning around,
when you're spinning around all throughout the fight, then sometimes left, right, and whatnot can be a little bit confusing.
What's the term that they use, Jack, in Final Fantasy rating? True North, I think?
They use the cardinal directions. They use north, south, east, and west.
Well, it's like north based on the map or north based on where you're oriented. I'm waiting for someone to chime in.
True north would be if you look at the mini-map, because the mini-map, it would always be the top of the mini-map.
Yeah.
True east, true west, true south.
Yeah, but I feel like that phrase isn't really used in WoW, at least maybe not until this boss. But yeah, true north or relative north.
Exactly.
You hear a lot tossed around, specifically in statics.
Yeah, and left, right are relative directions, right? Because if I'm facing one way and you're facing the other, my left is your right all of a sudden. And that can be very, very confusing. So most of the time at these high levels, these guys are still using relative directions, but it's because they have the discussion point of when we say right, we mean right facing this way. We mean right looking at the boss, or we mean right looking at the entrance to the room, or something like that. And they use kind of a defining landmark to determine those relative positions.
I'm surprised we haven't really adopted that too much. True north, boss, relative.
More often than not, we're just using the markers as points of reference and where you want to position yourself accordingly. I mean, honestly, the ping system has gotten really good for like clutch in the moment sort of calls, of how you want to adjust positioning or where an ad is going to be, rather than having to reference a specific marker on the ground. I mean, Final Fantasy will also have the profiles where you can set certain markers and like where you identify, okay, here is going to be the marker profile that we use for this boss fight, and then you can save it and place it up later. One thing that I think WoW's really missed out on, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Individually have to place them all the time.
That'd be an interesting implementation. But here we are into phase number 1 once again. We started off the morning, pull 147. So it's been about an hour of pulls, but haven't even gotten to 10 total pulls yet. You're really seeing them kind of take their time. If you're just tuning in, we've seen some adjustments. We've seen Atlas come in favor of Lip, who's unfortunately not feeling well, but so far seems to be working pretty smoothly in their favor. So I haven't really had a lot of time loss, if any at all.
Yeah, and there's just a lot of deaths in phase 1, and that's part of the problem of the inconsistency on the fight. They talked about the issue when it came to dark matter. When you watch this tank smash going out, it'll soon be followed by the dark matter where players are dropping off their swirlies.
Yeah.
And what happens is you'll have the boss wave his hand over the raid, and when he waves his hand over, that drops the dark matter. But sometimes
and you can't see.
But sometimes due to the boss waving his hand over, it can actually kind of like double tick people. And when it starts double ticking them, it also can trigger the debuff on the ground that starts making them take like 200% more damage from all the sources. So people can really quickly get like wombo comboed by that incoming damage.
Yeah, Eek, I didn't know about that. I was almost a little surprised that they had one of the shamans blow their Ankh here, but they still managed to push through the phase with 19 people up. And once again, we're going back to our Artosian's platform, just getting more reps here on the intermission phases, working on the positioning.
Yeah, and one thing that happens a lot is when you are really used to just wiping into the same phase over and over again, a lot of times raid leaders will just make the call to commit another battle res or commit Ankh totems or commit Ankhs themselves just to get a little bit further in the fight, just to make sure people are seeing that phase, because you kind of have to get everybody mentally prepared to look at that phase, see it multiple times over and over again, and then them get familiar with the expectation that they're going to be at that point constantly. There you can see when everybody properly soaked those inverse gravities, very little damage was going out onto the raid. You still do have that knockback coming in, and you have a combo that actually went out onto Dryny there, where he has the knockback going out, the mass destruction blast, really rapidly followed up by the pushback from the boss. And these are some of the combinations that people need to get used to, because you were referencing before, Dash, how a lot of times we haven't seen every combination or permutation that can happen on the fight, where some players are used to already getting hit by that beam and then dealing with the frontal, other players not so much. And what a lot of the healers have been doing is adjusting their add-ons and their frames to emphasize the players getting attacked by the mass destruction, putting a ton of prio healing into them, even using things like Beacon of Virtue, which will put some damage reduction and some light absorb effects onto them that'll help stabilize them a little bit faster and make it that much easier to top them off.
Yeah, that second set of mass destructions, the 4 beams that come out, and it happens in the second quadrant. It is milliseconds before the pushback. And in the mass destruction, if you're one of the 4 people who gets hit, you also suffer a knockback. They're being forced to bait it in a way that you're getting knocked back and then pushed into that wall. So you have to essentially get knocked back and then quickly use some kind of movement ability or get rescued or whatever it is to then get pushed through that one open lane of a Void Warden into that third quadrant. A really difficult and tight timer on all of the mechanics there in that intermission, which ultimately is what makes it difficult. Because again, I think Max has said, you know, they could get through it damage-wise with 18 people alive. And that's maybe why they decided to just go for the intermission anyway with 19, is that from a damage perspective, technically they can do it.
Yeah.
But it's still the demands of executing each one of those overlapping mechanics to perfection.
Yeah, and I think what's been really scary to see is that so much of their healing is built off of getting everybody stacked together. And the targets that are most in need are going to be the ones dealing with the mass destruction, because they'll often be at a range of the consume flames from the Flame Shaper evokers, which makes it harder for everybody, of course, who's getting targeted by them to get healing, but also the primary candidates who will do that healing are going to be Smacked and Dryny. And if Smacked and Dryny are being affected by mass destruction, it gets even harder for them to just blast a ton of healing into themselves and make sure that they survive.
Every once in a while, there's a small RNG element, right? Who's getting chosen for what mechanics when?
That's right.
Yeah, it would be interesting once they start to get more rotations on those players that you were mentioning, Dash, that don't really haven't received those mechanics yet. But poll number 155 should be starting off shortly. What do you guys think are the likelihood that we see P3 before dinner?
Before dinner?
Oh, Jack laughed.
I felt like that was our question yesterday.
I know, but I'm going to ask it again. We're going to reconvene.
Before dinner, I'll go, yes, we see it. Now, in what capacity we see it? Again, I wouldn't be surprised if our first look at P3 is with anywhere from 1 to 4 people coming off of Pargos' platform.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
Landing on Dementius's final platform, staring at him, and then desperately trying to live some 60 million's worth of damage that's going to come in from those planets after each of them lands.
Yeah, so we were not correct yesterday in seeing P3. Maybe today. Jack, do you want to take another stab at it?
When it comes to like points of progress and how difficult it is to like get out of phase 1 cleanly or get out of phase 2.1 cleanly, things like that, I actually think phase 2.2 is going to be a lot easier progression-wise than 2.1.
Agreed.
And I think a huge reason for that is so many replicating mechanics. The tank positioning is usually the biggest thing that comes and is different for phase 2.2 because you have to just aim those extra dark stars from the boss out into the void. But otherwise, I actually think it gets a lot easier for everybody else. And that positioning requirement of kind of jumping from one side to the other, stacking up for your circles, all that gets like way, way easier to deal with once you've already got a lot of experience in phase 2.1. So I would say probably after lunch, we would see a very sloppy phase 3, but we would see it.
Yeah.
And then I think from end of lunch to dinner is where they get phase 1 about as clean as you can possibly get it. You know, some occasional deaths, I would say probably like 1 wipe for every 8 pulls or 7 pulls or something along those lines, which is still pretty good considering how difficult phase 1 is. And then you would get phase 2 and phase 2.2 pretty clean because once everybody's alive, there's only a few different permutations of what could really go wrong with it. One of those being healers getting attacked by mass destructions, and they're the primary spot healers, which is what just happened last pull. And maybe some movement on things like Zenni being like put into bad positions due to like mass destructions and getting knocked back and having to quickly get into your lane really rapidly. Those are probably some of the worst areas because you can't use lock gateways for the pushback. You're using them to get into the edges of the room for dodging the stars.
We saw that happen to THD yesterday. Unfortunately, he had already expended any of his movement abilities, like a port or something like that. Right. And in the mass destructions, he was kind of forced into one of the center positions. And then as soon as it went off, he just didn't have enough time to get out of the remaining bad that was on the ground, and so he just rotted to damage on his attempt to get out of the mass destruction after getting hit by it. A little bit unfortunate, but sometimes that's the way it goes. Looking for another cleanish P1 here. We did already have to expend our battle res to get 1 person up, but with 20 alive, as long as we can live through this next set of mechanics, we're well on our way to another intermission phase. We got the reverse gravities saved, and now we're just going to reposition towards the middle of the platform for the knockback. Those of us who don't have movement abilities to deal with it. It's incoming now. Everyone gets yeeted to the sides of the platform. We're going to go ahead and ignore, I think, these living masses here. 10% on the boss, so should be able to push through no problem.
Yeah, we almost always are having a battle res get expended for that second Devour or around that period, because almost the entirety of the 5-second Devour cast, you're not stacked up together cleanly whatsoever. The Flame Shaper healing just gets a lot less valuable when you only have half of your aid getting struck by those consumed flames, and you have to kind of do just this like on-the-fly spot healing moments, and you have to just dump a lot of priority healing into a couple targets while other people are using immunities. Part of the struggle is also using any immunities early enough so that you're actually topped off, because a lot of the random healing or the cleave healing from things like, I don't know, like wild growth or some of the regrowths if you're having a convoke cast going off, they can still go to targets that are not topped off. So if you hit, you know, like a Cloak of Shadows or a bubble or something along those lines, and you hit it really late, you might have extra healing going to you from a few of those abilities that are not specifically single target in nature, and then that takes away some healing from others. Additionally, you know, like Timbermaw is a very vulnerable target throughout this fight, because as a healer, you're often trying to prioritize other players. I think Smacked might have died to not getting his buff in time.
Yeah, he didn't make it,
timed out and not made it there, so we're gonna have another quick wipe here.
Too slow in flying? In the flying phase?
He might have, yeah.
Oh.
And I think... Yeah, I think he might have just missed it, or he might have had an issue with like getting dismounted or something like that, because they basically have you sort of like disappear, basically, and then you pop up on the platform dead.
Interesting. All right, well, I'm gonna wipe that up and get into the next pull. Definitely unfortunate, because intermission is, I don't think, different at all from Mythic, correct?
There's
Maybe
a bit
more
of like
orbs.
There's more of the orbs, and the rings are a little bit different, but otherwise it's going to be the same. It's the same route that you have to go travel on. The window of time you have to collect some of those dark stars to crash into the boss is very narrow. So you have a temporary buff while you're flying. It allows you to fly, and it keeps you from dying. And you have maybe 1 second of leeway to get to that ring before you end up timing out, and then you end up dead on the platform. I don't think Smacked has a job to go grab those. They have Dryny doing it, and I think he's the only one, because you do want to have your healers back on the platform pretty quick, especially those that have more setup like Druid and like Prez.
Yeah, I don't really see a lot of intermission wipes, or at least things that happen during intermission that cause them to wipe, but
Dryny did have the gaff of the day yesterday at the conclusion of the day. It had everybody keeling over in laughter for a good 5 minutes.
Wait, was there another moment?
Oh, yeah, I don't even think you saw it.
Oh
yeah, you're right, because he did run into an asteroid earlier in the day, which I think is the one you saw. And then literally on their last pull of the day, it was on their way to Pargoth. So they had gotten through the first intermission. There was like 4 people alive.
Okay.
And Dryny goes... And at some point, he like somehow his like camera messed up for a moment. So then he got like turned around. He's like flying the wrong direction. Then he hits an asteroid, and like it just went all wrong. And then Max comes on. He goes, I don't know what it is, because Dryny's, he's hitting the same buttons as everybody else.
Yeah.
He's just flying slower. Like something about like his dragon's not as fast or whatever. But he's just like he's the worst dragon rider in the crew.
Dude, we got to send him to some of those racetracks to practice his dragon riding.
Well, Zyro told me that at one point there was a point when they all needed to farm resonance crystals, and the best way to do it was to do the dragon riding races. So he's like, all of them have put in hundreds of dragon riding gold races to like farm resonance crystals.
I think a big part of it is how difficult phase 1 is, and your mind just gets locked into, it's like the battle vision. You just get like locked into like looking at your frames and like focusing on those cooldowns, and then you have to think about the dragon riding aspect. Then you have to think about just kind of like changing gears really quickly to something, I don't know, entirely different.
You just dissociate a little bit during
You do.
the
Well,
intermission.
when you play 14 hours a day, for all these raiders, you get used to, like, I get used to, like, landmarks whenever I raided. Like, the most I raided was, like, 10 or 12 hours a day at one point. And you get used to, like, landmarks in the fight. Of, like, okay, the boss energy is here, my positioning in the group is here, there's this many puddles around, so I'm supposed to stand at this point. And you kind of like, okay, here's the landmarks, and here's where I'm at in the fight. Which, thankfully, the room will look different, or the boss nameplates will be different. And so there's a lot of things that sort of differentiate you. But on like Jailer, the room just looked the same for like 60% of the fight. And it got very, very difficult to remember what part of the fight that you were at when you had like a top-down view and you just see spires going up all over the place. But with this fight, you can really remember the same order each time. And that directly impacts how everybody is playing, from healers to damage dealers to tanks. When they have the dark matter going out, it's soon be followed by antimatter, crazy amount of damage, then reverse gravities, and following that sort of cycle. Now they're moving back in. There's going to be the massive smash. It's going to knock them back. They have a little bit of time to top off with low cooldowns. You know, here we're probably going to see like Nick setting up one of his engulf ramps and getting to blast a huge amount of healing early on, and then Dryny is going to sort of take over after the dark matter gets dropped and the antimatter comes out.
Man, Jack just ported me back to the horror that was my jailer prog. As a boomkin, always having to go to one of the farthest spots on spreads and whatnot, and just getting so confused.
Probably getting bled out as well pretty quick.
Oh, no.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, good times, good times. All right, well, we are looking like... Oh, I was about to call maybe a wipe because I wasn't sure they were going to get the reverse gravities down in time, but they do at the final second and then take the gateways towards the center. So now we're just going to get the knockback from this tank mechanic one more time into the pre-spread here for the majority of these guys. At that point, the living masses come out. We do need to get this set of masses down and then soak that antimatter, which just spawned there to the left-hand side of your screen underneath Dementius's hands. In that moment, 3 new people are chosen for the reverse gravity. They'll go create the Venn diagram in the back, 1 in front, 2 in back. Nicely done. All the excess masses jump in to save those members of the raid team, and off we go to kill Dementius. There'll be 1 more tank mechanic in the pre-spread, but then we ignore the remaining adds and we burn the boss down.
And they've already gotten past what I think is the hardest part of that second Devour. Unfortunately, they had to burn their other battle res, and this pretty much happens almost every single pull having a death right there. But this last part is just one of those, like, you cannot tolerate to have deaths. And this is where I'm sure that the Max and the analysts are really working hard to help Raiders at. That there's almost an expectation that you'll burn a battle res in phase 1, dealing with that second Devour sort of combo. The healing on the move is insanely difficult. But right after that point is you commit to killing off Dementius before you soak an antimatter or have to deal with another Devour. That's an area you just cannot tolerate a death and have to have saved like a battle res if possible.
Good push into intermission, though. We did use that battle res, like you mentioned, but everybody currently alive. Now we just got to get through this with everybody alive once again. Goop having the hardest job. Dryny acting like he's got the hardest job. We'll see if he can make it through, though.
He often does.
Often does?
Often does. I mean,
he was solo healing his platform in Nexus King.
I think it's also some of the positioning that he has where he has to go turn around and it's less of like a smooth curve for his route, basically.
Yeah, he's got that weird angle with the rock, so I don't.
Ooh, Yips did go down.
I
didn't see what he ended up dying to.
Yeah, he was low health for a while there too, and now Fired Up has also hit the deck. So this is going to be a much tougher intermission phase here.
Yeah, and I think that Scott will probably die to the tank buster. Well, I guess it's the tank melee strikes when they build up stacks of Oblivion. Oh, a Nullbinder went off. They're going to die.
Oh, yep.
Never mind.
That's tough.
Nullbinder went off. Not enough damage to the Void Warden. The tanks get stacks of this Touch of Oblivion. I think it's like 15 stacks or something like that. We'll just instantly kill them. And so he needs like a partner. He needs a dance partner, basically, to trade off with.
Nullbinder casts are brutal. It's a big damage chunk, and then the deceptive element is the slow that comes in as well. Yeah. On a phase where like you need your mobility desperately.
Yeah, and there was a lot of chatter I saw in chat about like, oh, like Atlas is coming in blind, like how's he gonna do and everything like that. And he's been blasting full damage. He's been studying up, and DK, of course, has the advantage of not dealing with those knockbacks, and so his movement is going to be a lot smoother than some of his peers.
That is a good point. That is a nice ability.
Pays to be a DK.
Sometimes it does.
It's a shame they only got to bring one of them on this fight.
Yeah, I mean, are we surprised that they didn't have less DKs just because they're so good on phase 2?
Well, the challenge is how good are they on phase 1?
Yeah.
And it's still a damage check to kill the living mass adds. It doesn't look like it too much now. Part of that's like Bloodlust. Part of that's also having like really good optimization from the elemental shamans who are doing the brunt of that damage.
Also, melee's just tough.
Yeah, it's tough to be able to get good cleave damage on the targets because you're going to be able to kill off one of them, but so will the Ellie shamans, and they'll always be naturally cleaving them anyway. So if you're bringing too many DKs, it'd kind of just overkill those adds and not give you enough damage for the other adds. The damage attribution is one of the hardest parts about World First, and you just kind of see it represented as like, they bring classes that do damage. Let's just bring more of the ones that do the most damage, but you just don't always have that option at your disposal.
Yeah, especially with a fight such as multifaceted as this one is.
Exactly.
Do you want to give a quick mention to our sponsor, Philips Hue? You can win a Philips Hue starter kit if you enter the sweepstakes at teal.gg/Hue. You can also, if you don't win, use that code RWF15 for 15% off of your purchase. Again, teal.gg/Hue. You can customize your setup, your cozy gaming setup, really make it feel like you are in the game.
Yeah, imagine fighting dementias in a perfectly purple room.
Yeah, purple and pink. Yeah, I get it. You could even
Full
time
immersion.
It so that it, yeah, you could time it so that it, you know, the lights change for the different phases. There's so many cool things that you could do with those lights.
That's true. You could, you know, they also do a great job of changing your mood. You know, the nice green room will make you feel like wild and exuberant and excited. You know, a nice red room might have more like anger. You know,
fiery.
Blue might make you a little bit more logical. What's the orange one?
Some color theory at play here, huh?
Isn't red supposed to make you hungry?
Not in the Lightbringer series, it doesn't. But
Oh, that's what you're talking about. Oh. How are you doing on that? Have you been reading it during the race?
Yeah, I get like a 20, 30 minutes before bed, do a little bit of reading.
That feels like barely enough for one chapter.
Some chapters are quicker than others.
Are you a fast reader?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I think that's one of the reasons why I'm not such a big reader is because I am so slow.
Well, it's, you know, it's different for everybody. It's not bad to take your time with a book, especially.
No, but it's not intentional, right? It'd be one thing if it's like I'm intentionally taking my time. It's like that is literally the cap of my reading speed is quite slow.
Oh no.
As long as you enjoy it, okay?
Yeah.
It's about the journey, not the destination.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Unlike race.
This has got to be one of my favorite parts of this fight. As they land, they blow lust. Look at all the lightning. Just the 3 elemental shamans absolutely popping off as, you know, it's bouncing from one ad to the next to Dementias and back to ads and everything.
That's right. You could have a light switch rave with your Philips Hue lights. Did you know that, Aya?
Yeah.
The system is down. The system is down.
We saw Nick having one of those.
Yeah. We'll see if you remember that reference.
Nope.
Ah, come on. We went to Homestar Runner the last race.
Oh my gosh.
Come on.
Nope.
Star Runner.
Sorry. So sorry.
That's a callback right there.
Dude, you should have seen him go off about some weird dragon last time.
And it was drugged.
Now you're making me think of, especially because we're in space, look at my horse. My horse is amazing.
Oh,
Do you understand that reference?
No.
Oh, no, chat.
No.
Oh, no, chat.
What is that reference?
I'm going to be pulling that video up for you guys.
Okay.
All right.
Later for our next break or something like that.
I feel like I'm getting better.
Give it
at
a
your
lick.
references.
It tastes just like raisins.
Nope.
No?
No.
Oh, man.
What is that?
Aya did not grow up with the internet.
Yeah, you're killing me.
It did not.
I mean, like, you know, if it's like an albino black sheep or something, I know that. Okay, I'm getting flamed. We even got Dark Mech in here flaming me. Okay, thought we were friends, bud.
Deserve. Deserve.
As long as you get the references, we're friends.
Okay.
Aww.
I lost 2 friends today.
No.
Oh no. Well, just link me that.
I was
and
too busy going outside and snowboarding.
Yeah.
Yeah, skiing, Jack, please.
That's true.
I think you snowboarded as well.
No, pretty bad at it,
Oh.
actually.
Same, though.
I thought that's how
bad
you-
at snowboarding.
I thought that's how you dented your helmet.
I've never dented my helmet.
Or was that? Oh, I thought you did.
No.
Was that Ethan?
That was Ethan.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Because I thought, oh, wait a minute. That's right. Because didn't you use him for like clout or something? Or he was trying to use it for clout? And he's like, thanks for saving my life, helmet. Can I get a new one?
Yeah, we did try that. They ignored us.
Yeah. See, but didn't you tweet it out from your account?
I think I did.
Yeah, so that's why I thought it.
Oh, okay, no, that's fair.
Yeah, because you
Yeah.
use it.
He had a really bad crash.
Found our way
Use a
there.
helmet.
Definitely wear a helmet.
Yes. Well, he came, so for context, I didn't teach him, but he taught himself how to snowboard for the first time, and he grew up skateboarding, which I guess it's like very uncool to wear a helmet in skateboarding. It's like part of the culture not to wear a helmet.
Redonkulous.
So he gets to snowboarding, he's like, I'm not gonna wear a helmet, it's not cool. And I was like, I will literally not go with you
Yeah.
if you don't wear a helmet. And
Good
I
on-
saved
good
that
on
boy's
you.
life.
Good on you.
I saved his life. He hit his head so bad, and he did get a concussion with a helmet.
Stay close and listen to me.
It's a thrilling activity, but it is definitely a dangerous.
You're on cement. Why is not wearing a helmet like considered cool? I don't get it. Our brain
If you
bleeds
die,
cool?
you
Our
die.
CTI, what are they called? When
CTE.
CTE leads
Yeah.
cool?
The Pittsburgh
Huh?
Steelers wide
Huh?
receiver curse.
Huh?
All right, we're on to the P2 Platform 1. Artosian, 1 battle res available, all 20 players alive. Let's see a clean one, boys. That's what we're hoping for. First Nullbinder spawns, going to get them gripped in. We're going to bait these mass destructions over to the side of the platform, break a hole into that Conqueror's Cross, and quickly vacate the first quadrant into the second one. Now placing these inverse gravities along with the crushing gravities from the other remaining members. And so far, so good. New mass destructions are out, but this is the overlap with the pushback. So each of them get yeeted just a little bit, and then they need to quickly get over into this open lane. So far, so good once again, and now into the third quadrant of the platform.
Yeah, at 18% left, they have to kill one more Void Warden, get a little bit of space left remaining, and you can see they're spreading in open lanes so that they can get through that Void Warden and run over minimal amounts of Void Zones. They have to go really, really quickly, though, as they have those soaks. They might not be able to get them all.
I think Nick he was just trying to sacrifice himself for the good of the team there. He was like, I'm going to take my inverse gravity out into the ether. Maybe if I can get all 19 of you to live, beat the damage check, it would be worth it for the prog.
Very noble of him, but didn't work out, Jack. I thought I cut you off.
Oh, no. I was listening to him.
I think they're still just trying to work on the new positioning of those inverse gravities in that fourth quadrant. You have so little space to work with, knowing that a planet is just about to get thrown across. And
oh, wait, they technically...
oh, they did make it.
They technically made it to 2.2.
Okay. Let's go, buddy!
Wait,
he just got sent in, and he's only the one of, what, 3? Got smacked, Yips and Scott, and
2 tanks, 2 healers, 3 DPS.
Okay, they can do it.
Boom.
Here we go.
All right, 2 tanks, 1 tank, 1 tank.
Yay!
Wow. The immediate sip of tea. He's like, that's right.
I mean, hey, huge dub for Atlas surviving. So much of this progress when you come in early is just survive, and not only is he doing that, but he's also doing huge damage along the way. He's been doing a fantastic job getting brought in. His amount of study, and I wanted to wait a couple polls before I said it, but we had lunch yesterday. I was having lunch with Cal and Tettles, and Atlas was at the other table, and I could kind of just eavesdrop a little bit when he's talking about what Lip was doing on the fight, how, you know, DK can do this job well or that job well.
With each other?
Yeah, Atlas was talking to somebody else. I don't remember who. They were having conversations, and then I was just like,
yeah.
Shh, Cal,
eavesdropping?
I'm eavesdropping. Real quick. And so he was already studying up on all these things. He was already thinking about what he would be doing in that moment. And unfortunately, you know, Lip is feeling not great right now, and Atlas is ready. It's the next man up at this point.
Yeah.
So dealing with some sickness there. Hopefully Lip feels better very soon, though.
I thought he had kind of subjected himself to not playing anymore. We saw the ping pong table come out.
Yeah.
The Dazer.
And that's part of the struggle when you're pretty locked into certain roles.
Yeah.
Especially in a tier that's very, very caster focused.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, DK got some very hefty nerfs entering into this tier. Still good, obviously, but not the stack 3 of them that might have been expected before the raid got started.
Well, that was a best pull of the day so far.
Yeah.
That's right. And how many pulls, Aya? This is 9 pulls?
Yeah, so we started at 147, so this is
10 pulls.
157.
10 exactly.
Yeah,
Right.
10 exactly. That's been an hour and a half.
Honestly, 10 pulls to get back to Pargoth.
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
Not bad.
It is.
And we've had a lot getting to Artosian.
Right.
I'd be more concerned if we weren't getting out of P1 as often as we are.
I agree. Yeah.
And that's always the struggle of like making sure that you are getting out of that phase with, you know, as few times having to burn that battle res. I think it's fairly expected that you're going to have to burn a battle res in most of the phase 1 pulls, unfortunately. But if you can get out of it with everyone alive, that's still a huge dub, because there's a lot less threats in phase 2 and phase 2.2 that are going to chip away people. Often, if there's a mistake, it just wipes the entire raid.
Yeah, the more that we can get as into that phase 2, especially that second platform, the more information that the analysts have as well. You do see those week or updates coming out ever so often, and the more repetition, the more muscle memory. So definitely seeing a lot of push, regardless if the fight seems like it's a moot point, depending on the situation, depending on the context.
Yeah, and I think if you're watching at home, the main areas that people are going to be dying at are Devours. That's the first one. That's always the safest one. But the second one that comes around and the events leading up to it usually are the areas where burning battle reses, and often it's on some of the squishiest targets. The Evokers for one, Smacked for another are usually sort of prime candidates, or are on Death Watch, basically. Not on the moon of of, gosh, what is it called? Mandalorian. Oh man,
Star
what is
Wars
the
reference?
Yeah, what's the Mandalorian moon
no.
called? It's like Cerealis or something along
Someone's
those
gonna know any
lines.
second now.
That's where the Death Watch is from.
Yeah, I'm gonna be no help to you here, unfortunately.
You guys gotta watch the Clone Wars, man. There's so much lore you're missing out on.
I've been told you so many times.
I'm so not in the Star Wars.
Man.
I mean, I don't have anything against it. I just
Concord, there it
There
is.
we go.
My man.
That was me literally 2 months ago, and for some reason, something inclined me to watch all of the Star Wars, and I binged all of it, and now I'm a big Star Wars.
really.
That helped a lot on the morning show. When we held up that orb, and I was like, it's like Jar Jar
Yes,
Binks.
I knew the moment.
And the Gungan general holding up the orb and going, peace.
I can hear the song.
yeah, that would have whooshed
Yeah.
me. For
Yeah.
Sure.
Wait, really? You never watched the
Have you watched it at all?
Phantom Menace?
I've watched. Okay, so I've seen 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3.
Okay, yeah, that's all you
One
need.
time each.
Oh my
But this
God.
also would have been now, like, think about how many years ago those all came out. So I would have seen them when they were released, essentially.
Yeah.
And now I don't remember any of it. Obviously, I didn't see 4, 5, 6 when they were released, but you know what
Yeah, I was going to say, you've been old. Man, I remember when my dad was telling me about how when he was a kid and he, like, snuck into the movie theaters to see The Empire Strikes Back.
Yeah, but like I've never seen Rogue One, Mandalorian, the Yoda one, the Yoda
Yoda
series. Well, with Baby Yoda.
Oh,
I never know
okay.
what I forget what it's
Mandalorian.
called.
That's the Mandalorian.
Oh, that is Mandalorian. Well,
Yeah.
then what's the others? Oh, Andor, right?
Andor's the one
That's
that-
the more recent one.
Just-
Yeah, very recent.
Watch the Andor TV show.
Okay.
Then watch Rogue One.
Okay.
What?
And then you can watch 1 through 6 again if you want.
Okay.
No.
There's nothing else after that.
Okay.
And
Andor, Rogue One. Andor,
Yeah.
Rogue One. Got it.
And then you watch the Clone Wars.
Got it. Okay.
What's up,
okay.
Aya?
Okay.
I just disagree a little bit.
Making a little icky face. What's going on?
Disagree a little bit.
What?
Well, let's litigate that.
About what?
Yeah. What are you thinking?
All right. You know, I don't know if I want to say this on the race chat. I'm gonna get eaten alive.
Let's hear it.
I didn't think 1, 2, 3 were that good.
Oh, they're not.
No, not 1, 2, 3.
In my
3, 4, 5, 4, 5, 6. Sorry, the middle, the original one.
The originals.
Yeah.
Well, they're just old at this.
I think
Is that your issue?
Yeah.
That they're just
well,
old?
it's not the issue that they're old. I genuinely believe 1, 2, 3 are my favorite.
Really?
1, 2, 3 are my favorite. Yeah. The whole reason I got on a Star Wars kick was because I saw a quote of Padme saying, "This is how liberty dies," with thunderous applause, and I was like, hell yeah, I'm watching that series. And so that's why. So Padme is my favorite. I like 1, 2, 3.
That's a good line.
4, 5, 6 are good.
If
They're
you're-
the original, I have respect to the original, but there's just some people there that need to let go and realize that there's some other content from the Star Wars universe that is just as good, if not better.
Okay.
I apologize.
Okay.
Also, Hayden Christensen is very cute.
Hayden owns.
Points for cuteness.
But like, why haven't you talked about your favorite part of like 1, 2, and 3? The trade negotiations that led to the blockade of Naboo.
My favorite part?
Yeah, isn't that your favorite part? Aren't you really interested in the trade negotiations and like the taxation,
the economics
taxation of hyperspace lanes?
Yeah, I don't know. I thought the whole setup was interesting. I feel like there's more world building in the more modern movies. You get like, I mean,
What about the droid attack on the Wookiees?
was that bad? I mean, I know that. I can't tell if you're being serious with me because these are like opinions that people have.
Those are important parts of the movie, Aya.
All I want is to be a pod racer.
That would be sick.
That would be sick.
This is
You know,
pure, it's not
there
as
are very few humans that can be pod racers. You need Jedi reflexes for that kind of work.
It's true.
I'm not just saying they're bad because they're old.
I gotta say, it was a pretty badass move when Liam Neeson is talking to Anakin about how you need to have insane reflexes, and he grabs Jar Jar's tongue as he tries to grab an apple.
Yeah. That's a good one.
Don't do that again. Snaps it back into his mouth. Imagine if you had
like
some
Jar
like
Jar.
psychic ninja wizard in your house, and you have known nothing of magic or anything but like slavery throughout your life, and then you get to see this magic warrior just come in and grab a Gungan's tongue as he tries to snap up an apple. That would be the talk of the city for months.
See, I'm more compelled by the way that Jack is talking about Star Wars
Than
Star Wars itself.
I'm telling you, just
It's cool.
okay. I would do what I did. Just start from the beginning and just watch it in sequential.
But then there's so much.
There is, but like
Isn't that a
you
good
do
thing?
It slowly. You don't have to.
It's
binge
daunting.
It.
though.
How about,
I like your approach where you're saying, look, here's just like 2 things I want you to commit to, you know?
Just watch Andor's TV series.
Yeah.
And then immediately after, watch Rogue One.
Rogue One.
And then
See,
you're done.
that feels attainable.
Okay.
That feels...
I wouldn't start with Andor though, because I
He's
started
watched all of
Andor
it.
before I'd watched any Star Wars stuff, and I hated it.
Well,
But I have actually
he knows.
seen 1 through 6.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
He's seen all that stuff. So, Empire bad,
Okay.
Rebels good.
Yes.
Okay.
I
go-
know that much.
You're good. You're good to go.
Okay.
Okay.
It's nice and it's very grounded. It starts from the people's point of view. It's not magical ninja warriors or anything like that.
Gotcha.
It's just there's some people.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm in. I'll find some time.
No, but he's watched 1 through 6, Potato. So
Yeah.
He knows.
Yeah,
I'm not
I
saying
missed that bit
I'm
of
not saying a new person.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, it'll be that. I'll
then-
make that like a travel endeavor.
Yeah, and I would say that's like a good show to watch when you're kind of like awake. And
Okay, you gotta be with it.
You do have
You-
to
you
lock
don't-
in with that.
yeah, you don't have to be full locked in, but I think if you're looking for some really light stuff, then you can start by watching the Clone Wars.
Okay.
You watch the Clone Wars movie first, and then you can watch the TV series after that.
Gotcha.
And it's it's pretty light, it's pretty chill first couple seasons, and then there's some like lock-in moments where they start going into the mystical side of the Force, and there's some very trippy stuff which you can choose to take a lot from. I did, many did, or you can kind of just enjoy the woohoo entertainment, cartoons. It's up to you.
Heck yeah.
But then we could also watch some lighter stuff. We can talk about Lord of the Rings if you want.
Ooh.
Is Lord of the Rings lighter?
No.
No,
Okay.
it's not.
That
But
is the joke.
Okay, sorry.
I think I'm due for
Oh, true, you can
a
watch
Lord
this
of the Rings rewatch.
Same.
That's also something that I really haven't probably seen since theaters.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, if you have a Alamo Draft House, they often are doing old movies at those Alamo Draft House theaters. That's probably the time where I would want to go see some Lord of the Rings again, would like see it in theaters. It's a lot better that way.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't know if they have intermissions because I can't really sit there for 3 hours and not go to the bathroom.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah, I like to stay hydrated.
Pause, please.
Yeah, it's been a while for me as well. I've seen them so many times. I could sit there and recite every single line, and I try to like have a bit of a cool down phase for that so I don't get too burnt out on them, but those are my comfort movies. Oh my god. That's my I feel like everybody has like their like your
They're comfort movies, yeah.
Yeah, you're a Star Wars person, you're a Star Trek person, or you're Harry Potter, I'm Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, my family would alternate. So my mom really loved the OG Star Treks, and she loved Captain Kirk and everything like that.
I think
Will
all the
Shatner?
moms.
Yeah.
I think all of our moms love Captain Kirk.
My mom grew up in Florida, so she loved William Shatner, and she loved Dan Marino. And there's a third thing.
I love William Shatner in Boston Legal.
Don't know about that one. But then my dad grew up with MASH. And so we watch a lot of MASH as well growing up.
Have you gone and done the hikes in the canyons where there's still a bunch of MASH like set pieces? They're just out there. Like there's like MASH Jeeps and things.
Yeah.
They've just been left in the canyons here in like Malibu.
Wait, I gotta go do that.
Yeah.
I gotta go do that. No.
I've never seen MASH.
Oh, it's so good.
Is it a space movie also, or no? If it's in the desert.
I've actually never seen it myself.
Wait, oh, really?
Yeah,
Okay, I was like, let her work her way through this.
Yeah.
No, it's a Mobile Army Surgical Hospital.
Oh.
It's about the medical units in Korea, and it's a comedy.
Oh. Huh.
Yeah, don't watch the movie,
a
though.
naturally hilarious context.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, don't watch the movie, though. The movie kind of sucks.
Yeah, I'll keep that in mind.
Yeah.
Real quick,
Korean
we
War.
want to keep our sponsor in mind, of course, teal.gg/bluerwf if you'd like a chance to win a Team Liquid signed jersey by some of the guild members, or you want a chance at some Teal merch coupons, you can head on over to teal.gg/bluerwf. All you have to do is create an account, join the event, and complete the first quest to enter. Now, I do understand why people didn't like Hayden Christensen's portrayal of Luke Skywalker, or not Luke Skywalker, of Anakin.
Yeah.
Well, they're
I feel
wrong
like his
because he's the
character
GOAT.
arc- he is the GOAT, but I don't feel like his character arc was written as well as it could have been in 4, 5, and 6.
Could I
They didn't ease into it very well.
Could you elaborate a little bit more? What do you
Okay,
mean?
you go from this like cute little kid who's like, his mom is even saying like, oh, like he doesn't know greed, he doesn't know evil, he's so good.
Sure.
And then really quickly, they go from film number 3 to film number 4, and I just feel like it's very jarring. It's almost like Daenerys Targaryen's character arc, where like that's how the character was supposed to end up, but they didn't show it very well on film.
Okay, so could I get your thoughts a little bit further? Do you mean that like it was kind of jarring that he like went evil and went to the dark side?
Yeah, because I understand his motivation. It was of like, you know, Padme dying was like the final nail in the coffin, right? But sorry, spoilers. But I just think like all of the sudden you go from this really cute kid in the first, you know, I guess this is not first 3 movies, in film 4.
No,
right?
it's the first 3. Because 4, 5, and 6 is going to be about.
Yeah, you're right. Sorry, I'm getting my timelines mixed up. But you go from this really cute kid, and then you see him as a teenager, and he's so arrogant and annoying.
Okay.
Like
so
right off the bat.
let me poke a couple holes in your story, if I may.
Please.
Okay. So the arrogance for like the power is he is a slave who's known nothing of greed, of wealth, of anything. And he's really only able to stop from being into a worse environment of like probably hard labor and worse by being really good at fixing things.
Yeah.
That's his talent. He gets to have a relatively cushy job as a slave in a mechanics shop, basically. And that's keeping him alive. Him being a pod racer is keeping him alive, is keeping his mother fed. And then he finds that he has tremendous agency over his decision making and what he can, you know, kind of choose with his life, because his abilities are far more than that as a warrior. He's outpacing his peers. He's a better fighter. He's a better warrior than anybody else in his class.
You're talking about
better
when he's a
with the
Padawan.
Force. As a Padawan, yeah.
Okay.
His abilities are far outstripping others. He fights all kinds of dangers and everything with Obi-Wan, who's a tremendous master. And then he goes from being a slave to being the super disciplined, you know, child psychic warrior. And then he gets to see Padme, insane baddie. Like, remember when she was wearing that like black dress on Tatooine?
Yes.
And was like, I don't know if I can do this. At the fireside and everything like that. And then you're like, wow, I wouldn't rip this entire universe apart and upend everything for this woman.
Yeah.
And we could even go further back to the whole point about the most important and really only person in his life being his mom.
Yeah.
And then having her get married and having no idea who this man is, to then getting abducted by the Tusken Raiders, who nobody really knows about. They all know them as like barbarians in his society. They don't know anything about their culture, and they think of them as just straight up monsters. They turn out to be monsters to what they did to his mother and everything that he had to do to kind of cleanse the land of these monstrosities. I kind of get it.
I get it, and I think that that motivation is there, but my point is that I don't think that that was shown very well in the films.
I can see where you're coming from.
Specifically.
But
I don't think it's fair to be like, well, you should go watch this show or this side show or this side to like show your character arc. I think that that should be exemplified on screen.
Well, part of the challenge is being able to show everything in a 2-hour film. You know, Dennis, I can't pronounce his name, the Dune director, is extremely well known for showing and not telling. And it's very difficult to have, I think, the average moviegoer who's kind of used to the popcorn films to understand where somebody else is coming from. Because just in life, we all see it through a different lens. We have a different prescription for how we see our experiences. And it's very easy, I think, for a lot of people in the world to be like, oh, wow, like I could just not murder children, or I could just not murder, you know, this entire camp of Tusken Raiders, because that would be wrong. But they don't see how sort of stunted in a lot of ways the childhood Anakin has, where at 1 minute you are, you know, making sure that you're a badass mechanic so that you can put food on the table, and you're risking your life in pod races, and then the next minute you're being handed all these awesome things, like some great progress here getting out of phase 1.
Yeah, I'm going to pull us back to what we're seeing on screen. Unfortunately,
they didn't beat it.
They didn't beat the knockback, but still it looks like 18 people are alive with some gaming happening in those final moments there, because he had queued up that final pushback. So we're taking 18 people on the journey over to Pargos platform. We're following Atlas's POV right now. I think he's one of the ones who gets to just make his way directly there. So he'll land nice and early on the platform. Scott unfortunately died, though. Man. So we are down a tank now, and it looks like a number of other people might be dying as well on their way to the platform. Either way, let's see what we can see here.
17.
Pargoth. 17 now down to far fewer.
Oh no.
Even still, we got the no binders coming up. They're going to try to grip them in. There you can see Pargoth's mechanic. This is actually a really good look at it. It's 3 orbs coming out. If you get hit by those, it's going to drop extra bad on the ground as a more of a space denial mechanic here on this one. But honestly, to me, it looks like an easier mechanic to deal with than the mass destruction lines.
It is. And it looks to me like the poll was going well until we talked about it.
Yeah, so more Star Wars? Is that what this is? We're trending back towards Star Wars?
We can talk about anything.
Yeah, we got.
What do you want to talk about, Dash?
60.
Yeah. Star Wars works for me. I was very happy being just a passive party
Listener?
to that conversation.
Yeah.
I mean, because I just don't have a standpoint on any of that.
Oh, well, maybe if you.
What do you like to watch in your free time, Dash?
Here's the thing. I watch a lot of Twitch, like a lot of gaming content, and YouTube content. But outside of that, I'm a big podcast listener, and I consume a lot of nonfiction and political and real world news, which is probably not what anybody wants to talk about here.
Let's rewind from that last bit.
Yeah.
What about YouTube?
Rust videos. My boy Willjam watching solo Rust players take on massive servers is a ton of fun.
Man, we can take a look at some transmogs if we'd like.
Yeah, sure. Why not?
Teal.gg/donate if you'd like to have your transmog featured here on the broadcast. Here is Brownbeard, the tank.
His beard is brown. I like
the checkerboard shield is kind of dope.
Yeah.
The little crown that he's got as well.
Yo, this is
really good.
Sweet.
I will give this a 9.
9.5.
I bet he has a checkered past
Oh.
Ha ha ha.
to match his shield.
That's a good one.
What's this? What's the deal with it? Is this a flail again? Is this a
It's another flail standing at attention.
It's a full staff flail.
Yep.
I love this. This is great. Everything works together.
Oh, is it a One Piece reference?
Is Brownbeard one?
I watched a bit of the anime growing up, and then I kind of fell off because I just fell behind. And then I watched the live action, and it was actually really good. I was a big fan.
Yeah, this is sweet. The only thing we haven't seen is the cloak, I think. What's he got? What's he going for on the... Oh, yeah, perfect.
I like that it's kind of furry.
Fits fantastically.
Mm-hmm. I would give this an 8.8.
Ooh. All right, let's check out the next one. Thank you so much for your submission as well. You can send in a link to your armory along with $35 to teal.gg/donate if you'd like to have your transmog featured on the broadcast. Here is Cronesy, the Little Frog Wizards.
Professor Cronesy.
Ooh,
They like that archaeology.
Yeah.
Okay.
To me, this is like the librarian that previously had a life and adventure. They kind of just dress as this, typical like spinster, sort of just like keeps to themselves, is pretty boring. But then they have like a secret life, and that's where the staff comes in.
Okay.
Yeah.
That one day, the professor is out there teaching their adventurer students about everything in nature and archaeology, and then a crisis strikes the land, and they say, "Professor, what do we do? How do we deal with this?" And then they grab the staff, and he says, "Don't worry, I'll show you." And then it leads into a full-fledged adventure.
That's amazing.
Yo.
Okay, you've created a whole backstory for Professor Cronesy.
Petition to have Jack direct the next trilogy of Star Wars movies.
Yeah.
At this point, man, you're just a natural storyteller.
It's just story tropes. You just consume enough stories.
Well, there's only 35, technically.
Yeah, exactly. That's why it's so easy to like make one up. And you're like, okay, here's the, teaching the students the coming of age as these students learn more about themselves and each other by following the wisdom of their professor.
Wow.
This is great, though. I like this a lot. I'm going to go, this is like a mid-8 for me, 8.5, I think, but very solid.
I'll give it a 6.5. I'm sorry. It's not doing it for me.
Give it a 9.
9?
I just got to entertain myself through your transfer, so that probably is worth something.
Yeah, I feel like you're ignoring the backstory.
I
That's
am.
The problem.
I'm sorry.
I'm pretty easily entertained.
My bad. All right, let's check out the next one. Currently at $15,210.69. Nice.
Nice.
I'm upset about that. Whoever donated that extra cent. Let's maybe we can round that number up.
That's not very nice of you.
The next person, Danaeos, Dream Defender 80, Worgen. This is weird. Got a cape, you got a staff.
You got a loincloth.
You got the woolies on.
Yeah, well, that's why.
Random belts.
That's why I feel like this is the Worgen that doesn't know how to be a Worgen. They were recently bitten.
Yeah.
They don't know how to dress
Oh,
themselves. They don't know how to, take care of themselves or make themselves look good.
They
They
forgot.
just know the way of the blade. They have their loincloth and their cloak from when they were a human, from when they
Right.
were a people. They don't know how to turn back into a people.
Yeah.
And so they just must fight.
I wonder how a Worgen feels turning into a cat. There's a feral druid, so like
Oh, I see. Yeah. That's a good question.
still rooted though.
I'm sorry. This is like a 2. I'm so sorry. This is so bad.
I give it a 7.
Thank you for your submission. But
I'm gonna go 4-ish.
You just got to use your imagination,
There's just
guys.
not much. There's just not much. It's just
No.
mostly a Worgen. It's just
really
mostly
not.
like a Worgen's model and then a staff.
mostly, yeah.
Just got to branch out, use your imagination. What could be the reason for this?
Okay. What's their motivation?
Yeah.
What's their inner turmoil?
That's right. Everyone's got a reason.
Not always a good one.
That's right.
But they've got one.
That's right.
Sometimes it's not played very well on screen.
Oh, boo.
And we're back.
Boo. You got to just look past.
Line delivery and.
Listen, the whole thing is they're not going to be like, I felt this way because of this action.
Jack, I have media literacy. I don't need them to spell it out loud for me. I'm saying.
Yeah, didn't you go to film school?
Yes, they could have laid off a little bit with Anakin, with older Anakin being a little bit of a brat in the first 5 minutes of him being on screen. Just ease into it, make it a little bit more believable. You're relying too much on the audience, extending their beliefs. Like just give him some time to develop the fact that he's gonna be a brat, not that he's immediately a brat. Show me why he's a brat. Don't make him one instantly the second you see him as an adult.
Well, there's this whole elevator conversation, which kind of sets the stage for that at the beginning of the second movie, where Anakin and Obi-Wan are kind of riffing back and forth about how Anakin's saved Obi-Wan's life all these different times.
Yeah.
And about how gifted and awesome that he is.
Yeah.
And then they kind of show how gifted and awesome he is when he foils the assassination attempt.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I get it. He's gifted and
Are
awesome.
you watching the movie or?
You know what? We disagree, and that's okay. It's okay.
Well, the Star Wars talk couldn't save that poll.
That's
No,
right.
Unfortunately not.
We got devoured.
Ugh. I do like Lord of the Rings though. No notes. No notes.
0 notes.
Yeah. Big
Except
fan
for
of
that Hobbit thing. We got a lot of notes on
I'm
that.
not going to talk about those ones or the Rings of Power. But I'm jealous that Star Wars fans have so much content when Lord of the Rings we have some.
I mean, they kind of didn't do a great job with Rings of Power, but the visuals of Rings of Power were good.
I disagree.
It looked like the visuals, how things looked.
Cinematography?
Yeah.
I disagree.
Oh, I think the Rings of Power and the Wheel of Time both had gorgeous cinematics and everything like
Yeah,
that. But
yeah.
how they pace the story is another thing entirely.
You want to see some brilliant cinematography? Go watch The Darkest Hour.
The Darkest Hour.
Yeah.
Is that horror or?
No, it's
Scary?
it's a wartime film.
Oh, okay.
It's about Winston Churchill, and Gary Oldman plays Winston Churchill. It's also
big fan.
Yeah, first of all, one of the best actors out there. Second of all, the makeup team as well. So the cinematography is incredible. And then he is purely unrecognizable as Gary Oldman because of both the makeup and costuming, and then, of course, his acting as well. Spectacular, spectacular.
That reminds me, you know how The Rock just looks like The Rock in every single movie?
Yes.
They have him in a UFC movie coming up, and they did a really good job with the makeup. I don't know if the movie's going to be any good or not, but I did not recognize it as him being The Rock.
That's
from the
tough to
beginning.
do.
Exactly. And so I was like, wait a minute.
He's arguably one of the most recognizable humans on the planet.
Yeah, they did a really good job with the makeup. I saw a trailer for it when I was watching the F1 movie a couple weeks ago. But I don't know if that movie's going to be good. It looked like kind of like a deep biopic in terms of some of the UFC fighters. There was the nice and the negative, the dark side of it and everything.
Right. Okay.
So we'll see about how that movie goes.
Rings of Power was great because it wasn't designed to be canon. I mean,
they should probably make it canon. That would be good.
complaining it isn't canon or ignorant about it. They specifically said this is our take on what could have happened. I mean, that's not even necessarily my problem with it. Like, I personally wish it could be canon. I think Lord of the Rings has a very deep and rich. I mean, the Silmarillion, there's so much content right there. I don't know why they need to make up their own story when there's just like tons and tons of content they could have.
The other side is I think you just want to feed your fan base.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, you've got a fan base right there. Lord of the Rings, their fan base, they're hungry for more. And then they just decided to mess with the timeline a little bit, and at the same time, you know, mess with the, I don't know. I think the wardrobe was kind of bad. Some of the cinematography was really beautiful, but it was just like showcasey. It was like, yeah, this is what we can do if we like film it 6 FPS and then slow it down. It's gonna be the most beautiful scene ever, but it's not gonna add to the plot at all.
What are some of Chat's favorite films?
Stash is like, we gotta get her off this diatribe.
Have you seen Dunkirk?
No, actually.
Oh, what, really?
Yeah, I know. Surprising, right? Because I just talked about The Darkest Hour, but I haven't seen Dunkirk.
You might enjoy it.
I've seen some shots because I think that's the one where he's running. There's that long running shot while all the explosions are happening, and he actually collides with another actor.
Yep.
Not planned.
Yep.
That's just an extra that they accidentally collide, but he gets back up and he keeps going, and it's what made it into the movie. So like I've seen clips of it, and it is a beautiful film, but I've not actually seen the film itself.
Oh, I think you're talking about 1917. But
Or is that what I'm talking about? Okay.
I thought that happened in both of those movies, because I know in 1917 he's running across an open plain.
Yeah.
But I thought that something similar happened in Dunkirk.
He's running at the camera.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I thought it happened in the beach as well, but it definitely happened in 1917.
Gotcha. Maybe that's what I was thinking of in terms of the shot, but as well, I've not seen Dunkirk.
Okay. That's a good one. It's kind of filmed out of order, and so you kind of have to piece together the timeline of it.
Yeah.
But I think that's great. Have you seen Tenet?
No.
Oh, I love Tenet.
Admittedly, man, especially as somebody who is an actor, I don't see that many films, especially recently. I think so much of it's like the COVID era destroyed the concept of going to the theater.
Yeah.
And then therefore I just don't see movies.
Tenet is a lot.
Yeah.
It's gosh, I forget the name. It's a Nolan film. So they're
Christopher Nolan.
Yes. So there's a lot to pay attention to, but it also has Robert Pattinson in it.
Okay.
Who is really, really growing on me with how he's been playing Batman and how he was in that movie as well. But it's about it's the time travel and time manipulation kind of story, and so you have to kind of piece together the order of the movie.
Okay.
But I love it. It's just one of the, you have to sit there and watch hardcore for the 2.5-hour film, but I think it was amazing.
Gotcha. I mean, in old classics, back on the war front, Saving Private Ryan.
Of course, banger.
My dad loves that movie.
Huge banger of a movie.
Yep.
You're just talking about war films now?
Well, I don't know. My head was in that space. But if you want to talk about probably one of the most successful openings to a movie ever, like opening scenes.
Oh yeah.
Saving Private Ryan. They give you no time to breathe. And intentionally, there's not a single piece of music that plays until we get off the beaches.
Oh yeah, that's true.
That entire opening scene is all just the actors and the sound effects of, the explosions and things like that. But it is just intensity for 30 minutes.
Yeah, that's the perfect example of show, don't tell, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. Yeah, Dune was great.
Never saw Dune. Also never read the books.
There's really only 2 books worth reading for Dune. You read Dune, and then you read Dune Messiah, and then you kind of stop.
Okay.
Because basically they go into story, and then they kind of wrap up that story while trying to start off something else new. And usually the way that Dune went after Dune Messiah got weird.
Okay.
It got extraordinarily weird. And so I don't really think that's something you have to worry about reading. 2 books, and they're actually relatively short, and you're fine.
All right.
Not nonfiction, though. But they do talk about how they don't use computers anymore and why they don't use computers anymore,
That's Dune.
Yeah. Yeah, you watched the movie?
Yeah.
Did you? Both of them?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
What's your favorite character?
Zendaya.
What was your favorite scene?
I don't know.
What was your favorite explosion?
My favorite scene is when they had 10 seconds of that. What's the actress? She was gonna play her little sister, his little sister. I don't know.
I'm not going to be of any help. I've not seen the films.
Showed her for like 10 seconds at the end.
How is your favorite character not Duncan, Idaho?
Who? I didn't enjoy Dune. It was a little boring.
Some guy from Idaho?
I'm so lost right now.
Maybe famous for the Idaho potatoes? I don't...
You're talking about Timothy Chalamet? Timothy Chalamet?
What do you guys do in your free time?
I watched Dune.
What do you guys do in your
I spent my
free
time
time?
doing that.
I told you what I did, and then we quickly diverted from that topic.
All right, let's look at some pets in the meantime. Teal.gg/donate if you'd like to take a look at your pet here on the broadcast. Ooh, speaking of Lord of the Rings, here's Gandalf.
Gandalf!
It's like a Russian, long-haired Russian blue, perhaps?
Finister.
I think
Look
it's
at that
gray.
Sweetie. That's hilarious, Jack.
You shall not
You shall not pass.
Without feeding me.
Yeah, exactly.
We need a Gandalf the white version of this kitty. Gandalf the gray. From left to right. Paul, Edelweiss, Jolie, and Suki.
Oh, they have Edelweiss as the German Shepherd. That's cute.
That's
great.
That's smart.
Yeah.
Yes. Thank
You know all about Edelweiss, right, Dash?
Edelweiss,
Oh.
Edelweiss. The very first musical I ever saw was my sister in The Sound of Music.
Let's go.
She played Gretel, and then afterwards I was like, I want to do that.
There we go.
That's how I became an actor.
Yeah.
Very nice.
From Tabasco Fox, a hot sauce lover as well.
Diverse group of dogs as
For
well.
real.
And well-trained, too, if they're all standing there for a picture.
Absolutely.
Or they just really want a treat.
Yeah.
I mean, either way. Some of them are going to go ballistic and just be running all over the place.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
They're waiting patiently.
That's right.
They're all amazing. Please give all of them head pats on our behalf.
Please do so. All right, let's take a look at the next round of pets. We've got some orange kitties.
Lillian Marigold.
Oh my goodness. Very, very sweet. I love orange cats. They must be brothers.
You ever seen Pulp Fiction?
Yeah?
Yes, I have seen Pulp Fiction.
There we go, finally.
Belly.
There we go.
Put belly.
Thank you, Gimp Boy, for your submission.
Yes, thank you so much for your submission. Sharing your kitties with us. Oh my gosh, Penny and Joe.
No.
Guys, these are some basset hounds, I think. We haven't seen I don't think I've ever seen basset hounds on the Race to World First. Thank you so much for sharing.
Giant floppy ears.
Yes,
Droopy.
so sweet. Look at these guys. They're so cute. Very sweet. Thank you so much.
You gotta helicopter those ears.
Yeah.
Rub them on the side of the face and then just
I bet they were stepping on their ears growing up, too.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Probably.
Oh, yeah.
Isn't that there's like a cartoon. What is that? There's like the Aristocrats. Isn't there a dog that steps on his ears? I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, the Aristocats.
Yeah.
Aristocats?
Is it? I don't know. I'm imagining like a Disney movie where
There is.
basset hound steps on his ears. And
Yeah, maybe it's not that one.
I don't think it's Aristocats.
Okay.
Though, great film.
Great film.
Talking about great films, Aristocats is up there.
That's
Definitely.
right. Everybody wants to be a cat.
TL.gg/donate, $35 with a link to your transmog or a link to an image hosting platform and you can have your pet on stream or your transmog and we will take a look at it. If you're just now tuning in, they had a bit of a break timer. We are on Mythic Dimensius. We are working on consistently getting to that phase 2 and working on our, how we're tackling those mechanics from the first platform to the second platform. First platform form, we've kind of got figured out in terms of what we're going to do. It's kind of that execution, but the big mystery, Jack, is the second platform of phase 2.
Yeah, and I think a lot of it comes down to the execution of that. And most of the time, the strategy is going to remain very similar in that they have to make sure they stack up for this new mythic mechanic in the inverse gravity, where you're basically having the entire raid take a lock gateway from one end to the other, dodge the planet that's fired off at the platform, and split off into 3 groups to soak that incoming damage, while also killing off the Void Warden, which is going to be blocking your path for the pushback. So it's a really fast sequence of get into position, stack, soak, do enough damage to the Void Warden, position yourself so you can deal with it, while healers are setting up cooldowns to heal you through that incoming damage. You then are going from, it's sort of the cross quadrant that you have, so you might start up at the top of the quadrant, get knocked back to the bottom of the quadrant, and then you only have to move from side to decide for the next planet throw. And so when that phase starts going out, you just have to deal with one of the Void Wardens here that is blocking your ability to go from left to right. You kill off one of those, you get to the next platform. Same thing goes for phase 2.2, which is the Pargoth platform. So you have to jump back and forth between each side of the room, and you also have to do it with everybody alive, because it's very easy with all of the movement going on to just lose a player or two. And if you don't have enough damage, then you're going to deal with another round of knockbacks or Conqueror's Cross, and it's just going to wipe you out. Big challenge has been getting out of phase 1 consistently, because there's a lot of different things that can kill you off quickly there and expend your battle reses so you don't have it in phase 2, where you can meet the damage check without Bloodlust with everybody alive, even with somebody dead, but losing more than one is probably going to end up being a wipe.
I don't know. Sounds pretty easy to me the way he just laid it out.
Yeah, I think we could probably get in there right now. Just
let's suit up.
No, it is extraordinarily difficult.
I'm 705. I'm ready to go.
Yeah, you're right in there then.
Are you advertising right now to Liquid in case they're listening?
They're not going to bring a priest to raid.
Oh,
dear God, no.
Much less me.
Not in that form. Not in the healer form. That's for sure.
We're also seeing Dash some adjustments this morning as well. We saw Lip swap in for Atlas. Lip's not feeling well, and also some adjustments to how we're tackling phase 2. Right? It was a little bit different this morning.
It was a little bit different this morning. Ultimately, yesterday, as Jack was just kind of breaking down, you've got those 4 quadrants. They spent all of yesterday just operating in these 2 top quadrants, if you will, and basically doing everything they could to avoid being pushed into the bottom 2 quadrants. Now they're choosing to go in a clockwise direction. So they're starting in one side, they're cutting to the other side, then they use the pushback to move to the 3rd, and then they use that gateway to go to the 4th, and then they're just trying to beat the check of that final pushback, because the reality is they're now on the southern side of the platform. So if they don't beat that check, most of them are going to get, thrown right off the platform. So that is a pretty significant strategic adjustment, as well as it just affects the positioning, right? And the way that they're thinking about it and interacting with the weak aura that's telling them where they need to go for those inverse gravities. Obviously, Atlas coming in, it is just a DK for a DK. And so ultimately, we're not changing the composition too much. We're pulling the composition here up on the screens. This is what we've been working with up to this point. And so you can see there, we've got DK, Warrior, Tank. We've got an extra DK in because we do need enough grips to pull the 4 null binders in that spawn on the platform twice per platform. We're working with a couple of warlocks. Those elemental shamans are doing a ton of work, particularly in the opening phase of the fight when we need to burst down all of the living masses. Got double preservation evoker. We split 1 to each side of that phase 1 as well. A lot of throughput coming from those 2 healers as well. Getting our paladin Devo aura in through Dryny. So not too many surprises, I think, when it comes to the composition. Still wondering if and when, as Max said yesterday, he's got some ideas about how they might shift the comp if they feel like they need to at any point.
Yeah, and part of that is going to be what is the sticking point that's preventing future progression. I think right now, phase 2 is really just about getting the mechanical execution, which is straightforward in its design, but it's a lot harder when you're figuring out how you are dealing with the targeting with a little bit of variance. Because if you're a class from any of the mass destructions, if you're a certain class that is not going to have great movement, you might have the 4 prongs of the mass destruction, and you might be on one of the inner prongs that you're having to fight. So if the 4 blasts are going out from the boss, you might be in some of these inner rings and have to run over additional void zones while having to make sure you get into a proper position for the knockback coming out. So if you're, for example, right here, you have to travel across another void zone line, get into position around this area, get knocked back, and that's going to be a massive problem for a number of specs. It's also a lot of spot healing that comes into play, so the sort of moment-to-moment decision-making you see for healers like Dryny or like Smacked also is crazy difficult.
Okay, take a look at this. We do have a comp swap coming in. Dranako has swapped from his Warlock to his Mage. So we're bringing in a second Mage and dropping a Warlock. It's not a new player, so there isn't going to be a whole lot of reprogging from the perspective of Dranako needing to learn the fight, but he is going to be playing it with a different set, of utility and abilities to his name. Importantly, Max said mages are awful in this first phase. So if they were going to bring another mage in, you're essentially carrying them through this first phase for what they provide you further on down the line in the fight. But it seems like they've decided a mage is maybe necessary for those platforms.
There might be a little reprog if they're not quite able to meet the damage in phase 1. That remains to be seen. That's a kind of a future problem they might have to contend with. But what mage will really help them with is when they drag all of those null binders in, mage, especially arcane, provides some excellent funnel damage, and that'll allow them to have a bit safer of a time when it comes into phase 2. If they can net out a few extra % damage-wise, that'll give them a little bit more breathing room to better dodge the final pushback. So what happens is there's usually the sequence of dodging a planet in phase 2 and then dealing with a pushback. And then a new Conqueror's Cross comes out, you kill off new Void Wardens so you can run around, you dodge another planet that gets thrown at the platform, and then you need to beat that damage check so that you don't have to deal with a knockback. The mage should provide some additional funnel damage into Artosian and Porgoth so that they can better meet that damage check.
All right, and with that, we're going to head to a Monster Energy listen and see what the Raiders have to feel about Dimensius currently.
They have most of the pools down. The next two pools are obvious. They're just next to where you put the first one.
It's as tight as possible, because it spawns like right there.
Also, Splat, something Jernako does is he... See if I can find one of when he was on his lock. When he does the like third one in the phase. Hopefully we get there. We don't get there. Fuck. He puts it like it's almost on the right side of the soak, but everyone on the right knows not to go in it. So if it helps you for uptime, you can do that. I'll try to find a pull where he does it. Okay, it's like right before this. So he gets knocked from the middle. And then it's like his spot is like they use this fucking corner. Like this is in the soak, but it just doesn't matter. And then he runs forward, I think, to get out. And people just know not to go in the back right. So that's fair beans.
Yeah, okay, that's fine.
Full timer's out.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Come to me.
Nice. Cool.
Boing.
Oh, good.
Res Timber now, Res Timber now. Finish the ads. They're high still. On the right. Figured out. The W figure out right there. Rebuff Timber before we move too far. Remember the rescue?
Thank you.
Okay, circles here. Soak after. 3, 2, 1, now. Okay, knockback canceling in 5. Remember, Jernako, you're more to the back left of that puddle, I think.
I can ping where you guys.
Okay, knock here.
Lock that in right there.
Got that last living mass on the left. Get in.
Is that puddle in the right kind of it?
Back up front left.
Watch the really bad puddle on our side.
Yeah,
What?
we were stuck. I guess we were.
That did not look
Slightly
too
into.
close at all to me.
Guess you guys were
let
stacked, but you
them
weren't.
practice the next knockback and then we can jump off. Knockback in 3, 2, 1, now. Just find each one of your pool spots, and then as soon as the pools go down, you guys can jump off the edge. Alright, we're good. So I can already tell you right now, without Splat on the left side, we're gonna need a little damage on that. Is it left back ad? Set 2?
I can do more than that.
Cool. As long as all the ranged are aware of it, I'll try to call it next pull.
It's the set. I'm like that I actually target them as well.
Yeah, this is the. I
Yeah, it's
think,
good.
Is
It's
he
good
in
how he did
CDs
it, though.
here to just? Yeah, I think he swaps to it later. He does not. He orbs it actually. That was easy. That was good. So
I can swap
Dernako
to
for now.
that, yeah.
Just swap to the back end, and no one changed too much of what they're doing. Oh, my NDI just blew up.
Fire, you're kind of getting destroyed on the meats.
Dude.
I mean, that's just what happens when you're on left side.
Right side.
Bang. Right side.
No one else? Dude, I went
Hey,
right
Sly,
side of
you
my
hype
brain
over there,
broke.
bro?
Dude,
Bro,
my brain is breaking active Liverpool.
Can I ask a question? that might
Everything's
be
fast
hated?
wrong.
Don't do that much.
Everything
That's
feels
the
wrong.
question. Why is groups 1 and 2 right instead of 1 and 2 left?
Because that's how we do it.
That's how we do it.
I think it's just because Nick wanted to be in group 4. Yeah.
Okay. Respect.
Yeah, if Nick's not in
T1
group
is
4,
everything,
he's
guys.
fine.
It's going to be hard to actually make swaps in this phase because it's so hard coded.
Fucking raid warning. Motivation on the raid warning. Literally, boom.
Fucking hit it. Dude, that was Smack that hit the raid warning game right there.
Holy shit.
Oh my god.
What a calm.
Okay, knockback soon. Knockback in 3, 2, 1, now. First ads. Circles. Big AoE in 3, 2, 1, get in.
Bear front.
Take a step off, like a yard off, mate. There, just because of last time.
Yeah, it's good.
Okay, knockback canceling in 2. If any of the people on their new sides are in the wrong spot, help them with a ping. Knock in 3, 2, 1, now. Okay, pools 3, 2, now. Okay, soak's going off soon. Big AoE 3, 2, 1, now. Okay, those ads died insanely fast. Good job.
Am I doing something wrong with me?
My bad, I've never gone not marker.
Oh, it's because he shifted him in the order. That's funny.
Oh, here we go.
Devour here. Knockback soon. Knockback in 3, 2, 1, now.
Please, I'm not sure. Keeping where you want me.
That's fine.
Okay, soak here in 5 seconds. Watch your HP.
There's the back
Good.
on the
Big
left.
AoE 3, 2, 1, now. The ads are. Oh my god, they died. We might need backups. Listen. Fuck it, we don't.
Done.
Okay, we're obviously a little higher than we normally are, but certainly playable. Knockback in 3, 2, 1, now.
Watch HP.
Okay, yeah, watch HP, and we're burning. Nice. Perfect.
Spot, it's always going to be like that, by the way. As you were asking about being down 10 seconds early from the gravity
Do you
thing.
want
It's
Dernako to
just
speedy
right
early or
side.
late?
Yeah.
Right side are way quicker on it.
Right side is always gonna fucking pull you down. Left is probably making you chill and
slow.
Yeah,
My mount
campsite? Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you guys using the macro?
I just wasn't able to mount. Just press it.
Now I just got this mounted for fun.
Yay.
If you're using the macro, that means you don't have a mount keybind, which means you fucked up.
Should
because
I
I'm
hold
using.
cities or did you want
What
to
I
city
found
first?
is
We're missing a core.
Mini touch on bull. And then he's shifting.
Saying a
to
little
the
slow
big-
here, bud. Bro.
I'm missing a core.
Okay, everyone here, res goop as soon as you can. Are you missing a 4? Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe a little harder, it's fine. Maybe mage diff. Okay, frontals to the left. Okay, going in 3, 2, 1, going.
Really good proc.
Good. Frontals now.
Hit the ad, hit the ad.
Okay, hit the ad. Frontals. Knockback 3, 2, 1, now. Boomy's dead. Timber's dead. Zevi's dead.
I'm chill. Maybe. Just give me up.
Fuck this ad. Ad position could have been a little better there, just for cleave. That ad's gonna not get as much cleave. Watch frontals. I'll call the gate. Oh no. Yeah, we got our damage creep. Gate in 3, 2, go. Try to get a stop on those ads. Game.
Game.
And we're dead.
Time spiral.
Live the win.
Second mage not making this
Rescue,
easier.
rescue.
The core gap, sorry.
Yep.
I got it. I don't got it.
There's a couple of weird things on that platform. So Exile can get the very first frontal, which is weird. I think.
I just slammed it down the Void Warden line.
Oh, that's what you did is kind of fine, right?
Yeah.
There? Like, isn't that...
No, no.
So that's
not
Yips?
him.
Wait, where'd you do it?
It's in the Void Wardens.
It was good.
This is like later.
To the left.
Oh, this is later in the pool. Yeah.
It was that one right there.
Oh, I mean, that's fine, right? That's
Yeah,
perfectly
that
fine.
works.
Yeah. Okay, so that's how we solved that problem that I actually did not foresee. What else happened here? We just missed a core. How far off were we? If
We were a core off. We were less than a core off.
how much does a core do?
7%.
400 something mil.
7. Holy shit.
It still would have been at 1.1%, but maybe more pulls with mage.
What?
Well, I mean, we had
3 people dead. Before the wins, you had it, right?
No, we didn't. The boss is casting Gamma Burst right now. This guy's at 8.1%. That's a wipe.
Wait, he's... Oh, I see.
Well, the
But I mean,
mage
it's
is
1.1% off with
right?
DPS deaths and
Well, the mage
exile.
is even an execute because the boss probably was higher.
It's the left icon on my thing. It's 5 seconds right now left.
Oh.
I mean, Dranako just needs some reps trying to beat him on it.
All right, let's go.
When do you need? When do you want my master?
Ooh, that is a great
It's probably
question.
second ad platform where I'm doing it, I assume. On the second soak. If I want to keep it
the second soak in...
I can hold it.
Yeah.
I just use it if it's chaos right now.
You can easily get a good use on first platform though. It would be...
Go to right side and do it for him.
Quick question. When on left side, when is the time in the fight where you guys are the most scared of your HP? Ever.
Yeah, yeah.
Is it all the same?
Like P1?
Yeah, P1, yeah.
Devour,
gets no
100%.
I mean, can Dranako just like mass barrier the group pre-devour? Maybe?
If you're in it, yeah.
Like a 50% chance that you just have to health pot on the Devour. Pretty scary.
3, 2, 1, knock.
The second devour, like the.
Yeah.
Do you want me to just go back to AMSing there on the thing here?
AMZing?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
it's
moved it, but I could bring it back.
Where are you using it now instead?
I was using it on the knock
3,
after.
2, 1. Yeah, I think it's probably better. If they're all health potting there, the answer is like almost certainly that's better.
I'll just.
Yo, Atlas.
Hello.
You ever scared on right side?
No.
That's what I thought. Right side?
Okay.
Right side, good side. Horse gang.
What's gang?
That's a throwback.
Meat gang.
That's right.
Down.
That was 6 years ago, by the way.
It's every tier.
Right side gang and old gang.
Okay, knocking 3, 2, 1, now.
I'm old.
Divine Protection. Aura Mastery.
These are the ads that need extra dam. Okay, big AoE 3, 2, 1, die. Hitting, res drying.
Blessing of Sack.
Nothing on your side.
This is the AMZ on both sides. No one is in that. Cool. Okay, knock back in 3, 2, 1, now. No reses, we gotta game this.
Divine
Circles
protection.
incoming. Good, get in.
Things bad. We need to suck them down quick, sure.
Yeah, that's fine.
Just be there as it starts. For now.
Done.
Nothing right can't do, brother. As long as Balaste, La Bolte, we'll pull
Lost the
through.
puddle.
Okay, knock in 3, 2, 1, now. Okay, circles.
Just say
Good, and
game,
just
by the way,
blast,
next
just
time,
blast.
Just say game.
I mean, we're literally doing like the exact same damage. Watch your HP.
Fuck that mean?
That means that
Saying
Warlock
Tanaka
in
is in.
P1 is kind of fake news. I bet the extra damage to the back adds was just other
Did
people
someone
just
drop
hitting
the
boss.
puddle on the left wrong there? Like the anchor one?
Yeah,
'Cause that one
yeah,
was,
I did a weird
Make
one.
sure you don't fuck your mount up. Also, like, it should be... Everyone should be using the macro, right? It's impossible for that to happen.
It's not the macro.
Oh, it's
don't
not
press
using the
W.
macro.
Don't press
Yeah,
W.
if you try to interrupt your mount.
Yeah, do not press W at all.
The macro is suboptimal for the dismount.
That's what I found. Is
Yep,
W
exactly.
dismounted me.
Yep.
Do not ever press that button. Only 1 and 3.
It's funny we both
Right
did it
here,
same
you can
pull.
dismount early without the macro.
Yeah,
Yep.
that's why I
Like that.
keep my shit.
All right, you ready here? Remember, Exile's going across. Range frontals in 3, 2, 1. Don't cleave each other. Big damage here. We're moving over in 3, 2, 1, go. Press. Keep going.
For the Void Warlock?
Frontals now. Need any backup like rescues here or anything? Push back in 3, 2, 1, now. Okay, get in position all the way on top of the ad. We'll drag it on, it's fine.
No, I can't. That's a taunt
Watch the
beam.
frontals
Just
here.
taunt back, taunt back.
Watch
So it's
frontals.
dead.
Fine. Should die. We're gating in 3, 2, 1, go. Hit boss and get to your spots. No, no, no. We still beat?
Yep, it's an easy beat every time.
Why did it, am I wrong in that it should never?
Yeah, it shouldn't even be confusing at all.
I don't understand how, yeah.
Did this one we pick up saying? It is, right? The one
Doing
we shoot.
backup cores?
Fired up, get the one under the platform for Atlas.
I mean, we're not beating it.
Need mine as well.
Just make sure we all live.
We can practice the
We
bait.
don't have the grips. Do we have a
How
res
you
for
going
him?
for PB, bro?
Yeah, we have a res.
Yeah.
Do we have all of our soaks alive? We do. This is
Break the
Nick.
shield.
It's a break the
This is-
shield.
yeah,
I'm
break-
not a...
Okay, get on the left side, everybody. Everyone bait on the marker. Make sure the boss is in the same position as P1. On top of the middle one. Everyone bait to the left, 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 bait to the left. We're baiting in 3, 2, 1. Don't get hit by these unless you're...
Boom!
Lost a double hit.
Oh wait, yeah, someone just got hit by 2. Or we
Gibbs
popped
was
2.
fucking sitting there, bro.
Yeah, I'm gripping ads.
Yeah, I think you let me take the boss a little more.
I mean, maybe the play
Blitz, I
is
guess.
like Yips just while he's gripping ads soaks one and everyone's like moving away for the Nova anyway. Like we're trying to bait here. This is correct, except where he is. But like as long as we bait these in this direction, now all the raid needs to do.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back from that Monster Energy Listen In. I do have bad news for you. We had a really good pull, and then Dash was talking about how good the pull was, and then it instantly wiped.
The one time I could have gotten away with it, and you chuck me under the bus.
Listen, you're the new
That's
guy.
right.
I got to throw you under the bus a little bit.
You saw that planet coming, and you shoved me in front of it.
I sure did, buddy.
Didn't even try to save herself in the process either.
No.
And I enjoyed it while I did it.
Welcome back to the Race to World First. Here's what Dash did. Get him, guys.
Shame him,
Can't get away
Chad.
with anything.
It's
Here
his
we go.
fault.
All right. You're right. You know what? Fine. I'll bear the brunt of it so that the Raiders don't have to. If I need to be their punching bag for World First, I will willingly be that.
That is our job as casters, you know, just to make them look good.
That's right.
At our own expense.
At our own expense.
At our own expense, yeah. Yeah. Or, if, you know, as a host, I can throw people under the bus if I want to.
That's
Today
right.
it's you.
We are powerless over here on the couch.
Cowering in fear.
I control this broadcast. Anyways, if you're just now tuning in, they are reprogging. Well, they're progging. Reprogging is not the correct term, but they're reprogging basically on phase 1 in a sense. They're still sort of like getting that rhythm back into it. It's about it's 12:30 local time here. They started at like 10, so about like 2.5 hours of prog that they've had. They started at 147 pulls in the day. I'm not sure the exact number at they're at, but they're smoothing things out. They've had some swaps. They brought Janako in on the mage as well. We were kind of talking about the benefits of that before we head into this bowl. Seems like it's maybe too early to tell how that's doing, bringing in that other mage, but does look like they're hoping to gain something from it. Here is their current composition. We looked at this before we headed into the break as well. Of course, we've got 2 DKs, very powerful stuff, as well as those mages, which Max specifically has said is not good in phase 1.
Yeah, that's the piece of note there. Janako swapping from his warlock to the mage. So we go from 1 mage to 2 and effectively drop a warlock. The sacrifice there is maybe making P1 a little bit more difficult to get through, but I guess at this point they feel like they can carry that extra mage through the first phase and that it's going to be of more benefit to them either on these intermission platforms or even more so when we get to that 3rd and final phase as well.
Yeah, and I think this is the challenge that is going to strike a lot of guilds below them. How do you find the proper damage and the right damage in the right phases? Because right now the idea of the other mage is that you want to do a little bit more damage to the Void Lords on phase 2 platforms, sacrifice a little bit of phase 1 damage, but that might be acceptable because they can bloodlust and make sure that they're decently healthy, getting away from phase 1 before you have another Devour. Now, they could even take this a little bit farther if they really wanted to. They potentially could take a slight amount of damage, whether it's from composition or cooldowns or something, to get away from using it on phase 1 Dimensius, because they had another like 10 or 15 seconds of leeway, and that sort of leeway would cause them to have to soak another round of antimatters before the reverse gravities would like drag players off of the platform. It's possible. It's another thing that they probably are taking into consideration while having Janako make that swap. But I think a far greater consideration is just what are they going to do in like phase 2? How are they going to get the damage that they need to more healthily get through a lot of the hurdles that Pargoth and Artoshi and the Void Lords of phase 2 are really throwing at them? And a big way to do that is to have the extra funnel damage out of an Arcane Mage to make it a little bit safer. That way they can beat the final pushback on each platform so that they're not getting knocked off the platform. Because, you know, Dash, they were making that adjustment to move to the south side of the quadrants. That also means that they're playing all in and they cannot deal with a knockback at all.
It's a very committal strategy to end up on a southern platform and basically say, we've got no options but to beat the damage check here. We have to beat the queuing of the spells, right?
Yeah.
It's really what it is, because even if you do bring that health down to 0 and he's already wound up into a planet throw or into a gust of wind, you will be receiving that mechanic.
I don't know if in all of WoW's history we've had that instance where a boss is winding up a mechanic for such a long time and you just know it is going to kill you if it goes off.
Scary stuff. Yeah. They're up against a lot. I mean, it's a really volatile entire fight, at least from phase 1 and phase 2 from what we've seen so far. We haven't even seen phase 3, which is why it's been so difficult to kind of determine how long exactly this is going to last and kind of what the state is as a whole, because we know that Echo is on our tail. They're nearing the end of their raid day. Method following closely behind as well. It's looking to be a really competitive race so far, and we are right in the thick of it. We are right where it starts to get competitive, where watching hours and hours of splits is really starting to pay off, and it's paying off for them as well in terms of the gear. 711, I think, is the highest, is in the guild. Jiminy Bellini, that demon hunter.
That's right.
Also known as Shaq, also known as Big Poppy.
I keep wanting to say it, Jiminy Blimini, but
I thought it was a Bellini.
Yeah, it is Bellini.
He likes
which is a nice drink.
Yeah, he likes to have his morning brunch.
Yeah,
the Bellini.
Little morning. We should get him one. Also, his camera's still messed
Once he
up.
wins.
Is he doing that on purpose?
Once they win. I think he's just kind of doing a bit, because I think he moved it from the one side of the platform to the other, or one side of his desk to the other.
Wait a second.
What's up?
Nancy Meyer's favorite drink. You learned that from Brooklyn Nine-Nine. Come on,
I was
man.
very confused. I was on the wrong boss. I was just checking in. I was checking in with Echo, and then I saw a P3. I was like, wait.
Wait. In the meantime, let's take a look at some transmogs while you find that information. Dash, teal.gg/donate. $35 a link to your armory. We can take a look at your transmog. Here is a Hunter. Graves. It's a bow.
Ooh, it is a bow.
We're a fan of the bows.
Oh, we had Graves earlier in the week.
Did they fix it or something?
I don't know.
Happened? We're seeing it twice?
What's that helm?
No, because they still have the helm, and that's what I wanted to be gone.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't.
Maybe they're just resubmitting it so they can show you.
But they do have Thordal, which is basically the sickest bow ever in the game.
Yeah.
Legendary bow from TBC. Doesn't require arrows to shoot. Huge money saver.
Yeah.
And it is a very sweet looking bow.
Jarvis, can we enhance that helm real quick?
Yeah, I'll zoom in a little bit.
Bird face.
You know what he reminds me of?
Eh.
Reminds me of Toydarians.
Who's that?
Mind games don't work on me, only money.
Oh my gosh.
It's another Star Wars reference for you.
Yeah, it's a good one. Okay.
Right? He has like the snout. Yeah.
I do. That was a really good impression.
Thank you.
All right, well, what's your rating of this transmog then?
It really doesn't go with the rest of the set at all.
The hat?
Yeah, we need like a bird helm that actually has like a beak to it. That one has more of a, I don't know, a blunted snout or something along that.
The colors are the same throughout the entire mod.
The colors kind of work.
I don't like it, but it matches.
Something.
I'll give it an 8.
I'd give it a 7.8.
I can't remember what I gave it the first time.
I know, right? It does happen sometimes. You got to make sure you're staying consistent.
Yeah, I want to be consistent here. I mean, he's got the bow. What's funny is this would be like the one hunter, since his name is Graves, that I'd be okay with if he had a gun.
Turn that sucker around.
No, we don't need to do that. Okay, I guess. Fine. Tettles wins. I'm gonna go 6 or 6.5.
6.5. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much for your submission.
Drop the helm, unlock the locks of hair, and I think you gain a couple points in my book.
Ooh, here's
Layin'.
Man. Relentless. Got a Resto Druid. Jack, you're the healer. What do you make of this?
That looks like a Resto Druid to me.
Very druidic.
Back to you, Aya.
Yeah. Excellent point from Jack, our healing expert here.
Call me anytime.
We're gonna now esports cast these. I think you can make. Okay, my only thing is that I would turn in the. I would go to a barber, and I would turn your tattoos and your leaves in your hair to a green.
Your tattoos.
So they would match a little bit, and I would get rid of the headpiece. I don't think it makes sense here.
Yeah.
Looks cool. But
Pourquoi?
yeah.
But why?
Does that mean please?
But why?
Oh.
Let's go.
It doesn't match.
Thank you.
Gotcha.
Nice
basics.
Yeah.
It's purple, and you can be green. You may as well make them green.
No, but I meant the headpiece. You don't like the headpiece?
I don't think it
The
matches
crescent
either.
moon?
Yeah, no, because you've got glowing green in the,
Oh,
in the
okay.
weapon, and I think I think it's cool, but I don't think it makes sense for this in particular.
This is an 8.25 for me.
I like the staff. I think it's not too showy, not too crazy. I kind of think of this as like the beginner trainee, fresh-faced night elf who grew up in one of the schools for druids after the burning of Teldrassil, so she knows some of the horrors, but her family was away at the time and was not subjected to it. But now this is the time and opportunity for her to serve her people as a druid of the grove.
The Anakin of druids, if you will. Fresh on her Padawan journey.
Yeah, there we go. There we go.
Beautiful.
I will say, I think this is one of those cases where, like, pretty well done with the tabard. I think tabards can be very hard to make work with a Mog, and I think we've found a pretty good way to make this one work.
Great point. I like that. 9.1.
Yeah.
I'll give it an 8.5. I think it's good. Dash, did you give it a rating?
I think I said 8.25.
8.25. All right. Thank you so much. Let's check out the next transmog.
Whoa!
Another hunter here.
This almost doesn't look like it comes from WoW.
I agree. Like Swatter or something.
Yeah, but I kind of like it a lot.
Me too. This is like a 9. I don't even need to zoom in. I like this.
I need some zooms.
Let me
Good.
see them shoulder pieces, because I always find asymmetrical shoulder pieces can be hard to pull off.
I agree.
Turn that sucker around.
But this is pretty good. And as a hunter, it's like they're trophies, right? I took trophies from fallen beasts and things like that.
Oh, God, now you got Dash making up lore, too.
Yeah. So let me see the other side of the shoulder. So we have like the shark that got killed, but this one is a little bit more symbolic. This one is not obviously from any sort of animal, unless it's like a rock bear monster.
Maybe they're real teeth, but then it's like in a car, like inserted into a carved kind of something.
Another way to add trophies. What about on the belt? That'll give us some additional lore on the character. I love these belts that have a lot of variety, a lot of stuff. We got a little like missive that might be their writs that allows them to be hunting.
Maybe some vials.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of damage
healing
vials.
salves, or maybe poison for coating the arrows.
Yeah, Jarvis, I'm gonna need you to enhance the left hip for me quite a lot. I think we got a couple hand grenades. No, that's the right hip. Let's turn.
Yeah, relative direction.
Oh,
we're learning.
Wait a minute. Oh, that's a good point. That's a good point.
Some boot.
I think those are some like little pouch nades or something like that.
Yeah, with the backstory we're building, this is rapidly approaching a 10 out of 10 for me.
Yeah, this looks like a big game hunter that doesn't play by the rules. They're willing not to be hunting down monsters for a prize, but to be able to just get rid of the scourge of certain towns and cities. This is the mercenary that they hire, and they're not cheap at all.
And Vengeance Incarnate, what a perfect title to go with. That entire, I mean, honestly, I think I've gotten myself there. I'm going 10 out of 10 on this one.
I'm with you.
I've just never seen a Mog like this, or
me
this
too.
look.
It's so unique for World of Warcraft, and it doesn't necessarily match, but I think it flows well, which is what's so cool about
the attitude.
Yeah,
the attitude.
It's so good. It's just so good. This is really good.
Yeah.
They travel from town to town, saving the cities.
Freya,
at a high cost.
You nailed this one. Well done.
Did. Yeah,
thank you
so
for your
much.
dono.
Absolutely. All right, let's take a look at the next one. Almost.
And a marksman playing the right spec.
Yeah. Ooh, Columbo.
Columbo.
Other thematic transmog. Not very paladin.
From the LAPD.
He's got. Is that
Oh my
a
God,
magnifying glass? Or what is that? Is he an inspector?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Detective Columbo from the LAPD. This is a 10 out of 10. This is fantastic. Wow.
Yeah, I'm wondering. I mean, it's interesting because it's LAPD, but then the garb is very much more old style. You know, it's not so modernized.
Apparently, Columbo is a character in a TV show?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that.
Hey, zoom in on the face a little bit.
Did you know that?
I did know it, but again, I've not seen the TV show, but I just
Okay.
know the name. Like you've heard,
Gotcha.
Columbo thrown around as a colloquialism.
Oh, he's got one of those dead eyes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's definitely been on the force for a long time.
The things he's seen.
Exactly.
I love
You've seen what I've seen.
9 out of 10. I love it.
This is so great. Thank
Yeah,
you
he needs
so
a badge though.
Yeah, how would you? Maybe you have a
Missing a
badge and a
badge.
belt buckle or
Yeah.
something. You know?
Yeah.
He is the law. Oh my gosh! Did you guys ever see Judge Dredd?
No.
With
No.
oh man.
No, but I've seen Judge
Sorry.
Cam's.
That's true.
Great show.
man.
Great TV
I
show.
saw your acting on that was fantastic. That was so good.
Please.
Yeah,
My favorite
Carl
part was when
Urban.
he popped out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Oh.
They just said, they're like, just crawl under the green screen. I was like, okay. Gams.
Gams. This is a night elf, a moonkin.
From the Guild Echoes.
I feel like a little top heavy. Why does this feel top heavy to me?
Because it's a night elf.
Yeah, maybe. We need like some boots
Big
or
old
something. Yeah.
shoulders.
Big shoulders.
I like this though. I like the blues, silvers, and golds all working together pretty well. It almost feels like more plate armor to me than leather.
Not
Yeah.
so much. Doesn't feel as druidy with the heavy armor.
Okay.
It's Gams in chat says, "Damn, that guy is sick."
Yeah.
Oh. Advocating for himself. I like
That's like
that.
Tettle's liking his own tweets.
Hey,
Yeah.
be your own best advocate.
Should.
I understand. I feel that.
All right, let's give it a rating here. I think I give it
Wow, he's right around the
Speaking of
corner.
Tettles,
Hi, Tettles.
He's here.
Yeah.
He's looking at the
What do
carnage
you think about
that
this druid
Azula
mog?
has left of the Chutoy in front of her.
I'm gonna go 7.5. This doesn't upset me.
Well,
Yeah.
this is
Tettles
well
says-
designed.
Yeah, well designed.
It is a moonkin.
Excellent observation.
That's true.
He's gonna look really good.
He's gonna
Dornigal on the bench.
Hey, you say that. I saw you in there last night on a Roz on the Boomkin.
Dude, Tettles was hating life last night in Raid.
It was mostly floor POV, but...
Oh, real quick, what did we give that last one as a rating? I'll give it a 7. Oh, you guys rated it already.
He says,
didn't you?
don't start with me.
He was having not a great time in Raid last night. He said, why aren't these healers healing me?
Yeah.
All right, what do we make of this one?
Squiggle.
Squiggle.
A+ name.
Yeah. I like it. I like just, going with the blood off bra. No shirt at all.
Man.
Respect it.
Well, I mean, like,
it matches.
When you're an agent of the light and the sun,
Yeah.
you know? You gotta soak up them rays.
No, you are 100% correct. I think I would get some. You need like some red sunglasses or something.
Let's check out this weapon.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Check out the weapon. I think it's is it a trading post
Well,
weapon?
the gloves kind of match the glasses.
Yeah, that's true. That's a good point.
Can we see the sword?
A little zoom out.
Oh, never mind. Let's see.
Yeah, I mean, you got to protect your eyes from the radiance of that sword.
Yeah, it's a little
you know?
bright.
Yeah.
Quite bright.
Kind of tough to see, but then there's like a Zandalari offhand, and then there's a back piece. And then this is like a very Blood Elfy. Oh my gosh, it's actually just a mess. It's like a Blood Elfy weapon with the wings.
Yeah.
And then it's a Zandalari shield, and then it's some like Druid of the Light remix on the back piece. This is a little bit of hodgepodge, I would say.
I'll give it a 7.5.
But, from
6.5.
From the neck down, a wooga, humana humana. But let's give it like a 7.
Yeah.
There you go.
I think that's fair.
Alrighty.
Yeah, thank you for your submission.
Oh, a prop paladin.
Let's take a look at the next one. Aka. Maghar Orc.
What is going on here? This is a monk?
That does not look like negative points for this.
This does not
What kind of monk is
scream
this?
monk to me at all.
No. This is a transmog.
The monk part, the boots are monkey.
This
Yeah,
is certainly
that's it.
something.
That's it. Oh,
The face mask is kind of.
kind of, yeah.
Right?
I don't know. You've lost me on this one, Aka. I'm
This is
sorry.
like this is like the cyberpunk monk.
Maybe. Yeah.
Okay.
Alternate timeline monk.
Yeah.
I'm gonna give it a 6. I'm so sorry. I don't know how I feel
I'm
about
gonna
it.
give it a 7.5.
7.5. Okay.
Yeah,
I'm gonna give it a 5.
Ooh. Okay. Thank you for your submission, though, Aka. We very much appreciate it.
DevTech, the Immortal Tauren.
Got a Fury Warrior.
Some tier 3 shoulders.
Got to get rid of that tabard. Gotta get rid of that tabard.
The tabard of the flame.
What are
we're
we
doing
doing with
here.
that tabard there, DevTech?
It's also looking very Death Knighty with the shoulders.
Yeah.
Not a fan of that, personally.
But I don't know. It's just clashing so much with the white and
It
red
really is.
of the tabard.
Yeah. I'll give it a 5.
I think I'm right there on another 5.
I'm sorry.
We just got again. It's because it's such a central piece.
Yeah.
To the entirety of the mug.
Yeah,
and like you can even see there's blue on the chest plate underneath it, like right on the
Right.
neckline, and it's
Yeah.
like, what? We should have that. Let us see that.
Maybe
Yeah.
they were like farming rep or something, and then they put the tabard on. I don't know if that's still a thing, but like Juggernaut shoulders with the tabard of the flame. Yeah, I'm gonna give this like a 3. From the neck down,
Oh, wow.
a
That was fast.
Yeah, they're very quick with it. All right, thank you for your submission. Let's take a look at the next one. Teal.gg/donate with a link to your armory if you'd like to see yours on the broadcast. This is Racion, a dwarf. Whoa.
This is interesting.
This is interesting.
You know, this reminds me of Nautilus from League of Legends.
Okay.
What are
I know exactly what that is.
What are we doing with this Mog, man?
I actually kind of like this.
Okay.
It's very oceanic in its colors, right? You kind of have some coral elements working in with the blue greens and
Kind of a
whatnot.
rare color in WoW. I feel like that's
Yeah.
a teal color.
But then it's like Zandalari prehistoric weapons, like sword and the
Yeah.
axe and the shield.
I'm with you there.
I feel like it'd be fine if it wasn't for the helmet. Like the helmet and the shield kind of clash, eh?
So,
A.
I don't know why I said that.
But if you look at the axe and the shield together, and they're sort of this like almost prehistoric tribal architecture. And then there's this helm, which is like you delved into the depths of a forgotten kingdom, and there are these like cyclopses in there, and it's evil, and the lights turns on as you awaken the machines. Then he killed the monster, and he got the helm from it. And then you look at the knee pads, and then they're just like Death Knight-y stuff. Like, what is this? This is just hodgepodge.
Yeah, a little bit.
It's from the Guild Nat 20, little D&D reference. Love that.
Yeah.
This is a 2 for me.
Wow.
Like
yeah.
6.
That's interesting. Okay, we're all over the place here because I'm going like an 8. I'm not going for the Zandalari weapon type thing, but I actually really like for me, again, it's just because I'm associating it to like Nautilus, so I have something very specific that I'm identifying with.
Okay, all right. I think that's fair. All right. I think that's our last for now, which is good timing because I did just see a Week Aura update come out. So we might be seeing a pull timer. But in the meantime, we're going to look at some pet pictures. Here's
From the
Trinket
neck down,
from
Awuga.
Lizzie Talls.
Humma.
This is my mod. I somehow got a Final Fantasy 14 player.
Is that toy
super
coming
into
down
World
from the
Warcraft.
heavens?
Looks like it. I think Trinket just jumps really high.
Yeah.
Look at this cute boy.
Almost jumping up to the fence line.
What a good boy.
Now be honest with us. Did Trinket catch it?
I think Trinket looks very determined.
I mean, it
Trinket caught it.
looks like Trinket's on target here.
Yeah.
I think so.
He is a miss.
Yeah. What a great name for a dog, too.
Trinket is a great name for a dog.
So cute. Her other dog's name is Dirt.
That's great.
Which one? Which one does Mom like best?
Yep.
Well, D-E-R-T.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
Also, Lizzie in chat
Phonetically.
saying she did catch it.
Okay, lovely.
This Bunkers, another fantastic name. this dog is a blob.
He's out cold right
That
there.
face, dude. Bunkers from Blinny.
That is full relaxation mode.
Oh, yeah. Why do I feel like I'm in a tent? Like a camping tent.
Could be. I could see it with the sheets. I mean, those are just like some bright blue sheets,
Maybe
you know?
Bed. Yeah, very bright blue sheets. I think that's just what's throwing me off.
Yeah.
Cute.
You don't like the baby blue sheets
I feel like
for a bed?
I mean, I don't not like them.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. What do you?
Just curious.
I don't know if I have a preference on sheet color.
Okay.
Very
Oh,
cute, though.
Banjo. I love this as a
Banjo.
dog's name.
Me too. Yeah. Nice pose.
Wow, that is a pretty.
Oh, you're taking a picture of me? Let me just.
Yeah.
Pose nicely.
Can I pet that dog?
Can I pet that dog? Oh, pretty
Wow,
boy.
yeah, absolutely gorgeous Banjo.
Yes. What a
And in the snow.
yeah.
That's right.
Azula, you've never touched the snow.
Oh.
Curious to see how you'd react.
I am too.
She kind of got tuckered out with the chew toy. I wonder how that goes
She
with the
is.
snow.
Yeah.
Go back
Yeah.
to bed. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I woke you.
She was sleeping. She's destroyed her toy. There's fluff everywhere.
Yep.
You're
It's a crime scene, and I'm gonna have to clean that up after this.
there. She goes back to sleep.
Yeah.
She sighed. She's like, ah.
Yeah. Very sweet. Here we go into pull number 177 on phase 1.
Woo! Small, yeah, a little bit of a break there. No changes, though, coming in. We're still working with now 2 mages after swapping out Dranako's Warlock for his
Pick up
mage
orb.
maybe 5-6 polls ago at this point.
Yep.
Really
Divine
quick update,
protection.
though. Echo did get a new best recently, so they've
Oh.
gotten a little further into phase 2 with the platform going a little bit better for Pargoth, but we still got a ways to go. I think that probably means that they survived the first of the dodges with everybody alive, and then they probably dealt with a knockback and then wiped soon afterwards, if it had to be my guess. So they still have another round of Void Wardens to kill off, and then dodge, and then hopefully meet that damage check.
Let's just steal this from chat. I'm hearing 38% on Pargoth's health on the second platform. So yeah, I think that lines up with what you're talking
Divine
about
protection.
It's a good spot to be at.
Aura mastery.
Yeah.
there. Wiped at the knockback. There you go.
And that'll do it. But that's a lot of damage that they've gotten through. I mean, that's pretty much the crux of that
Blessing of
phase
Set.
anyway. And so the more that they're going to get uptime on it, same thing goes for Liquid, the easier it's going to get. Challenge for Echo is that they're going to be hitting their bedtime pretty soon. And you don't really get a lot of additional information that's going to help your progress just watching another guild at this point, because it comes down to some of the execution and the minutia of people seeing the mechanics enough times and being able to execute on it. So Echo goes to bed. I mean, this is the opportunity for Liquid to build a lead. We'll see how much they'll be able to get into possibly the end of Phase 2 into maybe some Phase 3, because that could definitely be a situation where there could be additional information that maybe Liquid gets farther tonight, and maybe there's more for Echo to learn about and speed up their progress tomorrow.
Well, this poll not looking incredible with both Sang and Shaq on the ground. And because of our raid composition throughout the majority of this tier, like, Shaq is so important.
Oh, yeah.
Throughout, you know, in terms of damage for the whole fight.
It's tough. I mean, you're always expecting to have some deaths in Phase 1, but usually it's not on the Demon Hunters. Usually it's not on, like, the Warlocks as well. You have a few people who are, like, a lot more self-sustainable and a lot more dependable.
Yeah.
But that can also kind of be a bit of a trap at times, I mean, from, like, a healing perspective, because you expect those people to take care of themselves, but sometimes, you know, they might stand in an extra puddle or something, need a bit more emergency spot healing, you're a little bit less used to it, could have just been another mechanical error, standing on top of somebody. It happens. And that often happens as well, like right after you get back from a break. I think every guild in the world, you get back from a break, you're like, all right, guys, let's go. And then you just instantly wipe, instantly die.
Yeah.
It's like, well, unfortunate.
They're just like us.
They are, for real.
All right, real quick, want to give a mention to Alienware, one of our sponsors for the Race to World First. If you'd like a chance to win an Alienware monitor, 27-inch 4K QD OLED gaming monitor, you can head on over to teal.gg/AlienwareRWF. Sign up for an Alienware Arena account or create one. Follow the prompts, and that is it. You will be eligible if you are U.S. or Canada and above the age of 13. Again, that's teal.gg/AlienwareRWF. Huge shout out to them. This would not be possible without them. All of the Raiders have their Alienware monitors, their Alienware PCs as well. Even the casters got spoiled with Alienware.
Yeah, quite literally. I mean, they wouldn't be able to see their gameplay without Alienware.
Yeah. And if you want to see it in even more HD vision, you can go to Zenni, teal.gg/Zenni.
Oh my
Use
gosh.
the code TEAMLIQUID for a discount as well.
That's a lot of enhancements.
It is a lot of enhancements. Unfortunately, though, we only have Ellie Shamans in this fight.
That was good.
They are cranking, though.
They are certainly cranking. We do enjoy our Ellie Shamans.
All right, second set of living masses here. Everybody spreading to drop their pools towards the rim of the platform. Now we're looking for the soaks here on this big puddle of purple. Before the reverse gravities come out, now you can see them repositioning into that Venn diagram. Everybody with the excess mass going to jump in, try and pull everyone back down onto the platform, and now we're preparing to take a gateway towards the center of the room for the next Devour.
It's always going to be the hardest part of the fight. They have to deal with this final round of Phase 1, and this is usually where we have a lot of deaths coming in. Knockback is going to go out, then it's going to be followed by the pre-spread for the Dark Matter, putting out a bunch of circles across the raid. A lot of defensives are going up for it. Then they have to get themselves ready for the next explosion out of the antimatter. This is almost always where we have somebody die with the antimatter going out. Lots of healing to get done, and then players got a position for the reverse gravities, and then they have to get into position for the next round of Devour. A lot of healing while raid cooldowns are going off, and we do have a couple deaths.
Yeah, both Warlocks going down there. It's going to be difficult to get through this. We are going to throw a battle res out here to Splat. It looks like he's back up. We did make it through that Devour, the most difficult Devour of the phase. And now we just rinse, repeat those mechanics 1.5 more times, I'll say, because again, we ignore the final set of living masses. We do need to get through these ones to make sure that we can get those with the reverse gravity back down into play. And then it's about burning Dementius' health before getting to the third and final Devour of Phase 1.
I don't know if they're... it seems like they're going to continue at this point, but it's so difficult when you're this deep in. I guess because they've had a break, they want to just make sure that they get back into Phase 2 and make sure everyone's getting familiar with it. When they were building a lot of momentum before they ended up taking a break, I think that would have been an area they would have just wiped instantly and said, let's just do it correctly and kind of go back into the phase. It's very difficult to sort of manage the consistency of this phase because there's so many things that can go wrong. There's the offset chance people can get double ticked by these dark matters, antimatter explosions, ads living too long, also dealing more damage. There's a bunch of different scenarios outside of people's control. They're even soaking the antimatter right here because they're expecting it to detonate if they don't, because they're down now 3 players.
Yep, Devour about to come out. We still have 2% health on the boss. We might barely push through, but it's not going to be worth either way. And yep, we get sucked in right at the last second. It's a go again angle.
Yeah. Sure. Got a question in chat. There are 3 total phases. That is correct. 3 phases. The third one we have not gotten to yet. There's also an intermission right after phase 1.
Yep, so there's a phase 1 on this platform you just saw.
Yep.
Then there is an intermission, which will take you to 2 different platforms that kick off phase 2. So we're calling it like 2.1, which is the first platform with Artosian. Then the second platform is Pargoth, so that's phase 2.2. Then they go into phase 3. There's a damage amp where they can do a whole bunch of boss HP. The boss is also at 100% in phase 3 as they get it started. So that's where you'll probably be seeing the difference on our leaderboard in the top left between the fight progress, which is around the total time spent on the encounter, give or take, with boss HP taking into consideration. And it'll also flip in a second to show you boss health. This one I prefer, personally, because it'll show you the HP of that phase. And so you can see they're at 25% in P2, which means that it's going to be about half of the health of Pargoth taken off for that second platform.
Exactly right. Away we go. Lust is blown. We dive in. We eliminate these first sets of living masses. Anybody can really grab these excess masses, and then everybody relocates towards the center of the platform. Pretty easy one to deal with, especially with that damage amp of the Lust coming through. Now we set up for the first of the tank mechanics. We split the raid evenly, half and half. 10 will get blasted to the right, 10 to the left, and then we quickly pre-spread to drop the dark matters in places that are mighty convenient for the rest of the fight. Burning through the rest of these living masses, dropping more excess mass. We're going to use those to make sure we save our allies from getting pulled in here in just a moment. There you can see Sang, one of the ones chosen to go to the back of the Venn diagram. Need to be careful not to overlap too much on those rings, but just enough that we can pull down the pair of players in the back. You won't have time to do each one necessarily individually.
Yeah, and that was a big sticking point for early progression, is it just took such a long time to bring those players back down to earth, especially because you have to have 2 players with excess mass to drag down any reverse gravity player. They can get ridiculously lengthy to bring them to earth, and you would also have some combos like those that are coming up right now, where you'll have reverse gravity, which feeds directly into movement for the Devourer. So you have a very, very narrow window of time to get in the right position, and then get into the Warlock Gateway, travel to the middle of the room, and heal through the Devourer. Here it comes. Here's the combo. They still have a battle res available and at their disposal. They need to make sure everyone gets into that purple circle, and it's done very cleanly. They have a battle res available. That was the hardest part of phase 1.
Yeah, definitely the most difficult part. The only other place where they really suffer losses is on the final set of masses that they choose not to kill. Because as those masses remain alive, they kind of just choose targets at random and throw big damage nukes at them. So if you're just so unlucky as to get chosen a few times in a row as a fragile class, let's say one of those evokers, for example, sometimes we just incidentally lose somebody. But that's where having that battle res is at least very useful, right? We haven't lost it to some silly mistake as of yet. So we could technically afford to lose somebody to poor RNG here at the end of phase 1.
But I'm really hoping it doesn't happen. I was watching a couple point of views. They barely got that reverse gravity in time. A final knockback is all that stands between them and pushing into the next phase, as their damage is looking really good. They just have to drop those dark matters away from other players, keep everybody nice and healthy. You can see how low they drop. It's so ridiculous. Final explosion's going to go off from the antimatter, but they don't even have to soak it, and they're going to push into phase 2 with a battle res left available. And I gotta tell you, I hate to do it, but there's this times where you see the one guys and they're saying Cellfire 199, saying, oh, Echo's more clean, not gonna lie. Sad for Liquid at the moment. Well, suck it, nerd. They just got into phase 2 with a battle res available and another one on the way.
They did indeed. Here they go into the intermission. They've got to get this clean before they get into those phase 2 platforms, before they head into the Artosius platform to get through that.
picture of cleanliness so far, though. To Jack's
Definitely.
point, as we land here, Goop, one of the guys holding those stellar cores, an immediate 7% max health damage nuke. You can see how quickly Artosian's health will drop down. It kind of means that his starting HP is around 65% if all of those stars are collected. Now, of course, we have the Conqueror's Cross. It comes out. That's those Void Wardens that we're going to have to break at least one of them to open an avenue over to quadrant number 2. Pretty clean so far. Now we've got those inverse gravities, everybody with the crushing gravity splitting evenly across each of these circles to help with the soak of that mechanic. New lines come out. This is a terrible overlap. You get booped into the pushback. Really difficult to deal with, and you can see Dranako ends up going down. But now we're going to throw our battle res his way. Already Artosian down to 15%. Things are looking good with the new set of null binders quickly gripped in. We're going to bait those mass destructions, and now it's just about nuking the boss health down. No, a shine! Oh, it's brutal to lose him. Does he have an Ankh? I think that's really the question. He has an Ankh available, it looks like, so we might choose to use it on the next platform. A few more going down, but it looks like we're heading to Pargoth with 16 alive.
That's right. Shine gets the Ankh back up, and they just got a battle res back. This means that they're going to be able to get one more DPS, probably a mage if I had to guess, since their damage is so valuable. That also means they might need somebody else to go out of their way to grab one of those Stellar Novas, because usually Fired Up has that job.
Yeah, I'm going to assume they'll pick Fired Up up when they get there, and then Impact, I think I can see on our second monitor, also has his Ankh available. So they might choose to blow both just to, again, head into this phase with 18.
I would.
Could be our best look at Pargoth so far. Immediate reposition of Pargoth over towards the side that Dementius is on. You're going to get your first look at Pargoth's mechanic in this one. After he throws out the Conqueror's Cross and the Nullbinders come out, all of this is the same. That circle around Pargoth there. That's a nice little AoE and denial of space. A Nullbinder cast got off.
Oh.
That was a good pull.
That was a great pull.
That was a really good pull.
Yeah, I mean, they went into that second phase with one battle res, almost all the way into phase 2, but yeah, it kind of fell apart there as they hit that Pargoth platform.
Yeah, I don't think that was a new best just yet, but that was inches away from it.
Almost.
And that also was a ridiculously clean phase 1, showing how possible it is for them to have it. I think that was really the cleanest phase 1 that we've had all day.
I think so too.
And
they can do it with a mage, with an extra mage.
Yeah.
That's right. They can do it with the extra mage too. The damage was not an issue whatsoever. I think they even have a little bit more leeway than they think to play a little less greedy at times. There's always, the borderline of how greedy do you play with your damage in order to just meet those DPS checks. Since they're lusting, I think they're in a really healthy position. And thus far, I think if they can repeat those phase 1s with that level of cleanliness, we're going to be seeing phase 3 in a few hours.
Yeah. The thing is, we should be padding our damage, Jack.
There's a little bit of breathing room where they don't have to pad it as much, basically.
Okay, so this is the end of the Artosian platform here. Shine already got knocked off the platform. He was one of the guys with a mass destruction, which does knock you back a little bit, and he was just too close to the edge. Fired Up ended up going down, but we'll get another look here at both the dragon riding on the way to Pargoth's platform, but also maybe we can slow things down and just see how things develop on Pargoth's platform itself. I feel like each time right now on Pargoth's AoE cast and the shooting stars that come out, usually one person is getting hit by those shooting stars, which we're obviously going to want to avoid. Ooh, Atlas has the responsibility of getting that final star.
Nice.
Here's the reposition. Again, it's Conqueror's Cross first, then Nullbinders. None of that's going to be a surprise to the players. This is something that they've practiced a ton over on Artosian's platform. But there's that AoE circle, and then immediately you see 3 groups of pink circles, right? But one of them popped immediately, which means it did contact a player.
They missed a stun, unfortunately.
Yeah, the Nullbinders what killed them.
Yeah.
Which is unfortunate because that's not new. For them to deal with. But even, yeah, we're going to walk it back here just so everybody can see it. See, there's that 3rd star. Now, the question for me is it just contacting that circle, or is it actually getting hit by the missile of the orb that procs it? Because I don't even see who's in it right now. Oh, it was Scott.
For what?
The Pargoth's mechanic. Not what killed them. Yeah, his
Right.
frontal. But I just kind of trying to get a better sense of how Pargoth's mechanic looks like. It looks like Scott's just maybe even just purposefully soaking it. Because if they're going to follow the same strategy as Artosian, they can make this quadrant as messy as they want. They're going to move to another quadrant right after this. So maybe they're really not that concerned with those orbs and just say, yeah, tank actually face check one of these so that everybody else can plant behind you.
That makes sense.
And just rip into the ad. The unfortunate thing is we didn't get the stop on the null binder, and that's going to spell disaster.
I think that's going to be a part of your strat, like you mentioned, because I was always thinking in the back of my head, why is there only 2 orbs wafting out into the ether? And it's been very consistent where there's only 2 of them. So it seems like Scott can just tank it, provide a nice little shield wall for the rest of his team, and not have to worry about it. But yeah, it looks like they just missed their first stun. It might have been because they had some people dead as well. But that's something that's easily fixable. The best benefit they have is the fact that they did phase 1 so cleanly. That is something that if they can consistently be doing today is going to be ridiculous in terms of progression.
Yeah, I agree. And, you know, we're still kind of early in the day here, only 1 p.m., and we're already starting to see some new bests on P1, I would say. So excited to see them continue to do that. We're going to go into another poll. Ready check comes out. We're kind of rapid firing right now. Not too much to discuss here. But current best looking good so far this morning.
Yeah, that was inches away
Yeah.
from being in a big prog poll.
Yep. That would have been kind of funny. Like, oh, Echo gets up top. Oh, just you hold my drink.
Yeah, I mean, when they first started the fight, it felt like they were miles away, and now it feels like they're inches away from getting out of phase 2, and they probably just took a quick break to fill up their cups with Monster Energy.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. That was a good one.
Thanks.
I see what you did there.
Appreciate that.
Yeah.
What the heck is a kilometer?
What the heck is a kilometer? Why are we pinging the middle?
Because they can't ping the boss, I think.
Can you not ping the boss from there?
Maybe not. There is a range for your ping.
That makes sense. All right, well, for this poll, we're going to head to a Monster Energy listen in. We'll be right back.
You've been used to in the end of the first P2 platform. This is where it was placed during the poll. I know you're in a poll time right now. Like it goes there instead.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Come to me. Accept Do not resist my hunger.
Get in the puddle.
Right side?
Right side. Goes. Left probably did that.
2, 1, now. We actually, with us pre-moving, we don't need to change it this pull, but we can actually have both tanks soak on the first set.
Lock it in.
Like if Scott just gets the left one, if that makes sense, everyone should be already pre-moved the fuck away from that thing, so it shouldn't matter. And then Yips just does a delay after the taunt. Don't change it now though.
1.
1.
Help.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, you bro.
Is a crazy proc for me.
Red side never fucks it up. For the goats.
Knock him 3, 2, 1, now. Oop.
I'm really slow.
Alice, you can go a little farther back than that, especially before the devour.
1.
Okay.
Got the right person down?
All good.
How are we missing the person? Like, worst case scenario, we don't get them down. You still have to gate to save everyone else, right? Like, if one person dies, it's not a wipe. But if...
No, I should have just left early.
Also, yeah, we had the opposite thing happen this time on the right. Just left gets sucked down, and now right's just not moving one bit.
I mean, you should just re-angle yourself when you see the Venn diagram before the purple thing goes down. Just like tap walk, like.
Let's watch this. What is happening with the soakers? Who has the 4 here? Impact, Timber,
Me.
Smacked, and
You just backpedal into it and then you just walk forward with it.
okay, so that person's down. Although I do believe a big reason this was wrong is this is just way too far forward, right?
Yeah,
it
shouldn't really
It
matter.
shouldn't really,
honestly, but
it doesn't.
It does matter. It changes.
It makes more distance between the soaks, but yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I've watched it a bunch of pulls. The success chance of this when the top one is closer to the bottom two absolutely matters.
Get closer.
Timberwall's to the left, right?
Yeah, Timber's just to the left. Yeah.
yeah.
Is that funny to you?
What's good?
Don't
You
look
laugh
at.
good, bro.
Don't look at what's
You laugh
happening.
good.
Don't look.
I have the bug yard on Caveza, and I cannot reapply it. Need help with my mantis because I faction changed to +light.
why didn't you just go for him, bro?
No.
Same ratio.
Really?
Really?
Yeah.
Don't fuck with that.
Yeah, that's a classic.
How necessary is it for Timber to have excess mass? Like healer wise, is it like required? Like there's times where you don't want to get reverse gravity.
I think that's exactly where.
exactly the time.
Okay, knocking 3, 2, 1 now.
Boom.
Get in.
How can I get thread, Scott?
Yeah, oh, you can take it.
1. Done.
Remember, if I don't know if the tank hand stuff is happening, but literally anything we can do to help on those.
Plus Miko, we might be
Back
good
in
as well.
3, 2, 1 now. Like, where in the room is the good spot to tank it where the hands are
I
good?
mean, I've been doing it recently. Or at least where we thought it was good last night, but I can't really do
Get in the
anything.
soak here.
Front.
And try here, maybe.
1.
That's a lot easier, right?
Done.
Did left side feel bad there with hands?
No, it's fine. Left side's crazy.
Crazy.
Left side was
Don't need to
crazy.
see.
Knocking 3, 2, 1 now. On right side, that looks significantly easier to me. Red circles now. After this is the YOLO knock.
Done.
Fucking duo of doom right there.
Yeah.
Knocking
good
3,
thing?
2, 1 now.
Back.
Holy moly.
Get your Nako.
You like mage?
He likes mage.
The goat of me. Ain't nobody close to him. Gets no PI too. Other guy's getting fed like 6.
Yep. I'm 3 autumns in right now.
Holy shit. Oh my god. Kunako's natty doubling. 3 people hit by the beam. The beam kills me?
Bro, I am in fucking front. Holy shit.
Turbo dead.
On my screen, my guy.
On your screen.
Yeah.
bro.
Yeah.
Oh, we're good.
Dude,
We have mage, it's fine.
Res him
Come
when
on,
he
we can
gets here.
still beat. Can still beat, by the way. We got damage.
Funnels in 3, 2, 1.
I ripped one.
Yeah, that's going in
That's
3,
fine.
2, 1. Go across. Soul might need a little help this time. He got picked. Frontals ranged. Knocked back in 3, 2,
Oh, for increase,
1.
Zenni.
Now. Blast. I'm in position, good. These frontals, just make sure there's room for range to play here. Good. We are gating in 3, 2, 1, go. Blast the boss. Get in positions. Too far, Sang. Sang, back. Over here. Over here.
Hey, I told you we had the damage.
Go to the front. You need to go to the front. We beat that without the front. Go to the front.
Yeah.
All right, remember for the pre-bait call, what I'm going to say is I'm going to say bait in 3, 2, 1, move. And when move, like you beat, when you hear bait, you go to triangle. When you hear move, you swing to the right of it. Dude, beating that without a core is actually insane.
Make sure you hit the guy when you land, by the way, if you can. He's always very close to casting.
Good call.
Okay, make sure you're top left. Everyone bait in the line of triangle. I'll call the bait. Pot. Bait in the line of triangle. We're baiting in. Wait. We're baiting in 3, 2, 1. Move. Swing all the way right. Don't get hit.
Jump to him.
Get your soaks.
Mine is.
We're moving in 3, 2, go. Go across. Go across. Go across.
I'm dead, but I got my soak.
Keep going. Knockback soon. Get to the front. Get to the front.
Kill the wall.
Kill the wall.
It's still livable.
AMC up!
No, we need to watch my puff because my orb.
Keep going for timers. I need to see when the second Nova happens.
Come over here, right?
It should happen immediately. It happens.
Yeah, right now.
After the cross,
Okay.
yep.
Yeah. W. Good pull, boys.
Time spiral on that first one?
What do you say?
Do we have time spiral on that first one? On the first
Yo, is there a way to get
the
across
first
all the
cross.
dog shit on the floor?
On the second platform?
It was interesting for
Yeah, I
sure.
sent it.
For sure.
Okay.
Might want to look at the way it faced. It was kind of hard for Smack to get his.
Yeah, you need to look at my
Does
orb.
Windrush work on, like, if you're in the shit, you get not slowed?
No, you still get slowed.
I think it's like Tiger's Lust. Just
I mean, we moved through the shit in the first phase. It's just like the shape of this one's harder,
It's just
right?
much
Yeah,
bigger.
we're just soaking so deep, so then we're like stuck in the slow forever.
Oh,
I
okay.
could have made it, but I like double
I
hovered.
mean, the only way would be to move this move Pargoth up like one section, right?
I don't think that would make the soaks any easier.
But make the dog shit on the ground that we gotta run through
And
better.
we're also
though.
not cleaving. I feel like the boss position here was still like Exile probably couldn't cleave that one here, right?
Yeah, I can't.
Maybe the best
I can't
buffer.
look in the
Oh, dude,
first
we would have
platform
been
if
so
I
much faster. The boss moved. That's why. So this is supposed to be a right. Yips is placing this, and then Scott taunts, and then
No,
Yips soaks.
Scott has the boss the whole time.
And
I'm
why
just
did it
getting
move?
my orb and gripping.
This would actually be a good rescue time, actually. I'm being smacked.
Why does
We'd
the
be doing this every time?
Oh, Scott went for the soak. That's why.
Can
I
you
could just
watch my
rescue
puff
him
for
and
my
then-
soak? Because it was fucked. And it also went through me for some reason.
What did I soak too early though?
You aren't
I'm
soaking at all
soaking.
right there.
Oh, right. Yeah, we changed
Yeah.
it. Yeah.
All good.
Yeah, this doesn't work. He
Well,
can-
no, just watch after this. Watch me actually soak the orb. Because it's like in the wall, but it also went straight through me.
And
Then
there.
we just bait it.
We could bait it a
Yeah.
little bit more. How much room?
No, we'll just keep watching,
Keep watching. Keep watching. Keep
Because
watching.
the orb
Okay.
goes
Keep watching.
directly through me.
It's so
Even
good.
though I
AMS
made-
doesn't immune the knock, by the way, when you stand in the Void
Oh.
Wardens. You still get
That's probably a Z axis thing, right?
look
Like
what he
that
does.
Just
platform,
keep
like,
watching.
dips
Watch
a
what he
bit.
does.
If he
Gaming.
Game.
Game.
Oh my god.
Literally game.
That was
Game,
fucking
literal
beast.
Jesus POV. Jesus POV.
Absolute
Okay.
warlord. Absolute aura.
Yeah, I mean, so this is what I was saying where the tank could soak a left one here to get them on the tanks early because we don't have, because we're baiting to the left here, right? No one should even be in range of this thing. Like we're all, look where everyone in the raid is, right? Soaking the left one instantly right there on a tank should cleave no one ever. Right there. So you could just soak one.
AMS and walk in, yeah. So it
Yeah,
should
AMS and
work.
walking in doesn't work. That is not.
Well, it was
Those are
DA.
units.
No, I'm saying like.
No, you can walk over the void warding with the
Oh, with DA and yeah.
Yeah, because then all we're doing is having Nick soak the middle one right now, way earlier than he did there.
Yeah.
And the boss doesn't move. We just have to figure out boss movement. Like basically, whoever is tanking the boss right now.
I'll have Pelgoff here, and
Then you need to soak the front left one then, if possible.
No, Yips does it with AMS and DA, and it should be good.
Well, then,
because you can walk through the walls with it.
Ideally, we would have 2 tanks both soak on the first set.
I can do well.
Because one can be
Yips
soaked in
can have
melee.
the boss and do that then.
Yeah, I was about to say, if Yips has the boss and just soaks this front left one, and then you just go out and get the right one here after.
I can do the middle one if you prefer, Nick. It's probably.
I'm sure Nick probably wants the middle one instead of the left.
I'm pretty sure the boss is gonna move like a little bit, but maybe I can just put it back.
Yeah, this guy does not.
This seems
have a
very
big
cursed for
hitbox.
trying to get that and not having the boss move at all.
I mean,
We
if Atlas
also-
could commit AMS and DA there, like he can soak that one in the wall.
Good do.
Because you just need to make sure you pre-DA, pre-AMS
can
the
do
Void
that.
Warden.
Yeah.
We can have Atlas get left there instead of smacked. And then Nick still get middle, and then who has the boss and who's going out to do the soak?
It doesn't matter to me.
It's up to you, man. I don't
I'll
know.
just do the soak so later, if it's weird, I don't have to do it while I'm gripping. Well, it's not while I'm I don't care.
The next one. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
no,
about
it has
the
to be-
same,
it has
I think
to
it's all
be-
the same.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
I'll just
so-
do first, so Scott does more damage than me when we land it.
Sure. Okay. So next thing is smacked. I think you have to knock this ad after the bait.
Okay. Yeah.
So like you
Should
see the
be
timing,
fine.
like we're baiting in 3, 2, 1. Now you move right and typhoon it, because if you do earlier, you will you will potentially bait it on top of us. These things are like nowhere near us, and we're not even soaking the right away, so we actually have like a lot more room to stand here. Was boss position good, and the marker, let's see where the boss's center is. The boss could even still be a little bit closer to this ad, so it can help cleave that one for boss damage and exile.
Pretty sure green would have to shift to the right then, right? If we put it closer to the middle.
I don't believe so. Atlas is going in the shit and soaking anyway.
Need cap.
Oh yeah, we need cap. We did cap this time. It was fine.
It was a little late, I think. Or maybe.
I mean, also that stuff would have died so much faster. Literally, all the AOE just moved off of the ads, and yeah.
Yep.
So
All right,
still
so
middle.
What's up?
I still middle?
Yes, you are still middle. We need. Okay. We just need reminders. Atlas, just make sure you have a soak left in your reminder here. First Star Shard Nova of P2. And same thing with tanks. Make sure your reminders are set for this, and then we go.
I can't cloak if I get the beam and put it down the Void Wardens on the first platform anymore. Where do you want me to put it if I get the beam on me?
Oh, interesting.
I just need it for that second platform, ideally. Well, it would be nice.
Somewhere good.
I'll figure it out. It's fine.
Yeah, figuring it out sounds good.
Hello and welcome back to the Team Liquid Race to World First, and huge thank you to our sponsors for making this all possible. Coinbase, our presenting sponsor, as well as Alienware, Philips Hue, Blacklyte, Monster Energy, Zenni, RaiderIO, Wowhead, and Warcraft Logs, as well as our charity partner in the Santa Monica Animal Shelter. Welcome back. It's Jack, joined by Dratnos and Kalamazi, as we're getting ourselves into some more Dimensius Brog.
Holy moly, I'm excited.
Yeah, we just had a new near best pull a couple pulls ago where they got to see Pargaz's platform. They got to get into another round of those Stardust Novas and aiming those frontals that are coming around as that mythic mechanic they have to deal with. Now they got to get out of phase 1 cleanly and consistently.
Yeah, we are right there at the cusp of P3, seeing what that starts to look like. It could be any pull now where we actually get through the Pargoth platform, and we don't need everybody alive to get when we're getting out of that platform, although we probably need almost everybody alive for most of the platform to meet the DPS check of the Eclipse on that platform. So it is going to be a struggle here. Big part, like you said, Jack, is just getting out of P1 with all of our players alive every time. P1, one of the hardest P1s in recent memory. You can see they still have Bloodlust. 172 pulls in. They're still lusting P1 just to make it a little bit safer, a little bit more feasible to get through, even if something goes a little bit wrong. Make that healing a little bit easier as well, by not having to do the last antimatter soak of the phase. I suspect that as we're killing this boss, that's going to have to change, but for right now, it is still what they've decided as the best way to progress here.
Isn't that a good statement on the whole boss? Your whole statement. 171 pulls in, still lusting phase 1. They're still not able to be in a position to really be killing the boss with this many pulls in.
Well, you said, when are we killing? Yeah, when we're killing his boss.
Well, that's the thing.
When are we killing his boss?
Yeah.
All right. Like,
good. It is a good point. I mean, I do think that historically, you usually need to move that lust to the burn, you know, in P3 for a fight like this. It isn't always true. Sometimes P3 is the easiest part of a hard fight. Not to invoke its name this early into the shift and ruin my day, but Stone Legion Generals was such a fight, right, where P3 was the easiest part and P1 and P2 were nuclear difficulty. Sometimes they do that, especially on these mythic fights. Those end phases can be, the hard part can just be getting there consistently rather than actually doing that phase. So we don't know yet. We're trying to figure out what that phase looks like. Depending on what it looks like, this boss could very well die today. They have shifted their composition from the full P1 focus that we had before. We've opted into a second mage here, which, so when they were pulling off stream the first time we got here, basically using the Salhadar comp with the 4 mages, they came back the next morning and were like, okay, mage sucks. We're off it. We're down to 1 for Arcane Intellect, and that's it. We're back up to 2 now. Even though they're not great at this phase, they have a really hard time cleaving more than just 1 living mass along with the boss, whereas specs like Elemental Shaman, Dev Evoker have a little bit of a better time at that. But they've been able to make that concession to get an extra Arcane Mage for, I think, the second phase is where Arcane shines, as you can CD both platforms. Still have those 3 Elemental Shamans in, just absolutely dominating pull over pull here.
How do you think the funnel damage would be when you're pulling all those null binders in?
Yeah, I think that the platforms, especially because they should be able to CD both platforms with how short the Arcane Surge cooldown is, looks pretty good. But we've got an action cam of Dryny piloting his dragon riding mount here. Yesterday there was a pretty funny moment where he was just somehow, I think his thing is just slower. His dragon is just, it's not as good as the other ones. I'm not sure.
So I think he switched to a broom. I think that's what it is.
Maybe that's going to be the difference here.
Yeah, he's on a broom.
Yeah.
I mean, low-key, the smaller mounts are the best for dragon riding. It's just a proven thing. The big ones just don't go as fast.
We're on the platform here, and we've already got the mini-boss down to about 60% thanks to those stellar cores that you saw everybody going out of their way to fly and collect. Each one of those doing a huge hit of damage to the mini-boss once you land, if you did collect that. We have not even expended our battle res here, as the only death we had in P1 was onked by one of the shamans. We now have those inverse and crushing gravities. Again, easily defeated over on the side here. We do have to kill that Void Warden, and we have already done so, creating this safe channel against the first pushback of the platform. And we're now going to be doing the second Conqueror's Cross here. Next set of those Nullbinders and Frontals taken away to the side. Looks like we've got the raid happily stacked here, and we should be able to beat not the Extinction cast, but the next wins at least.
Right, this boss is weird where if you are fast enough on the actual mini-boss here, he does some sort of Q ability, correct? So even if you do beat that, it's best to just play it safe and wait for that planet to be chucked in your general direction.
That was super clean, all things considered. They have everybody left alive, even though they burned a battle res to do it.
Yeah, all 20 alive heading into the second phase 2 platform here. Let's see how far they can get into this. I mean, honestly, with those 4, like, what do you call them? The actual, like, black masses we're dropping.
Stellar Nova?
Stellar Novas landing on the platform here. This ad's going to be at 60% when we land here. If we can push through this could actually be a clean phase 3 transition.
Yeah, I don't think that they've had more than one of, I don't think they've ever had everybody alive going into this second platform.
Right now.
Not until now. That's right.
Never in the history of Warcraft has this happened, but here we are witnessing on this very pull. Yeah, look at those stellar cores just going into Pargoth, taking it all the way down. We're already almost at 50% on that. Now here comes the Conqueror's Cross. The last couple times they've gotten here, we've just had a Nullbinder cast instantly go off. That can't happen this time. Has to get into that stun, and we have those frontals needing to get, it looks like soaked. It looks like they're intentionally soaking them rather than letting them explode, so maybe you actually have to do that with those, having one person soak each of them.
Oh,
Crushing Gravity is nasty.
You gotta kill that ad.
A Shadow Priest and a Rogue, and that middle Void Warden has to go down as they get to the front of the room, and they're running out the pushback. They managed to kill it just in time. We've lost a couple of players here. but only a few. We actually still have some people alive. If we had Bloodlust, it would be really good here, but we can pretend we have it.
Only
the
two
next
healers
Nova
alive.
comes out, and again, these need to get soaked. It looks like one person soaked
on the
each
Nullbinder
of
cast.
those frontals, but Nullbinder cast is going to be what wipes us this time. Still, though, a great pull for Team Liquid. 20 players alive going into that second platform. Even if you have to use a Battle Res and a Reincarnation to do it, we can keep getting that happening. We will be seeing Phase 3 any pull now.
So explain those 3 circles that were coming out of the mini boss. There,
so
pulsing ones.
on the second platform, the mini boss does that Nova instead of the frontals on Heroic, right? And
it does both. Or you have both together. Sorry.
No. You don't have the frontal line from Pargoth. That's only
Oh,
in
I'm sorry.
Astarian mechanic.
I'm sorry. I'm talking about the AoE around him.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Does the Nova. And on Mythic, in addition to doing the Nova around it and putting the gunk on the ground underneath it, it shoots out 3 projectiles. Now, it looks like those 3 projectiles needs to get soaked and need to be soaked 1 each, because if you get hit by 2, it looks like it is going to instantly wipe the raid. I'm not sure what happens if you leave them unsoaked. Maybe they all explode out in Narnia, and that's why you die if you let them go off the platform. But it looks like they are having 3 players assigned to soaking each of those. We can take a look at this replay of exactly what happened on that platform to try and dissect exactly how the mechanics are different here. Another key difference from Heroic, it casts those Novas more often too, because on Heroic, usually you only get 2 of those casts before you kill that mini-boss. Whereas this time around, it looks like it's actually going to cast maybe 4 total that they'll have to deal with on this platform. But yeah, you can see they land. We get Pargoth. We get the Conqueror's Cross cast, being the first one here. Same one as the first platform. 4 Nullbinders needed to come in. And then, yeah, here's that AoE. And out come those frontals, which each get soaked by 1 player.
Yeah, Nick took one in the back.
Yeah.
Too, it seems like, okay.
And they're just going to leave that quadrant polluted now as they move over. So this is the inverse and crushing gravities. Same mechanics as before. You need to get your purple circles inside a big blue circle and not overlap beyond that.
Okay, yeah, and at this point, they're just barely short on killing that Void Warden.
And it looks like maybe we have less movement as well, because a couple people did end up falling off there. Maybe some of the big movement CDs, like the one Stampeding Roar we have access to, was already used on the first platform, and then again we get that next Nova.
More soaks.
Those 3 ones going out, but the thing that ended up causing the wipe here was a Nullbinder went uninterrupted, which, of course, as you have people starting to die, especially your Death Knights, that is going to happen. So things like Time Spiral, holding on to those Death's Advances, those other effects, Windrush Totem for this pushback, that's going to be a big deal here, because, yeah, you can see the second Conqueror's Cross coming out. Another set of 4 Nullbinders, but no Death Knights to grip them, so that is the big reason why we wiped here. And then another cast of the Nova right away. So actually, I guess we are only going to have to deal with 2 on this platform, so it is just the Heroic cadence of that ability, which is nice. And yeah, you can see again...
Is Nick vulnerable here still? I think... What does he debuff with there?
Maybe. Yeah, those...
that might have been what killed him?
I think that it was just Nullbinders casting that started to put the damage on. Because if you have 4 of those casts, it's going to kill almost everybody instantly.
Yeah, I couldn't tell with that third orb if it hit him or if he got hit by the projectile from the Nullbinders first.
Yeah, it looked like he was doing a good job of dodging out of the way, but I'm not 100% sure. Because, yeah, it seems like you need to have a different person soaking each one of them.
Right.
Yeah, and at least I think thus far we've had 2 wipes in the second platform. Very recently, both the Nullbinders going off, in fact. And I think that's kind of there's no backup plan for who's going to deal with the crowd controls or the stuns going out for those Nullbinders if we have a couple of deaths, and it kind of throws everything off.
I think if you're missing your DKs, there's just no way, right? Like, you need to get them all gripped together. You can resolve, like, oh, we don't have Chaos Nova alive on this pull. Okay, I'm going to throw my Leg Sweep instead, or I'll Sleet, I'll War Stomp. If we got a cow in the raid, I don't know if we do.
I'm a Taurian. Come on.
Yeah.
THG can go Tauren for that.
Exactly, yeah.
What's he playing as?
He is a Dwarf. It's either Dwarf or Tauren for Warlock. Dwarf has Stone form, but Dwarf also has the curse of being Alliance, and if you stream or do any kind of content with anybody in chat, nobody plays Alliance, so it is a headache, because cross-faction...
I play Alliance.
You're one of the few. Because cross-faction doesn't work cross-faction still, so I play Horde, I play a cow. Extra stamina keeps me alive.
What sorts of things are you not able to do cross-faction now? Because I feel like almost everything works.
There's something with group making. I list a group, but they can't see it because they're Alliance.
I see.
Horde, we can't queue LFR.
Yeah. LFR I know is still sometimes. Although I think this patch they might have even fixed that one.
Ooh, that'd be interesting. I didn't know that actually.
Well, I hate that you're missing out on some LFR content, but let's see if we can check out some transmog content while we got a sec.
Even equally as exciting. Some transmogs, perhaps. If you want to get your transmog on the screen, it's $35 or more to tl.gg/donate, where you can donate to our charity partner, the Santa Monica Animal Shelter. We'll review your transmog, your pets. Well, we won't review them. We'll just admire them. Your setup, anything like that. Feel free to send it in. If you want your transmog, you need to send us the WoW Armory link. Any other image, just use like Imager, something like that. Here is Archdruid Janatsu. Wow, this is an interesting mog. We've got the, I think that's the store, like you see the stars floating around?
Yeah,
that was the like Celestial Observers
from
apparel or whatever from the
Shadowlands?
Yeah.
It came out during Shadowlands. It was in the store, yeah. I remember that one.
First one's in the shop.
Yeah, it's very nice looking effect, but it's not the full set. Just I believe that those stars rotating around, which I think are tied to the back piece. I'm not 1,000,000% sure on that though. I could be making things up.
I think it's the cloak.
Yeah, exactly.
Like the cloak that is, like you mentioned.
Right, yeah, that cloak, which it comes with those rotating stars. Very cool part of this kit.
Flock of Smeagol's.
Yeah.
A what?
A Smeagol. Lord of the Rings? Cal? We had this whole conversation.
I know what you're talking about. I
have another sip of Monster, buddy. I know it's early. But we got a long cast to go.
Yeah. How many monsters do you think Kalamazoo would need to consume before he had the energy to read a book?
Ooh. Enough where I would never actually read the book.
Yeah, there's no. Once you have enough of those monsters, that you're out running around in circles instead.
Exactly.
Are you familiar with Baldur's Peak, Dratnos?
Yeah, Balmer's Peak is I think.
You're right. You're right.
Yeah.
Sorry. Balmer's Peak of like drinking enough, but then he drinks like a little bit too much, and then he just wouldn't be able to sit still. But it would be like the Monster Edition.
For anybody in chat who doesn't know that, it's an apocryphal. It was a Microsoft employee, I believe, Steve Ballmer or something, one of the early big people at Microsoft, and the theory was like 2 alcoholic drinks and you'd code better, and then any past that you'd get worse again.
I actually play better when I have a drink, typically a monster as well.
Yeah.
I play better with some monsters too.
Yeah, I've been testing the 3 and 4 monster, whether there's a peak there as well. I'm working on the theory. I'll get back to you as I learn more here.
We'd love to be able to see that. There's a lot of different ways you can enhance your performance, just like the Alienware monitors that we have. We're going to be giving away 3 of them to you lucky viewers. You can enter the sweepstakes at tl.gg/AlienwareRWF. Log into your Alienware Arena account or create one or follow the prompts, and then you'll be good to go. To enter, you must be in the US or Canada, and I can't believe we're having to say it in a World of Warcraft stream, but you got to be above the age of 13.
That's right. You need to be born after Wrath of the Lich King came out.
Shouldn't be a problem for most of our viewers.
Yeah.
Also, keep in mind, they're 27-inch 4K QD OLED game monitors, okay? They're fantastic. Our Raiders are using them. We get a chance to use them as well.
So it does look like those void fields, those 3 like large moving circles we saw on the Pargoth intermission, the second one. So he launches 3. They deal.
Wait, before Wrath of the Lich King came out.
2.
You're just so all right. Forget it. I'm not even gonna say what I'm gonna say. Forget it. It's fine. So it doesn't look like they need to be soaked, but if you do soak them, it just places the debris field earlier, comparatively to where it would, I guess, land. But if you soak them back to back, you are indeed debuffed, which you take 50. The whole raid takes 50 million damage. So that was the debuff we saw on Nick. So you can't soak back to back.
They're choosing to have 3 people soak them rather than letting them go off the platform, which makes me think something bad happens if you let them go off the platform. There isn't anything in the Dungeon Journal about that, but that's this kind of thing that sometimes there is mythic stuff that doesn't go in the Dungeon Journal. What my suspicion is, maybe they just explode. They all explode if they go off the platform, and you'll get that effect. But yeah, if that's not true, then it is weird they're choosing to soak them.
I would assume we need to soak 2 sets of star shards, probably.
Yeah, that's absolutely it.
Okay, so basically the 6 players need to soak that, but you cannot soak back to back where it is indeed a raid wipe.
And so that platform looks trickier than the first one, but my suspicion is it will be easier to progress it because there's less RNG associated with platform. Of course, you still have the RNG of like, is the boss going to actually, even if you're all on the same side, I don't think there's RNG about whether you're going left or right, but there is the RNG of which players get inverse versus crushing gravity.
Right.
I don't think that's a big point of RNG, though, so pretty much everything about that platform should be systematizable, whereas the...
Is that a word?
I made it up. The first platform, it's less true, right? Because random people are getting targeted by those frontals, so you have a little bit more reaction that you have to do. You can't do the exact same thing every pull. I kind of feel like you can with the second platform here, so the hard part's going to be just getting there a couple times with all 20 people alive, but I think if you can do that, there's nothing stopping you from literally just inputting the same buttons every single pull there.
The question is, do we see phase 3 on this shift?
I really was.
I think we're gonna. I think we're right there.
I was really on the fence of whether or not that was a word or something, but I knew exactly what you meant.
Yeah. Hey, look, anytime it's not an actual word as well, if everybody knows what you meant, then
that's right.
You know,
I like that line as well because communication is like the as long as the sender and receiver are on the same page, you've done your job.
5, 4.
No, I'm with you.
3, 2.
It's a Dratnosism.
Yeah, exactly.
If in doubt, you can always go, at Grok, is this a word? At Grok, what does this mean? Please think for me.
Is this true?
Okay, here we go. Another pull. We're looking for phase 1 perfection at this point. 0 deaths, 0 battle reses committed would be the ideal situation coming out of this phase. We are still using that Bloodlust here. Max was talking on the Blacklyte Spotlight last night after they finished raiding about how it is possible to take Lust off this phase, but it's going to be hard as we do have a player go flying there. One person just barely getting knocked, not quite far, or a little bit too far, not landing on the platform. That's one of those things is you want to optimize, right? You want to be getting knocked perfectly onto the edge of the platform, but if you miss a position by even an inch or two there, you're going to go all the way off.
Yeah, I think the question is, if you are going to have to pull Bloodlust off of phase 1, how long does it take to sort of re-progress phase 1? I mean, they're barely beating the DPS check with all 20 life and Bloodlust.
And they've already made phase 1 worse today by adding an extra mage, which, you know, dropping the Lust. It's one of those things where, like, maybe you can drop the Lust, but then maybe you have to keep in your entire phase 1 comp. Maybe a better strategy is going to be changing your comp and keeping the Lust instead. Although maybe you're going to end up having to do both to kill this boss. That's the big question mark. This boss could be dead today if phase 3 is easy. If phase 3 is hard, we are going to have to optimize so much because not only are we going to have to optimize phase 3, we're going to have to improve phase 1 with taking stuff off of it.
You know, we're going to have to optimize our flight schedules for when we're going home.
That's right. That is a big question mark. Always got to predict how long the race is going to take each time.
The catering, housing, and all the supplies. Yeah. Thankfully, we don't have to worry about optimizing our monster. We have so much.
That's true. I think there was they accidentally brought 4 times as much monster as we needed. So luckily, I'll find a way to get all of that used. Don't worry.
Or brought back with you.
Yeah, you know Monster Energy Can hates to see me coming.
Weren't you sent a handful of cases after the last race?
Yeah, they sent me 6 cases after.
What?
Wow.
Like 2 races ago. I think they sent a few of us. I don't know. If you were a cool caster. They only sent you 2?
No, sorry. I got sent 4, but they were not all full. There was like 2 full things.
They sent
full pallets.
That's the UPS tag.
And then no, they were like a smaller version, but they were delicious.
Yeah, I got 6 full like 24 can.
Oh my god.
Boxes.
Oh, okay.
Lasts me almost a month.
That is actually insane.
It lasted me a little bit more than a month.
96 cans?
5 weeks, yeah, sure.
All right, here we go.
Dratnos is the monster. Dratnos is the monster that monster's afraid of.
Night raiding. He is the monster.
He is the monster. I'll be raiding. I'll be like, oh no, what have you done? I just look over. He's so animated.
Dude, I don't know. I would be so mellow and laid back if I ever got a heal, but alas.
Yeah, that's fair.
That's because I'm not healing you.
Yeah. Well, neither are my healers.
Well, we've all got something in common.
All right, we've got another phase 1 pull this time around, hoping to avoid any early deaths. If we do, I think they're going to call those. It's basically, we'll use a B-Res in this phase. We won't be happy about it. If there's another death, I think we're kind of at the point where we're just jumping off.
It was really interesting because when they were getting warmed up, they would just commit until they got into phase 2 and like made sure that everybody saw it again.
Right.
And then once they did and built up that momentum, then they said, okay, we are not going into phase 2 unless we have everybody alive.
Yeah.
Soon after, get everybody alive.
Yeah, because I was talking about how the second platform there doesn't seem too hard. You can do basically the same thing every time, maybe, and that can mean that you can progress it very quickly. But a huge variable in whether that's true or not is, are you reaching that 1 out of every 1 pull? 1 out of every 2 pulls? 1 out of every 10 pulls? Because if it takes you 10 pulls to get back to that point with everybody alive, even if you can do the same thing every pull, you're not going to be building up that muscle memory very effectively. You're going to be getting there and you're going to be like, wait, what do we do here again, right? I don't remember. It's been so long since we were here, and I've been thinking so much about phase 1, phase 2, platform 1, where we've been wiping. So it is very important for, even when you're progressing a later phase in the fight, having a consistent plan to get there every time, as it looks like we aren't going to have everybody with the excess mass within 8 yards of each other there, so we don't have enough gravity to withstand the Devour cast from Dimensius. That is, of course, one of the most dangerous parts about Phase 1 is that getting together for the Devour. Not only do you need to get all 8 people with the excess mass together and having them stay alive, but you're trying to heal through like 25 million damage per player over 5 seconds. While also moving, right? Everybody's taking a gateway. All of these globals are being committed to that. I was watching Echo do this with a Resto Shaman, and let me tell you, Spirit Link Totem looked incredible for that part of the fight, something that Liquid are playing without. But we have been getting pretty consistent at doing that. This is a rare wipe to it.
It would be really nice to have the Shaman, but they also need the Shaman for Elemental gameplay.
Right, exactly. Sevi would probably be that Resto Shaman, and he is currently needed on the Elemental. The healer comp is interesting as well because we're basically supplying 2 raid buffs from our healers, and then we've got 2 OP Preservation Evokers.
Yeah.
Very similar to the Nerebar Palace healer comp in that way.
It is, and they're not quite as OP as they were there, but
no, yeah,
maybe 10% stronger than everybody else instead of like the 25% stronger than everybody else. They also would really double down on what made Flame Shaper strong and stacked healing.
Right.
And you'll see they do such fantastic output when the entire raid stacked, but that also puts a lot of pressure on Smacked and on Dryny to do a lot better on the range targets, the people who are not immediately stacked up with everybody, and start evening out the health pools and do more spot healing and triage.
Absolutely, yeah. The one of the big changes to Preservation Evoker was really an M+ oriented change to Temporal Anomaly, where it massively increased the shielding that it provides, but only to the first 5 targets. Beyond that, it hits like a small breeze that you'll barely notice, right? Like the fans in our hotel rooms, you know. It's something that's very small.
Oh, mine's cranking
all the
time. Are you kidding me?
You a hot sleeper, Dranos?
Well, you can turn it on to the cool mode, but then that's pretty loud. So I'm a fan of just leaving it on the fan mode. But yeah, so the Evoker healing in that way, it's really nice when you have these when you're splitting into the sides of 10, right? Because then your Temporal Anomaly is effective on half of your targets instead of only a quarter.
It is. It's also applying the echo effects that they're using to set up some of their huge healing, making sure they get reversions out onto everybody, get some benefit out of that golden hour after some of these big hits are going out. Usually, we're having a lot of the output carried in between those phases with like the Pally or with the Druid, but they do have, especially for some of the more brutal moments before the second Devour, that's where they're getting some of those preservation cooldowns back. And instead, they're leaning on like rewinds and a lot of immunities for this second Devour you'll see coming up in just a second.
Yeah, one of the most interesting things as well is we don't have a Healing Priest, which means we don't have the Disc Priest, which used to be sort of a mainstay, or the Holy Priest, which has more recently been the raid healer, which provides that symbol of hope, giving everybody their defensives back.
Yeah, ever since they nerfed Symbol from a full minute off the defensive to 30 seconds, Holy Priest has been a little bit tenuous in World First. It used to be a locked-in stat healer almost, because that was crazy, crazy powerful.
Yeah, that was pretty close. They actually almost missed those excess mass stacks. You're a bit off to the left. If you're late on that gate there, you have to move a bit once you actually land, but they're able to make it through that last Devour cast. So we have 32% on Dimensius here. We're going to get a couple more sets of overlaps mechanically, but we know we're ignoring the last living mass set. This one we're going to kill. We're going to have the antimatter coming out here, and that reverse gravity coming in right after as well to pull those 3 players down. And basically after these 3 are pulled down from that reverse gravity, we're ignoring everything else, trying to push the boss.
Yeah, absolutely. There's another tank knockback that we'll have to do and a spread, but those only survive, right? You don't have to worry about placing your puddles in good locations. Just don't double up with somebody, and we're going to try and kill the boss before needing to soak the next antimatter. We can get through if we have to do that soak, but it is a pretty ugly. It requires the commitment of extra personals or healer cooldowns that they'd really like to save for that second phase. Now, yeah, again, you can see we're just okay with being very, very ugly with where those spread circles get dropped. That's what the flexibility you're afforded by dropping the first one so precisely in the very corners. You get so much room to use, and then here at the end here, you can use anywhere that you want. But we are now entering the second phase of Mythic Dimensius.
With a battle res available too.
Yeah, all 20 of our players, as we have this dynamic flying section through the stellar cores. After the it's really nice they afforded us as well, like a 5-second pause where you can't do anything. Crack open your next can of Monster. Always good when you get one of those spots on a fight.
I like those too. I like also that there's a lot of charge-up phases in the damage amp windows that you have, except for on this boss, which I felt like would have been the most important one.
Right, giving you like 5 seconds before the actual damage amp is on where you can do your setup globals. Let me tell you, if you're first globaling Hunter's Mark into that amp, you are not a happy camper. Not something that any of our players are going to have to worry about. We have our first death, though. Sang is going to go down, actually, second death as well. The B-Res already committed here. Now crushing an inverse gravity section. Oh, man. Yeah. It's a bloodbath out here. Now 6 players, 7 dead. It's going to be almost impossible to make this check, even to kill that Void Warden in the middle of the room, as everybody is going to get blown off the platform by those Gamma Winds.
That's nasty. The Gamma Wind will push you into the Void Binder, or the Void Fiend, and then it also pushes you through it.
Yeah.
So you take the dot, and then you're also still getting blasted off the platform.
Yeah, there's like no leeway. We unfortunately lost Scott on the ride over there. Had to commit the res pretty early. I feel like phase 1 of the intermission, like that ad platform is the more volatile.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's a much harder platform than the second one, but it is a thing where you might have cooldowns for it that you don't have for the second one, which in turn makes the second platform actually harder in practice, even if not on paper.
Man, I'm really curious as to how they're going to be able to pull this Lust off of phase 1. I'm almost wondering if Lust might not even be needed in phase 2.
It might not be, yeah.
We don't know.
There have been some fights where, like on Gallywix, they were lusting the start of the fight,
Right.
and I was like, look, man, we need to take this Lust off eventually, right? We're going to have to kill the boss, and you could just survive another couple seconds here and then kick, and you get the benefit of Lust later in the fight. It's a no-brainer. Turns out you didn't need that. Turns out Lust right on pull worked out perfectly and was just fine. So that's something where it might be true here as well.
Yeah, I think we'll likely know within the first few polls of seeing phase 3, we'll be able to see how those stars actually interact, if they are going supernova or not, how many ways you have before the boss sort of enrages. But before we get there, we got to get through that second platform in phase 2 with all 20 alive. We are back into phase 1 here. We're going to have that first soak coming out, these excess mass here. We just, it's so weird when it drops off to the side. It basically thinking we don't actually have the debuff, but we do. We're okay. We're going to get that tank knock, and the raid's going to split off to both sides here, handling a mix of anti-gravity, reverse gravities, and something they've been doing over the last 180 or so pulls, give or take.
Yeah, something to think about is how much health Dimensius is going to have in the last phase, because here it's about 10 billion health that he starts with in phase 1. Now on normal and heroic,
does it increase?
On normal and heroic, the phase 3 Dimensius health pool, I believe, is 50% bigger than the phase 1 health pool.
Okay.
Ooh.
Which would mean 15 billion needing to get done in that last phase, which I think will probably last about 3 minutes if it mirrors the lower difficulties, with a damage amp on at the start of it. So that would be quite a tight DPS check to try and do without Lust, although the damage amp will certainly go a long way with all the cooldowns, especially here, as you do have 3 elemental shamans who are going to be ascending into that amp. That is a big source of damage. I mean, that's a large part of their damage over a 3-minute window will be in their ascendance, and almost all of that will be captured by the damage amp. So it might be something where they're not going to need Lust for it, but that is a lot of DPS required here.
Yeah, I'm always going to be fascinated to see what phase 3 is going to be looking at. What time do you think we're really going to be seeing it, Mr. Dratnos?
Like in the day today?
Yeah.
Again, I still think we're at any pull territory to get there. It would be great to get there right before lunch and then be able to strategize with the initial, the first minute of timers or however much we're able to get to glean from that. Because that could really tell us a lot about what the phase is going to look like. Even if you can't be sure, you can make a really educated guess based off of the initial timers in that phase. So that would be huge to be able to have that for lunch. But we are approaching the lunchtime call here. I think it's probably 0 to 2 more pulls before that call is made, because typically they've been going at 2 p.m.
Right. They could push a bit longer before lunch trying to get a phase 3 pull, but at the same time, I sort of agree. How do you think the adjustment would be made if they had the pull Lust off phase 1? If we saw it, they were like, we need the damage amp here. How much time do you think that cost us?
Yeah, I mean, I think you'd have to probably commit to doing the final antimatter soak there. Probably not the reverse gravities afterwards, but maybe you'd even have to do that, which would mean you'd be entering P2 with a little bit less defensive value as well. Although, it doesn't strike me as the P2 platform's really needing a lot of defensives. A lot of the stuff that kills you there is just things not being executed properly. Although, of course, it is nice to have the defensive on those crushing gravities, but I don't think it's something, I think it's something they could live without, as we do have a death here. And it looks like the res is in time. You actually need to get rezzed here before, if you try and get rezzed on the side platform, you won't get the buff from Xalatath that lets you Dragon Ride to the third, or to the second platform. So they managed to land the res in time to get that buff from Xalatath, our good friend.
There we go. Goop taking
our permanent ally.
Grabbing one of those damage-based dark orbs so we can get a bit of extra damage on that ad when we land. The ad should be starting around 61%, give or take health-wise, as long as all 4 orbs do indeed land on that platform and come in contact with the ad, which leaves about each platform is about a minute and a half, I'd say, roughly, give or take. So we don't have 2-minute CDs at this point landing on here, but we should probably have some being pulled for the next platform, roughly around 4:30.
Those Arcane Mages as well. They get to CD both platforms with the shorter cooldown on Arcane Surge, and it's a very bursty cooldown as well. Oh, those frontals need to get spread out a little bit more. You could see there was some dodging around, and oh man, typical problem with this sort of mechanic, right? Of like 3 people all are in line with each other, everybody moves left at the same time, everybody moves right at the same time, you're just not able to get them separated, and then you also need to be landing those CCs on the Null Wardens as they're getting gripped in, or the Null Binders rather, and that just did not quite happen this time. So another promising looking start to P2 instantly ended on that platform. And we're gonna see if and when the lunch call gets made here.
Yeah.
It is now 2 p.m.
It makes me wonder if they are going to rip it at that.
Well, okay, it's 1:59. Now, it's well known in raiding that if you have something scheduled, you're allowed to put up the pull timer as long as the timer hasn't shifted over to that
That's
yet.
right.
Well,
they're being merciful today.
They're going to be especially ethical and put up the lunch timer now rather than sneak one more pull into this one. 30 minutes, the timer for lunch this time. Should be enough, although...
This time?
Yeah, well, sometimes it changes.
It was 40 yesterday, actually.
Oh, was it?
Sometimes we proc bonus.
Extra hefty meal. Today, 30 minutes, we're going in.
Oh, what is for lunch today, Cal?
Pasta.
Yeah, I think, what, beef rigatoni, something like that? Yeah.
Chicken sausage, very exciting.
Looking forward to it.
It'll be very tasty under that one.
I haven't had breakfast yet, so it's...
I was about to say, I see a little drool coming down.
I'm hungry.
I don't blame you. I don't blame you one bit. I mean, you missed out on a really good breakfast too.
What was it?
It was the waffles, bacon, egg, sausage.
Oh,
kind of the standard, breakfast meal that we would always have. But like,
I like the bacon.
personally, like that's one of my favorites.
Yeah.
It's like I'm a big fan of the classics.
Okay, all right, yeah. I eat about... I think I consume about 15 strips of bacon whenever it's out.
I try to. They're pretty thin strips of bacon, and they're nice and crispy. So I like to load up on it when I can as well.
So I follow a mindset called opportunistic eating.
Yeah.
You never know when something may happen. They could happen.
Exactly.
Right? You got to be full and prepared for whatever you're going to be facing.
So does Cam's.
Dementious. Well, yeah.
You going to talk about that?
No. I don't want to plug the competition's channel here, but if you want to go watch Dratnos's Day 9 recap on YouTube last night, there's a very good...
Kalmazi crashed out on Cam.
Really?
I channeled
based on a late-night food order. It was
interesting.
It was tough to watch. It was one of those things where, like, never meet your heroes,
Really?
Yeah.
That I feel. Speaking of one of my heroes.
Hey!
Oh, hey, what's up, Dratty?
What's up, THD?
Yeah,
Long time no see.
What's up, man?
Not for you, I'm sure, but for me, sometimes it's hard to see things as well.
Wait, it's hard for you to see things?
Sometimes I don't know, like what's going on the screen or what's going on in the world around me.
Oh,
is there anything you could recommend for me to help that?
My Zennies are prescription, but would you like to try them?
All right, yeah, let's see.
Dude, his prescription.
Wow.
First.
When you say prescription, this is like capital P prescription.
That's right.
Good Lord.
Yeah, I mean, you see that?
It's like all distorted.
Yeah, I mean, that's that. But hey, guess what?
What?
I can see clearly now. With the Zennies. It's a prescription.
And they're fashionable.
Love that.
Yeah,
they are.
Fashionable.
Necklace, yeah.
Look, fashionable. Wait, what the? Whoa, the camera's crazy here. Let me move behind the couch. Hold on. Let's get a better pop here. This is crazy stuff. They've got a shooter in the back as well. Crazy. Yeah, but my Zennies are great. Without them, I couldn't see. How would I see that guy that back there? By the way, if we go back to the other camera, there's a guy back there. Just he is going crazy right now. And guess what? You can get my Zennies. There he is. There he is. At tl.gg/Zenni. And there's more.
Oh, you got more?
Yeah, there's always more.
Okay.
Yeah.
Tell more. Say more.
If you use code TeamLiquid, you get 10% off.
Oh. Really?
It is a hot deal.
I need a new pair of glasses, actually. I got
Yeah,
mine in high school.
So is I, yeah. We're trying to like point out things.
I mean,
to
if
them
I see
like,
someone without glasses, like they need glasses.
Right.
That's just how it is.
Okay.
You got to protect your eyes.
Got to get those Zennies. Got to get that blue light filtered out.
Yep.
right.
Yeah.
That's right.
Pretty key for raiding. Late night hours.
Yep. If you raid 14 hours a day, you need them.
That's true.
Understood. If you guys are at home raiding 14 hours a day, make sure that you get your Zennies. And even if you're not raiding 14 hours a day, you might be at the computer 14 hours a day.
I mean,
in fact, I know you are.
Here's the reality.
You should go
On
get Zennies.
average, a person is awake 16 hours a day.
That's right.
I'm just saying. That means your eyes are being used 16 hours of the day.
That's true.
That's right. Unless you're a demon hunter.
You want that extra rest.
Okay.
I mean, yeah, demon hunters,
Appreciate that.
Demon hunters, they've sacrificed a lot.
That's right.
I sacrificed meta, and then
Yep, they're getting it next expansion. Perfect. We love it.
Well, I mean, Warlocks should get meta back because look what Warlocks did to the Soul Hunter fight. I mean, we destroyed them.
That's true.
Yeah.
You guys are the victors.
I will stand by this take.
They're biased.
It's the most base take.
Jack,
get yourself some Zennies.
Absolutely.
Thanks, THD.
Thank you for your base takes.
Yeah,
have a nice
always
lunch.
Got base takes here.
Watch out for the.
Watch out for what?
The nice man.
Watch out for the shooter.
The shooter? He's fighting right now.
Oh, my goodness. While the Raiders are getting lunch, let's take it on over to our RaiderIO recap. Let's talk about what the events of today have been going on. Mythic Prague Echo on poll number 157 with their best being 38.65% on phase 2.2. Method is done for the day after hitting a wall on the phase 2.1. That does mean that they are getting into phase 2, though. Hotpot Hero is on Nexus King with a best of 71% boss health in phase 3. And we made a couple little roster changes along the way. We saw firsthand how Liquid was making some changes, dropping the Warlock, and instead bringing in the Mage. Echo's made some as well.
Yeah, that's right. Echo have moved off the Blood Death Knight. They've got 2 DPS Death Knights instead to play Prot Warrior Brewmaster last I checked. We've also taken out the Feral Druid and put in the Resto Druid for them, which I thought the Feral Druid looked like a really good way to get the raid buff, but they're back over to that Resto Druid just like Liquid. I believe with a player who hadn't seen progression yet as well in on that Resto Druid, so pretty cool to see. Something, though, that was, I think, alarming for DPS warriors worldwide was Echo sat Revez, which if Echo's ever sitting Revez and you're a DPS warrior in a guild, your raid spot is in tremendous jeopardy.
Yeah, here we get to see firsthand the Echo roster changes thanks to the RaiderIO tools. It allows you to look firsthand at which specs, which classes, which players are getting switched in and out throughout progress.
Oh, they were playing an Augmentation Invoker?
Yeah, they briefly...
wow.
They swapped in on pull 131 into Aug, and then they swapped right back off of it, on pull 134.
We haven't really seen Augmentation on this fight at all, Liquid, but...
The Aug on this fight, from the Evokers I've talked to, on the lower difficulties, it's an awkward fight to play the spec on, and Dev looks so good at P1, but Aug, I think, would maybe be better for P3 boss damage.
It could be. I mean, I don't think there'd really be a whole lot of, relevant supplementation on phase 2.
And
maybe a bit, but
first global Breath of Eons is a little bit awkward as well.
Yeah.
You're indexing into Mastery on Aug as well, which is increasing the length of your Breath of Eons, but then that doesn't actually help you you're already getting the whole damage amp covered by it.
Right.
So you don't get extra value from the stats you should be using, and yeah, it's a little bit awkward. So I'm not surprised to see them experiment with it for a couple pulls and then swap back to Dev for now.
Yeah, plus Dev just cranks.
Yeah, Dev.
That's right.
Full-time cranker.
I feel
crank
like
damage for sure.
For the sleeper spec, this tier probably actually has been Dev, which is the same case for every tier, it seems like, at this point, but...
Yeah,
it is.
Dev
Also,
is great.
You can keep tabs on all the Dimensius Prague with the RaiderIO Showdown widget. It's RIO, the rio.gg/dimmy down.
Dimmy down.
I believe we have a quick example of this one as well. Hey,
there it is.
Go, the Dimmy Down Showdown. Home of the Dimsdale Dimmadome.
I like how we've got the I like how there's all these different ways of denoting how we're doing on the boss as well, with P1, P2.1, P2.2, and P3, and then of course secret mythic phase, secret mythic boss after that as well. All of those we'll have to see.
We're not secret phase. Yeah,
the secret mythic phase and then the secret boss. Don't worry, we're getting both this time. Money back guarantee.
Oh, good to hear.
Yeah, I've learned you can just say money back guarantee, and nobody ever asks you for the money back.
Yeah, we're gonna have to have it after that last hype train we had.
That's right.
Resupply. Make sure everybody doesn't have any ads as we're going into the higher end progress and everything like that.
That's right. Make sure to use your Twitch Prime if you still have one. If somehow you haven't yet used it on this channel, make sure to use that now so you don't get any ads for the rest of the race, because it is going to reach the most exciting part just after this lunch break. We are going to have Phase 3, I think, Dimensius in the very near future to take a look at, and then the boss could die. Could die today. Could die tomorrow. The day after? It all depends.
Next
anytime,
week?
Sure.
Anytime.
Next month?
There's no way to know.
There isn't.
You gotta watch to find out, and you don't want to watch ads.
Or you might have to drink so much Monster that you can start seeing the future.
That's a good idea.
There you go. I think we'll know a lot more when we see Phase 3.
Yeah.
And that's going to happen on this shift. I'm calling it right here.
The spice must flow.
There you go.
Start getting, what would you get instead of blue eyes from the spice? You would start getting like the green, like the tinged green or something like that?
Yeah, Demon Hunter style.
Yeah.
Pretty cool.
All right, Raiders are off to lunch, and we are about to be going off as well. But first, I want to give a special thank you to our sponsors making all this possible. Coinbase, our presenting sponsor, as well as Philips Hue, Alienware, Blacklyte, Monster Energy, Wowhead, RaiderIO, Warcraft Logs, and Zenni, as well as our charity partner in the Santa Monica Animal Shelter. It's lunchtime for the Raiders, and we'll be taking a little break and back soon.
Someone I'd like for you to meet.
Don't be a third wheel. Enter the sweepstakes and meet your perfect match.
Ever since humans first walked the Earth, they've searched for one thing. Civilizations advanced, yet suffering continued.
There seems to be a strange curve in the lower vertebrae. I'll call this the lumbar. We must give it support.
But doctor, I'm seeing spots.
We mastered silicon chips and cathode ray tubes, but comfort was still offline.
There really should be a chair made for gaming, with cushions and maybe wheels.
Until we got it right.
Man, I wonder what my ancestors went through before this.
Elevate your space with Blacklyte.
Hey, psst. Have you unlocked your blue yet? This is my blue. Sharp, stylish, and ready to win. What's yours look like? Quests are easy, like watching our matches or just repping Team Liquid online. Rack up points and flex your grind. I'm keeping an eye on the leaderboards. I'm watching you. Join my blue today. See you there.
Hey, what's up? Why'd you want to meet all the way up here?
Do you ever think about your future? How people might remember you?
What are you talking about?
You never know what tomorrow brings. What if I told you there's a way to see?
Why would I need new glasses?
Just put them on.
I don't see anything different. They're just regular glasses. Huh, that's weird. It's almost like I'm
Seeing the future?
Whoa.
Yo, brah, can you toss my frisbee back?
Alienware's highest performance desktop yet, equipped with powerful Intel Core Ultra processors. With an innovative design engineered for optimized gameplay, encounter the return of Area 51 at Alienware.com.
Hey guys, we're looking at the new Race World First Apparel collection. Let's get started. Shadow Tee, new design. We have the Alliance jacket, blue and clean. Had the Void hoodie, super warm. Had the Horde jacket, new style. We had the Sylvanas Sherpa, very soft. Had the new race jersey, has Dimensions on it. We have the Derp hoodie, great for raiding. We have the Void tee, new print. We have the mouse pad, slides real smooth. And finally, we have the Derp tee. If you guys want to grab any of this, you can at tl.gg/RWF.
full-time cranker.
So I'm glad we lost that race.
Hello and welcome back to the Team Liquid Race to World First live at the Alienware training facility as we are back from lunch break and ready for more Dimensius Bowls. I'm Jack, joined by Dratnos and Kalamazi.
That's right, and we are back after a lovely lunch of some beef rigatoni. Pretty nice.
Ooh, I had beef and chicken.
Ooh. Yeah, the chicken sausage.
Yeah, well, I had a piece of chicken. But
there were also some
nice food buff.
Some cookies in the kitchen as well that were labeled 2-bite cookies, let me tell you. You could get those in one.
Could you have 2 cookies in 1 bite?
Yes, maybe that's what they meant. I haven't attempted that, but it looked feasible.
Missed opportunity by you. Quite a rarity, actually.
Yeah.
Says Kalamazi.
Yeah.
With no hint of irony.
I mean, Dratnos is quite an eater, too.
That's right.
Looks like me, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, you partook in
We're out here
night.
getting ready for Dimensius, you know, cultivating that excess mass.
Yeah, what did you order last night?
Oh, dude, I had mozzarella sticks and cheese fries.
Oh, yeah.
I was
fried cheese.
Oh my God,
Two types of fried cheese too. Yeah,
cheese is so yummy. Oh man, we gotta run that back sometime.
Well, the night is young, so
yeah,
night hasn't even begun.
No, it hasn't. Although the food here, the lunch food here was really nice. That was this was a good day.
I am stuffed. That's right.
Our Raiders, though, were quick to get back. None of those. Sometimes you put up a 30-minute break timer and you're pulling again 45 minutes later. This time around, that break timer ended, the ready check went out, and we got right back in to Dimensius. Everybody here is hungry not for food, but for world first.
Yeah, we are right at the cusp of seeing a Phase 3 pull. We've seen the second platform in Phase 2 a handful of times now. One pull was actually pretty clean. We had an unfortunate, I think, a missed kick and a nullbinder. But regardless, we are on the cusp of seeing that world first Phase 3 pull. I would assume we probably can see it realistically any pull now, but I think definitely on this shift we're going to see it at some point.
Yeah, Echo's still pulling as well over in Europe, but it is getting later over there. Liquid had the nice experience of waking up and not seeing Echo having slingshotted way ahead of them overnight, which I think really shows just how difficult this first phase and second phase are on this encounter. Not something where, you know, because there's always a little bit of worry whenever you go to bed on an end boss that you're going to wake up and it's going to be dead.
Hey, this is a great pull. I mean, they just got back from lunch and there's 1 battle res available. They're in good shape.
The food buff is working out. We've got Goop making it to that next circle. It's actually a very tight timing. Anytime you're going to collect any of these stellar cores, you need to get back to the next circle of the skyriding race, or else you will lose your buff that protects you from the cosmic darkness.
Yeah, there's very little leeway. Speaking of very little leeway, we are on that first platform. The Conqueror's Cross coming out now. There's 4 nullbinders spawning as well, and these 4 frontal lines, which we're dropping in the same location for the most part, saving as much space as we can this time. Actually overlapped some a little bit there, but we're able to make it through with everybody alive. Crossing through, having that inverse gravity coming out now, which we have learned how to handle pretty easily at this point. We're going to have that come out, the planet's throne, and we're going to be needing to break that void wall, which we're going to have right dying. It's actually a little behind now. We're going to have that big pushback from the boss coming. Break the wall in time. Oh, we lose 3 players here. We're able to get through with most everyone else still alive. We commit a res to one of them. I believe Machine Onks here as well. We're going to have to beat this next void wall here also. If we can beat this, we'll still have a decent push in the second platform. But losing 3 players there is really unfortunate, Dratnos.
Yeah, we got to kill off those nullbinders once more and then get through with the gateway into the spread for the inverse gravities. It looks like that's not quite going to happen this time for most of the raid. We could get to that second platform, but it wouldn't really accomplish much at this point. We need almost everybody alive to really have a chance of meaningful progression there. So still a good first pull, though.
Yeah.
After lunch there, getting into phase 2 with everything looking clean up until that point. Really just not enough damage on that Void Warden was the cause of the wipe there.
I think any time that you have a clean phase 1 without any sort of battle res getting expended, that's going to be a really good pull. You got to give a lot of credit to Alienware for the amazing OLED monitors that they're utilizing. We're giving away 3 of them. You can get 3 Alienware 27-inch 4K monitors if you enter into the sweepstakes here at tl.gg/AlienwareRWF. All you got to do, log into your Alienware Arena account or create one, follow the prompts, and you're good to go. Jenner must be in the US or Canada. That's right. It's a North American giveaway for our North American viewers. EU, I'm sorry. But
there are some giveaways you can enter still if you're European, at least here.
We'll have some others around the corner.
Yeah, exactly. We have a handful of things to give away still, but I think I'm going to try and yoink with these monitors, Jack.
Me too.
I don't know if I can fit it in my suitcase. I didn't brought a carry-on this time.
I brought a check bag, so I have a better odds than you.
So
I moved on to the carry-on meta, but then I had to check it anyways because my flight was full. So
yeah, but it's still better though.
I like how they get you that way. You probably could have fed it underneath your seat too.
Yeah, it's a fairly large carry-on for the. I mean, I had to fit all my clothes for the entire race, right? Like
2 pairs,
three whole pairs. yeah.
Okay.
So
are you in the back of the plane, like the front, the middle, or where were you sitting?
I was well, so it was a Southwest flight, so it was not assigned seats. It was.
That's terrible.
Yeah, so it
drives me crazy.
You see, you're in like Group C or whatever. You just know, like, okay, I'm gonna have a tough spot here.
You're in trouble. Southwest will do that to you. United will put your bag in a little like metal cage, see if it's too big. Delta doesn't check. Top of the line. I've optimized
That's good tech.
Meta. Yes,
That's good tech.
That's why I request Delta every time.
Interesting. I do United because I like knowing where I sit.
They don't have TVs in the headrest though.
I mean, I can just pull out my phone. Don't you have a phone?
You just raw dogging the flight.
Well, actually, no. Actually, that's what I did on this flight. I raw dogged the flight for 4 hours.
Well, okay, it only counts as that if you are sitting, staring straight ahead, no headphones in, nothing like that.
Yeah, I didn't have any music.
Okay.
I didn't play
and no
any
sleeping.
Music. No sleeping.
You sat looking forward for 5 hours.
I tried to sleep for the first 20 minutes, and I realized I couldn't, and then I just sat there and looked at it.
Wow. That is impressive.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
diabolical behavior.
The flight for me is it's only like an hour flight, so I don't have enough time to like. It's one of those flights where like the plane takes off, they quickly rush down the aisle and give everybody a drink, then they quickly rush down the aisle and collect everybody's trash, and then the plane lands. It's a good vibe.
And everyone claps.
Yeah, dude. I'm telling you, the rate of clapping on planes has gone up since it's recently become clear that it's not actually an 100% success rate thing anymore.
Yeah.
There's a near miss. I think actually just over LA a couple weeks ago as well. There was
really.
Yeah, the plane had to like sharply pull up to avoid another one. I was seeing all about it. So we can see a shine here, choosing between targeted earthquake and reticle earthquake. So whether it's aimed at his target or he has to place it on the ground. Something that I've seen LE Shamans. I think on this fight you have to use the one where you aim it yourself because you really want to place it between all of these living masses, I think.
Aim it yourself.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, gotcha.
Because you can make it so that you press it and it goes on your target, but that I think there are some fights where that'd be fine, and it's like nice to not have to aim your mouse. But I don't think this is a fight where you can get away with that.
I don't think it would reach the spread living mass in the first phase. Here.
Yeah, unless you were
center of hitbox.
Exactly. Yeah, I think you want to aim it yourself on this particular fight, even though it's one of those things where like, man, it is nice to use the easier one that you don't have to aim yourself.
Quality of life, I wouldn't know her. But either way, we are in.
Said the warlock.
Yeah, we need that option for Rain of Fire and.
Oh, we have it.
Oh, you have it now. Yeah.
Nobody uses it because nobody likes to tank in the Rain of Fire, so we just.
True. You gotta lead the tank, right? And go where the ball is going, not where it is.
Follow the Rain of Fires, yeah.
Exactly.
My macro.
Yeah.
Well.
I have a weak order that lets me know if somebody's put down a Rain of Fire or a Blizzard or something, so I can move.
That's like a universal tank weak order.
Yeah,
right?
it's part of the tank code. You get initiated, and then you have to agree that you are moving out of any AoE.
Can't wait till we
placed by warlocks or mages.
Shaman healing rain.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Those. Yeah, it's nice. I know some players that they treat it just like a void zone, right? Where it's just like, oh yeah, there's something on the ground. I got to get out of it, and it's the F-low.
Yeah, I don't know if that's been fixed or not, but there was a bug going on in PTR where you were only able to put out more symbiotic blooms from your clear casting regrowths if they had F-low's Hot Spring Blossoms, Wild Growth, or I think a Rejuve on them. And that might be kind of relevant on a fight like this where it's not guaranteed everybody's going to stand an F-low when they're soaking like antimatters.
Yeah, I know Wildstalker was got some bug fixes in the last couple of weeks, but I think one of them was a substantial nerf. To an interaction that existed with it that no longer does. I know some people were really high on Resto Druid before that came in. There was a compensation buff, but I think it still ended up being a net nerf.
Exactly. There was a bit of a buff that tried to compensate, but one of the issues with the bug was that it was putting out so many symbiotic blooms.
Right.
And you have a hero talent called Root Network, where the more blooms you have, the more all of your healing does. And it quickly led to the spec just getting way out of control in terms of its healing, especially in 5-mans. But it would have been even more insane in raids, too, because they are playing Wildstalker here as well.
Interesting. We did unfortunately lose both Impact and Sang here. Impact was able to onk, and we got that battle rest out on Sang. We're at that point where we're going to be ignoring the rest of the mechanics in this fight, trying to push it for that last Devour cast. And we should be, knockback 4 YOLO. Basically, get knocked anywhere. Your pools are even YOLO here, too. Drop them anywhere. Don't get knocked that far, though, Atlas. That's a little bit too far. We unfortunately will lose him heading into this phase 2, but as long as we can push Dementius before the Devour cast finishes, we should.
Down another player here.
There's a wipe time.
This is going to be tough to see sizable progression with. We do have Zasevi down as well with Ankh, but it looks like the wipe is just being called here. Not going to waste any more resources or time on this one, as P1 just a little bit tough there, although, wow, they were well ahead of the third Devour in Rage check there, which is a good sign if we do eventually need to take Bloodlust off of this phase. But yeah, we've got Atlas here, who actually wasn't in on Prague until today. Lip was the DPS DK, but Lip was feeling a little under the weather today, so they've sat him and are bringing in Atlas instead. Atlas, to his credit, has done a really good job of coming into this fight and not having a lot of those errors, except for that last bull we just watched.
He's been honing his ping pong skills for the last 7 days.
Dude, yeah, him and Dazer have been, they set up the ping pong table yesterday.
We're going to have
Bench
them
Brothers
compete in like another big ping pong tournament, and they're like the liquid representatives.
They've got it at this point, man.
Yeah, I mean, at a certain point on the end boss, you know, sometimes you know, like, okay, I'm out. But you never know if somebody's going to get sick or something, and all of a sudden you're right back in. That's one of the skills that Race to World First Raiders in particular have. And a lot of guilds, the 20 people that are in on a boss, if you swap in somebody who doesn't know that they were getting swapped before, they're going to be really, really rough on that fight because they haven't just been ready to come in at a moment's notice. Every single Liquid player who's not in right now is getting ready to come in just in case they do want them for whatever reason in that last phase, or somebody else disconnects or gets sick or whatever, and we need somebody to get called up. And that is a huge part of the skill here, knowing that you're part of a team rather than sort of an individual player that only cares if you're personally in on a bull.
You know, for our Mythic Razageth kill for Hall of Fame, the night before we killed it, we had our Holy Priest quit the game. We had 0 priests for the kill, no fort, and they said, Kalamazoo, you're up. I just finished moving apartments. They pulled me in.
Oh,
no progression. Came in. Almost topped the meters.
Wow.
4th in damage. They say, Kalamazoo did a really good job. Thank you. That lives with me to this day. That's a special place in my heart. The next year, I wiped the raid and I was shock freak there, and they benched me.
Oh, no.
That lives in my heart, too. One of the two things. After 3 hours of Rashok, we're close to killing it, and I just ran right into a soak and overlapped it.
Oh, I've been there.
Yeah.
I had a bad soak on, gosh, what was it? Lady Enerva Darkvein.
Jeez, Jack, do not do that.
In Castle Nathria. No, that's another story.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, if you want to talk about the grip, listen, to win some grips, and get some good clips for it, you gotta lose some, okay? And you don't always know the actions of people around you. But I was gonna say I goblin jumped out of a Darkvein soak and wiped my team in Nathria once. It was not fun.
Yeah, we had a really fun time with Enerva Darkvein. The lines and the geometry, that wasn't our strong suit.
Yeah,
people were very confused.
It's fascinating seeing like abstract mechanics and like who connects with them.
Right.
Who has like that sided brain versus like the not sided brain, or like that side of the brain's missing or something like that. There's something wrong.
I got my geometry down really easy.
My favorite is when you talk about a mechanic and you come up with like a heuristic for how to do it, and then 150 pulls later, somebody in your guild pipes up and is like, "Hey guys, it looks like this always goes left. So what if we always do this?" And you're just like, "Dude, have you been playing this without knowing that? We talked about this.
Yeah.
On pull 1.
I had that on Rodden. Rodden on Nyalotha. We had like 3 mages in, and we had to have lots of mages because they were busted that tier. It's a big surprise. And he asked that exact kind of question of like the orbs coming in or whatever it was, and we were like 100 pulls in, and that boss was like a 50 pull boss.
Yeah.
And we didn't realize he was the one who kept messing it up over and over again.
Do you have the person in your guild, I guess to both of y'all, that asks the easy, like, general question, not for themselves, but for someone else who they know doesn't know what's going on, and they'll take the hit because they know someone else is messing it up.
I'll do that sometime.
I do it a bit now too.
But there's a couple buddies in my guild who they'll go out of it. They're like, do people know that this, and this happens?
Yes.
And then it's silent. And then the officers get the cue and they're like, yeah, let's explain it one more time. Yeah. That's like a Lulu and Clutch angle, I think, more often than not. They like to nicely illuminate it for everybody.
Who doesn't in your guild, Dranos?
Well, I'm not going to name any names, but Parse of US Tichondrius is our weakest player typically.
Oh, man.
Well, there you go.
So sometimes we got to explain a mechanic 5 or 10 times.
The name is very suiting.
Yeah. All right, we're into P2 here. We've got that battle res available.
How long has he been with the guild?
Since I want to say Sanctum Farm.
Okay. Do you think that he ever like initially wanted to join the guild because he thought it was more about the parse culture?
I was gonna
That was our old name, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, he came to us when another guild on server called Essence died.
I remember them.
He was, they're famous for exploiting for US 18. Yeah, which he was the culprit. He was the guy who pressed Cloak of Shadows to exploit that boss.
Was he really?
Yeah.
Well, Tenno's exploited Stonewall Blockade, right?
Yeah, Tettle's big exploiter.
Tettle's in Survey Loris, I'm pretty sure.
Well known.
Do not ask Tettles what happened on Stormwall Blacklight.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
All right, we are on to this first platform, though, of P2. Already, those Void Warden and the Null Binders have been taken care of. They're oh my goodness, they have so much time over here. Look at that, 5 seconds before that massive asteroid hits the platform. Now comes that Cosmic Wind, and they've already killed off the Void Warden in the middle, too.
Yep, we're going to be heading through here. That pushback comes in, but we are A-OK. Killed that Void Warden with plenty of time here. We're going to have that next Conqueror's Cross coming out. We're going to have to grip these Nullbinders in and get these next lines up, but that ad is already at basically sub 10%. All we're going to see here is killing this Void Warden.
No!
Oh, no! It was a Nullbinder!
Nullbinder over on the right.
Oh my gosh, a huge damage in the Wraith. They're able to get through here, so can they stay alive is the question. No. The planet.
Oh my gosh, that was like...
That Nullbinder just, nobody touched it.
That was some Herculean effort there by the healer.
That was.
Make sure they kept everybody alive just a little longer.
Yeah, and you can see Scott going to be doing this flight still as he's got that massive Nullbinder slow on him. It looks like it affects even when Dragon Riding, and he's going to fly into the black hole. Here we go. Oh, spaghettification on you. And away he goes.
But yeah, so they're getting a lot more consistent in Phase 1, though. We've seen a handful of 20-man, everyone's alive. There's an avalanche on set. I'm sorry, we're back. All 20 alive with one battle res heading into that phase. The last 5 polls, I think three of the 5 have been significantly like solid Phase 2 transitions.
Yeah, it's really irritating, I'm sure, for them as well, when you're having Phase 1 go really cleanly, and then you have a mistake like just not gripping in the Nullbinder,
right,
and not having that sort of comms, and then that goes off and just wipes you.
Yeah, it's one of those things where at least it's only a few minutes into the fight. There are some fights like Razagath or the Jailer or Sylvanas where you just spend 10 minutes to get to the progression point of the fight, and then if somebody dies something stupid or, one mechanic goes off and it wipes you, it feels so demoralizing. Here it's a little bit different because at least P1 is short, but it is difficult, so it does still feel like anytime you're wasting a good P1 push with a silly P2 mistake, that is unfortunate, something you really need to try and avoid.
Did you make any silly mistakes on Jailer Dranos?
On Jailer?
Any soul-shaped mishaps that might have been...
I don't think I griefed any soul shapes too bad on that fight. Is there a clip you're thinking of?
Somewhere, if Dr. Atlas was just falling into a hole while he was some kind of blue animal.
I'm pretty sure I did like a goblin jump to save myself on one.
Okay.
Yeah. There are some clips. There's some good clips as well of Ring of Peace. You like Ring of Peace to people when they were MC'd and somebody just got dropped and somehow into the hole, even though that's not supposed to happen.
I have clips on Jailer, but none of gameplay.
Yeah, just of the discussions.
Trying to break
the
up a fight.
strategy discussions happening in your guild, yeah.
I tried to break up a fight. Didn't go well.
All right, a 3-minute break timer goes up here.
Ooh, classic cams being used.
Yeah.
Oh,
that's cams
good.
from Boston, actually.
Was that like a detective cams or something?
Yeah, like
that was their noir.
These streets
thing,
just ain't the same.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Watch it, toots.
That was like Cam's, I think, first full night show, like race.
Oh.
Yeah, and now he runs the whole show.
Yeah, the After
That's
Dark.
right. Sometimes that's all it takes. And
Yeah,
they
I
got
wouldn't know.
a little bit of a break, I think. Oh.
3 minutes here, yeah.
Just in time to get a monster, in fact. I'm seeing Nick walking back with a monster.
Yeah, I can see we've got a couple
Purple in
players.
nature.
We've got Goop offline here, so maybe that's the reason for this break. I also can see a couple of resets or reloads being fired, so maybe maybe it might be one of those spots where it's like, hey, we've got a new week aura push. Everybody update, get up if you need to, but it's rare. It probably wasn't planned to take this break here because we're right after lunch, right? Usually you'd go for like an hour before doing your first break after lunch, so we'll see, though. Hopefully that wasn't the cause for the wipe last time, because that would be very frustrating if somebody DC'd or something leading into it. That can always, hurt your momentum a little bit, although it kind of depends. Sometimes it feels better because, like, oh, at least that wasn't a mistake, right? That was just something out of our control. That was a DC. Depends on your mindset, whether that feels better or worse than a player mistake.
Yeah. Now let's take our minds off of whatever DC or issues they have. Let's check out some Transmog.
All right.
Now we got a chance. We've got Scarisa, Night Captain.
Yeah, of Moonguard.
We've seen this before. This is the similar Mog. What was different? Maybe the sword was different or something? Maybe they got abs.
This reminds me of that zone that... What's the zone that Dire Maul's in?
Feralas?
Is it Feralis?
Yeah.
It's like that. It's like that greenish.
Yeah.
Irony kind of. It's nice. It's a
yeah,
classic.
it's like a muted green. It definitely does remind you of
Null green.
Yeah, I like that. I like the different shades here. I think they work out really nicely.
I think Tettles would be a fan of this too, actually.
Yeah, he certainly would.
Yeah. I give this a 9.1. This is a top tier.
Yeah.
It looks good too.
Happy to give this one a 9 as well. I like the weapon. Definitely one of those like classic weapons, right? Like you look at this and you're like, this is a World of Warcraft transmog. You know, this character looks at home in World of Warcraft rather than some of the mogs we look at and it's like, oh, this is a really high texture, high def pirate mog or something like that. This one, you could show this to somebody from 20 years ago and they'd be like, that is a World of Warcraft character.
Yeah. There we go. I think that might have actually been old Jinrock too, which is very cool.
Yeah.
With the Breaker?
Yeah.
Sort of Throne of Thunder?
Maybe. I think so.
Wait.
Possibly.
Yeah.
I thought it was the Apocalypse. I could be wrong.
Jinrock was the first boss of Throne of Thunder.
Yeah.
He also threw a troll as you're walking through the gates. And you would like throw a troll and go like right into your camera box.
Yeah, speaking of right into your camera box, look at the size of Dimensius' hands here up in the whenever they come into the frame. Look at that. It's like, how are you supposed to see anything that's going on whenever that hand, if you have to stand like where that hand is? I think a lot of their P1 strat is trying to avoid standing where you can't see what's going on, where his hands stay for a while.
Yeah, you watch for the dark matter, and it's actually his hand.
I was going to say,
yeah,
it's very cool.
Across the raid.
Yeah.
And then just placing all those drops onto everybody.
I do think that's cool. It's just, I want to also be able to see my character.
Ooh, this is going to be a
Sorry. This is not good.
Here. Yeah, I don't know if
yeah.
Down in time. If you hard prior those front ones, might be pull him
No, the front two were overlapped, so you can see those people instantly die.
Yeah, unfortunate.
Yeah. I think this might be a jump off angle. 2 dead.
Yeah, definitely.
Nope, they're going to call the B-Res. We're going to keep this one going.
Really?
Nope, we're going to jump off. We're going to not keep this one going.
Yeah.
One of those things where you don't want to start wiping until you hear for sure that it's a wipe, because otherwise you're getting yelled at.
It is sort of odd that we're at that point where you probably do call a wipe in phase 1, with you being dead and 1 res available, even though we haven't even seen phase 3 yet. I think that goes to show just how difficult like phase 1 and phase 2
Yeah, you just
been.
know that you're not going to be meeting the DPS checks of the P2 platforms if you're going into it with a player down and no res already. You may as well just throw this pull away and only lose a minute instead of 5 if you're not going to see progression either way.
So do we think phase 1 of this fight's more difficult than Ansharek, or is it rival? Is it rival Ansharek?
I think it's easier than P1 Ansharek.
Okay.
P1 Ansharek was.
I mean, you progressed that fight, right?
I did. Yeah, I did the P1 pre-nerf as well, which didn't kill that boss pre-nerf, but we were about just at the start of P3 pre-nerf when the first like big post-race to world first nerf wave came in, and yeah, let me tell you, that P1 was something else.
Hey, you know what? I got something else for you. How about 10 signed jerseys from the World First Raiders?
Nice.
You can check them out at tl.gg/bluerwf. You can win a signed jersey, and we have some awesome merch coupons, which you can, of course, use for any of our Race to World First merchandise, any of the other Team Liquid swag that we have going on. All you got to do, create an account, join the event, and complete the first quest to enter at MyBlue.
All right, next pull underway here. And yeah, this P1, it is very difficult. There's a lot of things that can cause you problems in this phase. First off, it's just a fairly tight DPS check. That's why they have Lust here. Part of why they have Lust here is just meeting the overall DPS check of the phase is tough. And there are a bunch of ads that you need to efficiently cleave onto, most of which refuse to be targeted by most class abilities. There are a few classes that are good at them, which is the Dev Evokers and the Ellie Shamans, but what's another ad for me?
No, I just wanted to...
Okay, yeah.
I just wanted to see what would happen.
Fair enough, fair enough. Then the other problem here is just the overall raid damage is pretty high. Even if you're just going out and spreading and dropping those, and then the soak comes out, this is going to do a big hit of raid damage. While the ads are alive, they're doing big hits of raid damage. While you're soaking down this antimatter, you're taking a lot of damage. While you have 6 people out of your 20 up in the air, those people aren't effective at either healing or even able to heal themselves, right, like with a health potion, health stone, until they're brought back down. And then you also have the Devour cast, which sometimes they're the second one here of the fight. You're trying to gate into the middle of the room during the cast while you're also resolving the last reverse gravity, while you're also taking 2 health bars total of damage over 5 seconds on every single person in the raid. That, I believe, is the most nuclear overlap of the phase, and we're approaching it just in a moment here. First, these living masses have to die, and not only do they have to die within 10 seconds of each other, or else they all full heal, so yet another complication there.
Yep, this mass is going down here. We're going to see those reverse gravities coming out, being stacked in that Venn diagram kind of pattern here. Now, right after this, we're going to see that AMZ being committed. These soaks coming in. We have to gate right into the middle here to get all these antimatters together so we can actually survive this next Devour cast. The question is, have we done it? Yeah, we actually have. So perfect. That is the
nice. That looks awesome.
Phase 1. Yeah. So
that didn't even look scary at all. Now you could. The only reason it looked that way is because every single person was defensiving. The people that were being grabbed down last by the reverse gravity, their hand was over the health pot button. It's like how when you're driving, you know, you're supposed to cover the brake, right, with your foot. Their hands were covering the health pot potion. No, it's like if you know you're maybe gonna have to stop, right? Your foot's just like over the brake pedal, ready to push it if you need to.
Own a car?
Well, yeah.
Okay, I thought you didn't.
No. You sometimes your foot's like
Tettle sold his car. I got it. Okay.
Yeah.
That's exactly the kind of thing they were doing there, though. It's just they were ready to hit that health pot defensive immediately upon losing that horrify status effect on their characters, and because of that, nobody was in too much danger. Now the last knockback here, you can see this is the YOLO one. You knock back, you spread, and you don't care about where you pollute here anymore with your puddles. You just want to not die, not overlap with somebody else. This one is a little bit complicated because there are extra adds that you don't kill here, so they're just shooting raid damage at everybody. You get targeted by a couple of those while that entire unavoidable damage is going out. You could die, but not this pull. So we're going to be down a B-res going into this phase, but we still have all 20 alive, which is the main prerequisite for progression at this point.
Yeah, are you okay, Jack?
Yeah, I'm good.
All right, yeah.
Going.
Jack's laughing because Battle Res is a crutch. We don't need one. We've seen this first platform a bunch. As long as we can get here and do this pretty cleanly again, this could be a good, simple, and easy phase 2 platform to push as well.
Yeah, we got THD with the roll of toilet paper and the Zennies on his desk.
I gave him that.
That's good.
Yeah, you gave him that.
That's what you're laughing at?
Yes.
Prepared.
You never know.
Sometimes disaster strike.
That's right.
So
You gotta
THD,
be prepared.
one of the players who gets onto this second quadrant they're planning to go to, placing that demonic circle before the Conqueror's Cross cuts them off from this side of the room. Exile also playing on that side, ready to be targeted with the frontal and aim it easily away from everybody else, which would be really nice. Unfortunately, Zenni going to go down there. Looks like maybe a last-second move from one of the targets ended up causing an overlap to hit him and got hit by 2. Meanwhile, we have the crushing gravities and inverse gravities there. Easily
gotta kill that Void
defeated.
Warden before this next frontal comes, or this next pushback comes out, which they're gonna be able to do relatively easily. So that gap is open here. We're gonna have basically this next cross spawning in and a little bit of leeway here. We're gonna have 4 more null binders coming in, and that last Void Warden needs to be defeated where the actual Artosian ad is right now. The problem here last time was those null wardens weren't gripped in and CC'd in time, but it looks like this time they've been able to do just that. That Void Warden's gonna fall right now. We're gonna gate through here, spread these inverse gravities out, get these soaks done, and then dodge that planet coming at us. As long as we can do that, which we do indeed right here, these final lines come out, we're going to see a phase 2 platform.
All right. Pushback, is going to still happen.
Oh, no.
It had been queued up.
Oh, no.
And I can see a lot of players not able to stay on the platform as a result here. And the few people, it's funny as well, because if you fall off, it takes you a little while to actually die. But we are going to be flying to that second platform of P2. Our first time back there, I believe, since lunch, which is a good sign. As we just have a person with a camera going back there and zooming in from far away on a lot of people's Alienware monitors. Look how crisp that is, though. Even from far away, you can see the beautiful pixels of the Alienware monitors our players are all using. We are getting to that platform now, and it looks like we actually do have most of the raid finding a way to survive. Even though a lot of people got knocked off, there was stuff like Demonic Circle to get back on even after they were in the air. Nope, never mind. You can see all those deaths were just delayed. Those people were caught in oblivion until they actually started this platform. So we do have those 3 projectiles being shot out by the boss here. Now, the way that this works is there's one that has gone unsoaked, and that one out there, oh my goodness, somebody's jumped off to try and soak it because, they do explode and wipe you if you let them. So if you were wondering, it's not in the Dungeon Journal, but they do all 3 need to get soaked by different players, or else it is a wipe.
I really don't like that the boss queues abilities and just waits for an eternity to cast them in this intermission. I feel like
he's big.
I feel like if they're going to come in and change it, like at some point this fight will be nerfed. Not before they kill the boss necessarily, but at some point this fight will change for guilds that are getting to it at later points. I think they really need to look at that. The spell queuing of Dementius in phase 2 is really annoying at times. He'll just queue the planet even though the actual mini boss is dead. You just AFK for 10 seconds waiting for the planet to come by. Or the wind's queue and the ad is dead. And it's just, oh, cool, we didn't break the Void Warden because our strategy, but the Void wind's still queued and we still died. That's really unfortunate and probably something I'm going to look at targeting in the next set of changes to this boss at some point. I'd assume so, at least.
Yeah, I think it's definitely one of the more frustrating things, right? You kill the ad, you're like, okay, good, we did it, and then the boss still blasts you with those wins. Here we can see a little bit, though, of the start of the last platform. So, yes, getting down there, and unfortunately, a lot of people get teleported here and instantly die because they had been the people that fell off the back of the last platform. So even though the raid frames are looking pretty healthy right now, those players just, they're already dead. They just don't know it yet. As soon as they get TP'd here, bang, all down.
Yeah, see if we can. So was Shaq able to soak the orb that flew off the edge here? He tried to Fell Rush too. I don't believe he was able to get.
So okay, here
right?
here it comes. Right, we've got these grips coming in on these null binders, and then yeah, the frontals are coming out, or the circles are coming out. Looks like Alice is inside that one, but is not getting soaked. Nice there. Maybe just a little desync, and he's gonna run around and actually collect.
Oh, you have to hit
the oh, you hit the middle of it. I see. Cool. Okay, and then we've got Yip soaking one. The other side.
Did it go through Fired Up?
It like passed to the side of him.
Yeah, but he didn't touch. So you actually have to hit the middle of its of that big circle. I see.
Yeah.
And then there's that last one there going off of the edge, which we're watching in reverse here a little bit.
It's like a tenant.
Those all coming in. There's a null binder also ungripped over on the side, which they were collecting here. But yeah, Fired Up. Barely not inside the hitbox of that middle one there, so it's going to keep going off to the edge, and now it would be Shaq that you can see maybe trying to go out there and get that soak. Oh no, it's actually Boomy who roll jumps, but doesn't quite get it.
Doesn't have
you can
enough
see
air.
that projectile is still floating out there. And now let's see if we can see what it looks like when it does explode.
Get the ball.
Get the ball. It looks like it was Shaq going out there to try and get it. And this is just a crushing gravity going off on Fired Up that causes him to get stunned. And yeah, we were already all dead. There you can see that explosion actually just out there by Xalatath. Look at that, bang. Just barely. So right behind Xalatath over on the far right of the screen, that's what it looks like when one of those 4 projectiles go unsoaked. And that is I believe, just raid wipe amount of damage. So one of 4 different ways that you can just instantly die on those side platforms. A lot of stuff you got to look out for.
Isn't that nice?
Yeah, that is nasty indeed. So the thing is, even though that seems pretty nasty, unlike the first platform of P2, there's no RNG associated with characters getting targeted. On the first platforms, you have 4 different lines going out, and they're going to be on different people from pole to pole. On that second platform, it's always going to just shoot those 3 in an arc in front of it, so you can very consistently set up these 3 people soak these first ones, these 3 people soak the second ones, and you always soak the same one. So even though it's hard, it is consistent, which means it should be easier to progress more quickly. The problem is just getting there with 20 players alive is very hard to do consistently.
Yeah, the volatility of phase 1 and even that first platform.
Oh, we've already had a couple of deaths here.
That was an overlap.
An overlap of the reverse gravity, yep.
Probably a jump angle here. We can
Goop getting res.
To Goop, yeah. Leaving Dronka down is going to be a bit unfortunate. I don't know if we're going to be able to actually meet that DPS check here. And also, just to mention, the raid is split in 2 in phase 1. Losing a player on one side means that anti-gravity soak is more challenging. There's if he's like a mass holder, for example, someone else has got to pick that up instead, right? Whether it's Dronka or a healer that dies, it just begins to spiral faster and faster because you only have 10 players per side, and a lot of these mechanics require coordination of the entire side of your platform to pull players down to soak this anti-gravity right here, and that's what makes it really tough.
It's also going to mean that they're having to deal with another antimatter soak at the end of the fight, where usually they can skip that and avoid soaking it entirely. Somebody else just went into the boss with reverse gravity, unfortunately.
Now we're all going to the boss.
Now we're all getting spaghettified.
That was the writing was on the wall for that one fairly early, although an 85-second pull timer goes up, which means somebody pressed a CD right before that wipe there. I hate it when they do that. You know where you're wiping, and you still can't stop yourself from pressing the hunt or whatever it is that doesn't reset. All those 90-second CDs not resetting on boss death like the 2 minutes and 3 minutes do on the resets like those ones do.
Yeah, but at the same time, that pull timer coming out the moment we wipe is basically, hey, we're in a state where we want to reach that 3rd phase. I mean, they know what they need to do in phase 1. Even on both platforms in phase 2, they haven't killed the Park off the second ad yet, but I'm sure they have a plan for what they're going to do when they get there. It's just getting there, and they know that we have what we need. Let's just execute and see phase 3. It can be any pull.
We just got to get back there.
Yeah, if they got to pull Lust off phase 2, low-key, I don't know how we do that.
Yeah, that's... can you imagine? I mean, we're 184 polls into this boss fight. What did you guys have for your predictions?
I think 275.
Mine was like 300 or something, and now it becomes a lot more likely 319.
Oh, 274. Oh, my goodness. Imagine if it's 274 and Kalmazi is 275 and not the closest. That would go crazy.
That would be tragic. What if it's 272?
Dude, I don't know. Can they get this boss dead in less than 100 pulls from here? I mean, we're so far from the end. Unless it's a very easy P3 and they become extremely consistent over the next couple of hours at these P1 and P2 mechanics, this boss is looking like closer to a 400 than a 300 pull boss to me.
Yeah, I think we'll know a lot more when we get to phase.
Yeah.
There's also a lot that I mentioned in the journal for certain phases on Mythic. I'm willing to bet there's more than 3 sausage lines. There's multiple, like, eclipsing...
Dosagni lines in the last phase?
Dosagni, yeah.
Yeah.
Sausage lines.
How do you deal with that as, like, Paladin, for example, or Shadow Priest?
Well, sometimes you ask that question on a fight like Razageth with the Winds, and the answer is good luck.
Yeah, basically.
Go Void Elf, or else.
That's very true.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that inverse gravity mechanic, the one where you have the blue pools basically gripping down the smaller purple ones, what you see in phase 2.
Yeah.
That inverse gravity mechanic, I believe, is also present in phase 3.
It is.
So that in conjunction with the tank grips, with the planets going supernova, with having to soak the planets, or I guess go in them for the actual devour, there's so much going on.
So speaking of Void Elves, they did a change where they made the Void Elf ratio a lot stronger. It's not unheard of that people would race change to get themselves into a better position for World First. RaiderIO has some really cool widgets where we can see spec changes throughout World First. I wonder if there's ever a way to have them calculate the racial changes before every single tier.
Yeah.
We could do like the Race to World First, Money Making Edition, Gallywix Edition. How much did they spend in race changes before a race started?
Yeah, it's one of those things where oftentimes you do need to make that decision beforehand because you don't want to waste the time going offline and doing the race change, and sometimes it bricks various things as well, especially if it's a faction change. So you don't want to do it midweek, as it looks like we're barely able to get in that safe zone projected there. It's a little bit weird how those safe zones work because they're not permanent on the ground. They're created whenever 2 people with excess mass get within a few yards of each other and the boss is casting Devour, but then they will move if all the people with excess mass in it get out of it, and they can be replaced elsewhere. Sometimes it can be a little bit finicky though, where you have all of your 8 people stacked up, but they first touched further to the left or right than where they are now, and so that projection, they're kind of all on the edge of it rather than in the middle of it.
Well, either way, though, we have all 20 players alive here, and we are at that point in phase 1 where we're basically going to be ignoring the remaining set of mechanics here. This knockback, you can see it on Splat's screen here, basically knockback for YOLO. The last drops here are also going to be YOLO based. You basically just kill the boss here before that third Devour cast comes in. With all 20 alive, I'm not going to jinx it because we have 1 battle res available as well.
Yeah.
We don't need to drop these anywhere specifically. We just drop these and we push the boss, which is at 4%. And also, can I find the Devour cast on his screen here somewhere?
Yeah, it's coming in 4 seconds. It would have started.
How do you beat this without Lust? That's a problem for a later day.
You don't have to beat the start of the Devour cast, you just have to beat the end of it, although the problem is the start of the cast does a lot of damage, and you also have to soak the antimatter or beat the antimatter explosion timer, which is a little bit before that Devour cast would finish. So very nasty spot in the fight, as we do have some live footage of Shaq there spamming that 1 button.
At the command center.
Yeah, as we do have Zasevi going down on our raid frames.
Yeah, we should be able to commit a res to them whenever we get to the platform. They also might have on in the first place.
Yeah,
press 1.
He might have lost his dragon riding buff if he does come back on this platform. Although, actually, I guess Hazaldath gives it to you again at the end of this platform as long as you are rezzed by the time that happens. So yeah, Zasevi back up. It's actually going to be that reincarnation, so no harm, no foul. Still have that B-res, as we are getting those frontal lines spread out nicely. 1 player targeted over on the other platform. Other side of the platform is always really nice.
Yep, that Void Warden goes down. They move through here for this inverse gravity. Next, we're going to see that planet coming through. Taking out a handful of players here, hanging back too far.
I think they overlapped
the gravity.
The soak.
I think that it was a case of just some people getting hit by the big planet that Dimensius throws at the platform, but I'm not 100% sure.
Friday, you got that on video?
Yeah, we can see if we've got the replay footage of that. They are still continuing this pull, but there's no hope of beating this in Rage on this platform from here.
Yeah, I mean, a bit unfortunate. We are getting a lot more consistent in phase 1, though. That wasn't another good phase 1 push with all 20 alive and a battle res available, but I feel like it's sort of... it's unfortunate.
Yeah,
there's our replay. So is this a case of stacked up gravities or failed to get a gravity into the back there? Maybe that is the problem, yeah.
Yeah, so they get stunned.
Yeah, a bunch of players there in the back. There was at least a couple of deaths, I think, to the big hit there, and we have a player off the edge too.
Looks like a liver.
Yeah.
Well, the person who got knocked off, I think, was because of the soak.
Maybe.
Yeah. So if you're not
so basically we didn't do the proper job of getting all three. So if your little purple circle isn't inside one of the big blue circles, then you do get stunned. And if your big blue circle hits people multiple times, or people that don't have that purple circle, they get knocked off. So you basically need to perfectly spread all three of the blue circles so that they're not overlapping, and then have each player with a little purple circle inside exactly one of those blue circles. And that was what went wrong there. But not to worry, as we are getting underway with pull 186. Still popping that lust on pull. That's going to be the kind of thing where changing it is going to be a huge hassle. Really hoping we don't have to do that, although I personally suspect we will later.
Yeah, maybe that'll be a nice little benefit for World First, is that they have to lust there, and they'll have to just kind of play until the very end of the fight. Here's my copium take, by the way. They'll have to play to the very end of the fight, and as the ring is at its smallest, in order to kill the fight for the first time. But then, like, guilds who come later will be able to move that lust.
Maybe.
And they won't have it nearly as tight of a circle.
I wouldn't be surprised if later guilds reaching here just perma-lust P1 because the P3 check will be less tight.
Right. That's the thing, is like, I think it'd be a lot easier to tolerate phase 1, or a lot easier to tolerate phase 3 without lust than phase 1.
Yeah, mechanically.
Yeah.
I think numerically you might not be allowed to do that. We will have to see, though. Especially with this composition, a lot of things could change as well. You're playing those Devastation Evokers and those Elemental Shamans who are hard carrying P1. But because of that, that means there's no Hunter in the raid, no Hunter's Mark for P3.
Yeah, saw a swap of 2 Warlocks earlier as well, bringing in the second Arcane Mage.
Yep.
Mentioning earlier that Arcane is not looking the best in phase 1, not a whole lot of cleave.
And Destro's pretty good at it as well.
Yeah, Destro's good at single target, good at Havoc Cleave on these Living Mass adds here as well, but then Arcane Mage is more or less around for that phase 2 damage on those 2 mini-bosses, and also phase 3, during the damage amp, I believe they should have cooldowns again, as long as Pargath dies within a relatively similar time frame to the first ad, which means that Arcane looks very, very strong towards the end of this fight. Bit of a concession towards phase 3, but if you can make the DPS check in phase 1 with, you know, better specs for the later part of this fight, why not? You're already optimizing a bit ahead of time.
That's a good way to look at it, too.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't seen phase 3, right? So
right.
We're assuming, based on the journal, we're assuming it's like a similar damage amp. The boss, Dratus mentioned earlier, gains, I think, 50% more health roughly on Heroic in phase 3 than it has in phase 1.
Yeah, that is one of those things where I say it, but if you ask me how confident I was in it,
not at all.
It's not 100%, but I think that's how much more health it has on normal and heroic as compared to P1.
Okay.
It's one of those things, though, where the coefficient could be completely different in either direction on Mythic. The amount of time we spend in P3 as well. I think, so the most likely way that P3 works is you get 3 Devours and the 3rd Devour kills you, just like in P1, because in Mythic, you have 8 stars. If you still have 8 stars, the way that the stars work in Mythic is that each one can only safely protect 5 people. As soon as a 6th person goes in, it instantly explodes. So you need to split your raid 4 groups of 5 people into the different stars, which means you can hide from 2 Devour casts, because each time you use a star, it does get exploded by the boss after that Devour cast, according to the Dungeon Journal. So that would mean you start with 8 stars, Devour 1, now you have 4 left, Devour 2, you have 0 left, and you're just fighting in the small ring with 8 void black holes while doing the rest of the mechanics, and then that last Devour cast is the Enrage. That would be the way that I think it's the most likely way for it to work based off of the Dungeon Journal, based off of how Heroic works, but it could be completely different in millions of different ways as well.
Yeah. We don't know until we get there, but we do have a good phase 2 push coming up here as well with one battle available. Yeah, looking pretty good here. Getting more consistent in that phase 1. We have Boomy POV here coming out. We're going to have this Conqueror's Cross spawning in with these 4 Nullbinders, 1 in each section. He did be gripped in here and killed. At the same time, we have these 4 frontal lines that need to be placed in a spot where you're saving as much space as possible, because we're coming back to this part of the room after this next Void Warden dies. We cross through for these invert gravity debuffs going out.
Yeah, this boss is a nasty part of the fight right here, this mini-boss, as they get into this very small quadrant of the room, aiming these frontals. to avoid hitting that full safe spot there.
Oh, that's so early. That's perfect. So this knockback comes out. All 20 are alive here. As long as we don't lose anybody here, the next check's going to be killing this Void Warden. But look at how low this ad is, too. It's at 20%. We should be able to kill the Void Warden here, spread these lines, deal with the move for the planet and the inverse gravities, and see a pretty clean second platform push here, Dranos.
Yeah, this is about to be a gateway out of the rock here. The rock is going to land in 5 seconds. That gives them more than enough time to spread for these gravities. We need a blue circle. Oh, no, we didn't get that third blue circle spread onto all the little purple ones there, which means we are going to lose half the raid, it looks like. A B-Res is available. It's going to land on Shaq. We do still have both of our Death Knights, which look very important for this. People were pulling this boss with only one Death Knight until the first time Liquid saw the side platforms here at P2. Ever since then, every single guild of the 3 that are pulling it have had 2 Death Knights in for the remainder, and they will continue to for all time. This boss, Death Knight is a raid buff here.
Yeah, I would assume we're probably getting off either Shaq or Dranako here for that Arcane Mage burn on this next mini boss. Now, this ad differs from the first one. There's not going to be those 4 lines that come out to drop debris in the field. It's going to launch 3 of these like larger soak circles that come out, which need to be soaked by 3 raid members, essentially twice over the course of the fight. But you can't soak twice, or it basically spells disaster for the entire raid, which we see coming out right about now. There are those 3 soaks, Stratos.
Now we do have second pots available. Somebody's going to need to soak that other one. Good. And yeah, I think you'd want to hold second pots up for P3 if you could, but I think with the state of the raid, every single person's just going to press their second pot here to try and have any hope of beating the Enrage on this side platform. So we've got Sang on that Dev Evoker doing the best that he can. Will they be able to kill that Void Warden in the middle? There's just no way. So many players dead, it can't be done. This was one person with one of the blue circles away from a progression push potentially, though, on that first platform. Just didn't quite get them all spread equally, and that's the difficulty of it. You're taking that gateway, and you have like 3 seconds from when you land to spread 3 big blue circles away from each other, and then everybody else with the little purple circles inside one of those blue circles. It is by no means an easy thing to do.
Yeah, you saw the little purple circle player standing.
They were all sitting there.
Circle? Where are we?
Waiting there, yeah.
Boom, we're gone. We're done.
It's like Kalamazoo standing outside the airport waiting for the Uber when I walked past him.
Or Taco Bell every night outside.
Yeah, that's right.
Facility. Where is my food? Where is it? Well, the night is young. We'll likely be placing another order tonight, but that pull timer did go right back up after that pull. I mean, this is just mass fire territory.
Yep.
They're just pulling over and over.
Pull the boss.
Yeah, we know what we know what we need to know.
There's no more discussion that needs to happen until P3 is seen, so we just keep putting these pull timers up, and eventually we are going to get there.
And if we don't... Oh.
So here's this replay, and we can see exactly how the first platform went wrong. This is where we have 20 players alive, 1 B-Res, and a second one will be available in just a moment here. So the wall has been broken already, and we do get to Gateway here. The Crushing Gravity is the little purple debuffs. And yeah, we just need one person to take their debuff over to the left and make a area for the people to go and spread. Unfortunately, if you don't have that much space, you're going to be overlapping the Crushing Gravities like we saw there. You need to be alone in your little purple circle, but within a big blue circle. And that was what didn't quite happen there. So one of the people with the blue circles just needed to spread it over to the empty area in the tiny sliver of safe space on that little rock floating in the cosmos.
It would really be nice if they had some more spotlights that could shine on those areas to kind of mark where everyone had to do. Even if they had like some Philips Hue lights, of course. We're going to be giving away 10 starter kits to lucky winners at tl.gg/Hue. Be sure to enter that sweepstakes right there, and it's valid for US entries. And to be giving away 2 E26 smart bulbs as well as a dimmer switch, which will also allow you to control multiple devices all on your phone. So check it out at tl.gg/Hue.
That's right, those are 60-watt bulbs. 60 watt being what I hear from Kalamazoo every raid night.
I don't get it.
He says watt 60 times.
Oh, that was one of those.
That took a sec.
Yeah.
I was hoping you'd hit me with a what there. That would have
that would have been perfect.
That would have gone crazy.
He would have been what? And you'd be like, that's one.
Yeah. But alas, didn't quite go that well.
Well, it's really Dranos.
You miss every shot you don't take, Dranos. I'm proud of you.
Yeah, I miss them all.
Most of the ones I do take as well.
Yeah,
well,
I miss them all too.
I was about to say, as somebody who has missed many grips, I appreciate your risk taking.
Do not ever do that. I was fine.
Was he actually fine though?
Yeah.
He might have been fine.
He believes he was fine.
Yeah. I believe you believe that.
Okay, every player is quite different.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of moments where you find players that are kind of like low agency and may not always do everything possible to survive. And in the moment that I gripped him, he activated his horsey. and then he started running, and he overran it, and then he fell off. So I didn't know that he had horse.
Okay.
Yeah. So I saw him running for about 2 seconds, and I was like, he doesn't have horse. I'll let him close the gap. And then I gripped him, and then he went off.
Divine protection.
So we learned.
Yeah, well, you know, I got Frank to do a highlight reel of like my best grips, and it was only good grips. So we have that in infamy, and none of the bad ones are made it there.
I think that actually was your best grip, to be fair.
That's my most famous one, that's for sure.
That's okay. We're all known for our losses, not our wins, Jack.
That's right, unfortunately.
So Dratos doesn't stream anymore.
I think in some ways our losses can define us, but pushing through those and continuing and fighting through also will define us as well.
Exactly. It's not about how many times you get knocked down. It's about getting back up each time. That's the mindset you need for these hundreds of full bosses, such as Dimensias. But there's some discussion in chat about whether this boss can die today, whether the fact that Echo have gone to sleep mean Liquid are guaranteed to win, with some understanding of the percentages on our leaderboard. Even though it says 12.8%, that is only phase 2. There is an entire phase 3 at least ahead of us. And then, of course, there's always the speculation of whether there will be bonus mythic content beyond that, which my suspicion is no with how this boss looks. I feel like it's a very complete fight, even with just a mythic version of the existing Phase 3 we know about. But yeah, that's still a lot of progression ahead of us here. If we need Bloodlust for Phase 3, we're going to have to relearn Phase 1 without it as well. That's going to be even more time. So my suspicion is, look, I don't think Echo are going to be sleeping soundly tonight, but I do think there's not too much danger they're going to wake up to a Liquid world first, unless Liquid lock in a way that has never been locked in before over the next few hours. Or Phase 3 is easy. Sometimes there's an easy Phase 3 after a hard Phase 1. That does happen. Yeah, again, Stone Legion Generals, very hard Phase 1, very hard Phase 2. Phase 3 died once you reached it less than 5 times usually.
Well, I gotta tell you, Dratos, I disagree, okay? I think what happened is Echo went to sleep and then Liquid turned on the afterburners because that's right. The third straight pull where they've had a battle res available and they've had a very clean Phase 1. So I think they just waited for them to go to bed. And then what happens is you'll usually just watch the other team in bed a little bit. And so this is the psychological warfare, is the 3 straight pulls back to back to back of very clean entries into Phase 2. And that way they're gonna get even more progression, and then they're gonna wake up all the Echo Raiders in an hour and they're gonna check because they just can't sleep and they're also stressed, and then we're going to be in Phase 3 already.
That could be the strategy here. Yeah, very complicated psychological warfare here underway in the Race to World First. As we do get to this platform, everybody's still alive. The Zephyr going to be used here by Goop to prevent some of the AoE damage as they now head through. And this is the fairly easy side. You have a little bit of time to spread these gravities. Yip's taking a lot of damage there, but everybody else looking basically completely healthy. And will they be able? Yep, they're going to be able to kill that middle Void Warden with about 5 seconds to spare. Goop getting all the way up to the front of the platform towards Dimensias and still nearly pushed off the back, so showing you just how strong the wins are here on Mythic compared to the lower difficulties. Spreading now this next set of lines and leaving a little bit of a safe slice for the raid.
Yeah, getting that Void Warden down.
This thing is already almost, oh my goodness.
They killed it so fast.
Yeah,
all 20 alive. I mean, yeah, and look at those inverse gravities being spread properly.
Perfect.
They're still waiting for the mechanic to go out. Yeah. The actual ad is down. This is a platform 2 push with all 20 live and 2 meta
smoked that mini boss. Oh my goodness.
I know I was just yapping, but maybe this is real. The psychological warfare, man.
That was crazy. I mean, that was the most dominated the Phase 1 or the Phase 2 first platform has ever been. We have 2 battle reses going into this second platform. We have this beautiful Alienware monitor that you can see Goop using as well as he navigates the intermission, flying through these rings, getting his stellar core, which is going to mean as soon as we get to this platform, this mini boss is going to take an immediate hit of 40% of its health in damage from all those stellar cores being shot into it.
Yeah,
here
5
comes
minutes being a timestamp here as well. It means we have second potions here at Dratnos. That Conqueror's Cross is spawning in.
Let's send those second pots. We need to see that next phase. Who cares about saving them for the damage up? Now, those 3 projectiles being soaked by the players in great spots. The ground's a little bit ugly over here, but it's okay as we are just blasting through, and those gravities. Fortunately, we've lost Nick, but we do have a B-Res.
Yep, we can
We're gonna be able to get him up instantly.
We have to
kill this Void Warden. Yeah, Skull has to die.
Void Warden's dead. We're gonna get the wins here, but the pushback comes. At this point, we're gonna have one more Void Warden to kill, likely for that next inverse gravity. We can see a phase 3 push here. We do lose Nick. Get him up again, no problems. Here comes the next Conqueror's Cross with these 4 Nullbinders spawning in. This
Rips
could be a
and
phase
kicks.
3 push. We have to kill this Void Warden though. It's at 60%.
And soaks. We need to go soak.
Soak the back.
The middle one, beautiful. They're all soaked. Okay, now we have to do the gateway again. The rock is here in 5 seconds. We have to gateway into a tiny sliver of safe spot here and do these mechanics with the crushing gravity and the inverse gravity. Okay, now there's going to be another pushback. This one we're not going to be beating with the Pargoth DPS check right now, so we just have to stay on the platform, even though we're getting pushed back. THD is going to circle, but it's not going to be enough to stay on the platform. But Pargoth is nearly dead. Here's that Eclipse cast. 1 second left on it, and it is going to resolve, which means that unfortunately we are just a second away from seeing P3 there. Pargoth with just a sliver of health is still gating us from that very last phase. What a pull, though. That is right there in P2, our previous best of 12.8% there. But here we can see the last platform. Pargoth just getting melted on pull. All of our players alive. All of our battle reses preserved for this platform. The second pots having become available here as well. And you can see, actually, Shaq has pressed that second pot right on getting to this platform. They are well aware of it. Those projectiles needing to be soaked, 1 person into each of them. That last one, Yips going and grabbing. Nicely handled.
Yeah, heading through here for this first inverse gravity in this phase. We know we're likely to have to probably kill that last Void Warden in a longer pull here. But I'd assume once we get like that second planet being thrown at you, we probably can beat those last wins on this platform.
I think that's the thing, is that there was less Pargoth damage just because there was unfamiliarity here. People were over-targeting the Void Warden potentially, that they needed to get through to the side, over-focusing on the Nullbinders, over-focusing on the frontal from Pargoth here, and losing damage as a result because this is a very tight DPS check. So here it is, the second Conqueror's Cross. We've used both our battle reses by this point, but here comes those next projectiles, which do need to get soaked. One of them by the wall there. Timber doing a great job of going around and grabbing it. Shaq taking that middle one as well. And now we need to gate through and spread for these gravities, which they've done largely okay. A couple of double hits have led to some deaths, and this is the problem, is just this winds cast, and then the Enrage. The Pargoth is just not quite dead beforehand. That wind so powerful.
With that positioning, we need to move through the wall even earlier because they were on the back of the platform. So we need to kill the Void Warden, move forward, and knock back.
I think maybe we're just beating it. Maybe the idea is just we kill Pargoth and we don't kill the Void Warden there, because that's what we do on the P1 platform.
The problem is he was so fast, but I think that is the play probably.
Yeah, and the thing is, even if you get the wins, you'll still see P3 as long as you've killed Pargoth.
Yeah.
As long as 1 person stays on the platform, you'll see P3 there, which is the current objective of progression.
Yeah, often when they have that conversion into phase 3, you usually just have the boss just grab everybody.
Right.
And as long as you don't have somebody hit like the actual death wall below the platform, it usually just sucks up everybody and drags them in. So you could have like people falling off the platform, be well below, and
maybe
get in there.
Yeah, Xalatath rescuing everybody and putting us into that star formation and then shooting us into Dimensius's heart there. Very cool start to that phase on Heroic. We'll have to see what it looks like on Mythic. We are 1 pull away, any pull territory, from seeing phase 3 of this encounter. As you can see, our fight progress here has been updated to 45.1%, which would support my hypothesis of 50% more health in P3. I think that's the assumption that they're going off with the fight progress tracker or the boss health tracker here, 0.4% P2.
Did you consult on the boss health tracker yourself?
No, but I've run the numbers, right? And if you do that would mean 45% in P3, 30% P1, and then you'd have a little bit for P2. I guess maybe that doesn't quite work out. So I don't know. We'll have to see how much health there is on the boss.
Who knows how math works?
Look, man.
Divine protection.
I don't like doing math on stream. I do it anyways for fun, but
we don't stream anymore. But we're all guessing here regardless. We're very close to seeing phase 3. I mean, literally a matter of 2 more seconds of DPS on Pargoth there, and we would have seen phase 3.
Yeah, a little bit more damage on that mini boss. One of those things where there's this part of me that thinks, okay, I think we're going to need to learn P1 without lust at some point. And man, if we could just have that lust for Pargoth right now and then know we're going to need it for P3 later, I feel like that would go crazy. So I would have been very tempted 50 pulls ago to say, look, we're going to learn P1 without lust now, and we're going to use it then for progression P2 and then for P3 when we kill the boss. That, I think, would have had some value, but at this point, no need to do that, as we've basically beaten P2 without lust now. We are just a hair away from having enough damage to do that. P2 beginning once more. Our battle res has been preserved as well. Another perfect push into P2. Liquid are firing on all cylinders right now off of our previous best pull being just last pull.
4 straight pulls, leaving phase 1 with battle res, with everyone alive. This is fantastic.
Yeah, incredible consistency being shown here by Team Liquid.
What was in that rigatoni?
Chicken sausage.
Love it, dude. I think they. I saw some syringes being used to extract the monster energy. Unfortunately, Goop here, not gonna. So here's what happened for Goop. He didn't get to that circle in time. I've talked about how tight of a timer it is, but you don't really see it and appreciate it yourself there. He usually gets there with half a second left on his debuff. That time around, just a tiny bit slower, means he's going to go down and need to get B-resed here. That also, I think, means we're going to miss the Stellar Core on our Toshion here, which is going to mean the DPS check is a lot tighter than it otherwise would be, but I think they can still do it. I've seen a couple of deeply rooted elements procs already from our elemental shamans, which is a huge burst of extra damage on both the mini-boss and the ads here.
Yep, got those inverse gravities coming out here. They do indeed get through that with nobody dying. We need to kill the next ad in the back of the room, which is already dead for this knockback, which is perfect. The next thing we're going to see here is a new Conqueror's cross-spawning in. A handful of new lions coming out, which we just put towards the back of the room. We do unfortunately lose both Boomy and Impact here. Impact might have Ankh. We have no res for
no Ankh. No Ankh. Res in a bit if we can get off this platform, but with these deaths, missing a Stellar Core on our Toshion as well, I think we're going to have a very hard time. We're definitely not beating the wins. Are we going to be able to beat anything else here? I don't think so. Ankh is available for a shine. Looks like he's not going to click it. I wouldn't click it if I was him. 3% on our Toshion as those wins do come out. They're trying to stay on the platform, but it is in vain as that Eclipse cast does conclude this attempt. It was a good one, at least up until the P2 platform there, but P1 was perfect.
You know what I think is happening?
What?
So what we've had for context is we've had 4 straight phase 1 pulls, nobody dying, super clean, everything's great. What I think has been happening lately on phase 2 is we've seen sometimes mechanical failures, sometimes positioning failures. I think that they're trying to work to be very greedy with their damage now, and they're really trying to make sure that they're constantly beating that knockback, and it's coming at the cost of some of the mechanical gameplay as a result. And so sometimes we're having those mistakes, but just like the previous pull where we pushed into the second platform and it was perfect, when they do everything correctly, they are just crushing this damage check.
Yeah, hopefully that can translate to phase 2 as well, our second platform in phase 2, I should say, as well. We know they're going to have 5-minute pots coming up on the second platform. They won't have less available, like Dratnos talked about. I wouldn't be surprised if we see phase 3 get a bit of knowledge on how much health Dimensius has, and they say, okay, maybe a couple more phase 3 pulls, want to see how the actual stars, the planets interact, if there's like more supernovas to deal with, and then we look to pull Lust off phase 1, maybe try and use a phase 2 for more consistency, but the big thing here is just consistency, and they're being extremely consistent in phase 1. We just need to get back to that checkpoint in phase 2, which is 4.5 minutes of near perfect gameplay.
Even the perfect gameplay required for the dragon riding, as we saw, unfortunately, with Goop's death there, too.
Yeah, so we will be back into a phase 1 pull here. Fingers crossed for another good 20-player alive, 1 battle rest push into phase 2. We're going to have that first Devour coming out with the entire raid hides here, then spreading to your sides. You have those anti-gravities, reverse gravities, and those living masses, which are going to be spawning right after this tank smash comes in.
There it is, that tank smash knocking everybody back. And these first spread circles are all about saving yourself space for the rest of the fight. So we're going over to the very edge of the platform, the area we care least about polluting, and then we're basically never going back over there again and just leaving all those puddles over there.
Yep, we have that reverse gravity coming out, these soaks here. Sorry, on that anti-gravity. Those 3 reverse gravities coming out in the back of the room, being dropped in that Venn diagram, being super close to not overlap there, but getting as close as possible to your allies. We have as much time as possible to pull our friends down with the excess mass. We're going to have a knockback coming in here, too, from the boss, which is going to basically signify the second start of the mechanics we just did again, and then we're going to have that nasty second Devour overlap, which we need to gate in and combine all those excess mass together to live the second Devour cast.
Here comes the pre-spread number 2, Divine
Aura
Protection
Mastery.
and Aura Mastery being called for from Dryny. So he's set up those liquid reminders, letting him know exactly what to press when. Very powerful progression tool if you're interested in using it, as well as liquid
Blessing
weak
of
auras.
Sac.
They are very potent progression tools. I would recommend them for anybody looking to do any level of progression in raiding in this game.
It's super helpful, especially as a healer when you have to map out your defensive usage. Right. Because there's a lot of times when you might have your cooldowns up and you're used to just muscle healing yourself through any sort of damage that goes out. That makes it insanely easy, and you don't have to worry about your cooldowns as much. But also, everybody's really bursty in the game. Healers, damage dealers, and when you don't have those tools up, you are ultra vulnerable. And you even saw firsthand with some of the knockbacks or some of the laser beams going out onto, like, Zenni the Priest, for example, on that first platform. He hit Desperate Prayer for a 40% health increase, dropped to 10% from the beam alone.
That's the thing, yeah. It's like, if you're playing this game outside of the top end of Mythic, your defensives are for like, oh, something weird's happened to me. I'm getting hit by 2 things. Let me press a defensive and I'll live. On Mythic difficulty and bosses, your defensives mean that 1 mechanic won't kill you and instead will drop you to 10% of your health bar. So they need to be very carefully rationed out between the different mechanics, as well as used reactively, the like 1 defensive that you have left as your own button to use.
That's right. And again, we got some more giveaways going on. If you guys missed out earlier, Alienware is giving away 3 4K QD OLED monitors. They're going to be 27 inches. You're going to enter in for a giveaway at tl.gg/AlienwareRWF. You must be in the US or Canada and above the age of 13 to enter. Now, let's see if we can take it over to a replay of that best pull while they're having a little bit of discussion right now.
All right, so this was the pull where we very nearly made it to the 3rd phase. This is the first platform here, with our Toshion being the target. This is our best pull, yeah. So this was a couple of pulls ago, and quickly that boss got melted down to 60% by all those stellar cores. Don't get baited by it, though. It's not going to be over that quickly. We still have a long time of DPSing the rest of the health that you don't get for free on this mini-boss.
Yep, you see him breaking that Void Warden wall there, heading through for this first inverse gravity mechanic, which they've gotten down pretty much now. It's mostly trivial at this point. However, they need to be stacked tightly in this corner here with that inverse gravity because that planet's being thrown the direction. Then right after that, we're going to have these 4 lines coming out, which we point towards the edge of the room. That Void Warden in the back is now broken towards the front of the room to negate this actual knockback from Dimensions himself. And then at that point, all we have left here really is another cross running in and to kill the next Void Warden wall that spawns. We're trying to beat that second pushback. You just saw the first there. We're going to break this wall. We're going to gate through, spread the inverse gravities after dropping these 4 debris lines here, then kill the ad. You still need to deal with that planet being thrown at you, which is going to happen right about now. That Void Warden's killed. We're going to be gating through momentarily to spread those inverse gravities, which are coming right about now. There's the gate. We have 3 gravities, 1, 2, 3, 1 place off to the left there as well. So we have all those inverse gravities being dropped, players being rooted down. Here comes that huge crushing gravity, which we all dodged successfully. And at this point, the ad dies. No wins. They're negated, and you push into platform 2 there as well.
Yeah, now unfortunately we aren't going to have time to show you what happened on that second platform, that pull, as we are back into a pull. Raiders getting ready a little bit quicker than we expected there for that replay, but at some point we'll maybe replay for you the second platform, but I don't think we'll need to because this pull, I've got a good feeling we're going to see an even better execution. Nope.
That's great.
I knew that was going to happen.
As I was saying, we have 70 more seconds to go and look at the replay again. Quick, pull the replay back up. Yeah, here's that replay.
We're back.
All right, so here's the second platform now. Pargoth, as I was saying. Yeah, so this one, again, gets blasted right away by all those stellar cores. We have to take it from 60 to 0. So here's the different mechanic. Instead of those lines, we get this AoE Nova, and it shoots out 3 projectiles. Each of those needs to be soaked by somebody touching the middle of the projectile, and once you do that, you get a debuff that says, if you do it again, we're going to wipe your raid. Signed, Blizzard Entertainment.
Yep, that big planet being thrown across there. It's sort of rinse and repeat in the last phase we saw those. Inverse gravities come out. We're still hiding in the corner, making sure to root our allies in so they're not knocked off. We're going to kill this Void Warden here to negate this knockback from the boss, which is going to be cast right about now. And then we're going to have the same repeat of the ones we just saw mechanically. We're going to have those 3 orbs coming out, which need to be soaked by players. It's important to note they have to be soaked by different players. The same player cannot soak twice, or it is a raid-wide one-shot. Besides that, you're going to have that large circle around the ab, which comes out, a bit of air denial there as well. We're going to be dropping these orbs off to the side here, baiting out to the side, soaking them. We're going to be killing this Void Warden to try and move through in time to beat that next crushing planet being thrown at us.
Beautiful move there by Shaq to go and soak that one, but the thing is, these sorts of moves they're doing here are reactive. They're trying to save the raid, and that is a damage loss, and that's part of the reason here why Pargoth still has so much health, which they weren't quite able to get through.
Yeah, very, very close to beating this ad, though. I believe they get it to around 2%, give or take. That planet does come through, but they didn't have enough damage to kill the Void Ward.
And we've had another another incident on full here.
Big Poppy's camera has fallen down as well.
Yeah, that camera angle has devolved over the course of this Race to the World's First.
A couple of desk slams will do that to you. It's understandable.
Shaq not really the type to do a desk slam, though. At least not in anger.
In general, yeah.
Okay, so we can see the very end of this platform here. Yeah, that wind's going to be coming out. Yeah, this replay is now lasts us between 3 pulls.
Yeah, so these wins here, we're essentially going to have to beat because we are second potting this platform here. We don't, we'll probably have time to break the Void Warden if need be, but we don't want to. Unlike the first platform, if you kill the ad with the Void Winds coming out or beforehand, the boss will sort of cancel the cast and pull you into phase 3 even if you're mid-Void Wind cast. But with enough alive and more optimizations, more familiarity, we shouldn't probably even get that cast in the first place, Stratos, correct?
Absolutely. I think we can maybe get this, because just look at the damage they're losing here as these stars are coming out, right? I think Fired Up is maybe supposed to get that middle orb, and he's blinking over, getting ready to grab it, but so Shaq, right? Both of those players doing that is inefficient. Everybody here is looking at stopping those null binders because they wiped those null binders going off the last few times. So there's an overcommitment of finger globals and brain globals to stuff other than damaging Pargoth. As you do this phase more and more, you're instead going to have everybody know what they're doing to prevent the wipes from those mechanics, and every other fraction of brain power and finger power is going to be going into damage on Pargoth. They should be able to get through that without needing too much more, and eventually, I think they'll be able to do it taking potions off of that platform. Right now, that platform, you reach it a little bit after 5 minutes in. It's a very natural spot for the second pot as of right now, but I think eventually second pot is going to go at the start of P3.
Yeah, it's tough because what it's not natural for is 2-minute cooldowns. You have 2 minutes when you land on the first platform.
Ugly.
But that 5-minute timestamp is very awkward for classes that aren't like minute and a half.
That's why we brought in the second Arcane Mage, I think, is because we just need some more help on the second platform. A lot of these specs look really good in P1, look like they're going to be good in P3. Arcane Mage looks pretty awful at P1, but it does get to do CDs on both platforms in P2, unique among the classes here. I guess DK can also do pretty well on both platforms as well.
It's actually very similar to Nexus King, where you saw them bring in more and more Arcane Mages to help on those Titans. Not the same exactly, but yeah, that minute-and-a-half damage profile looking to be incredibly strong on both platforms, and also, depending on how fast Pargoth dies, quite possibly having a large bit of burst damage as well on the first Dimensious burn in Phase 3. Assuming we get there within the next 15 minutes, we might still see it on this shift, Jack, depending if we high roll some phase 1s here with everybody alive, but I'm feeling this pull, Jack.
Well, once we get through that replay, I'll feel a lot more confident with you. But I mean, they did end up getting into this second Devour without using a battle res yet. I don't want to jinx it. Okay, now I'm feeling a lot more confident. Jack, that was the area in time that I was actually worried about.
Yeah, we're not going to need another replay. This is going to be the pull.
All right.
Right here. I'm calling it.
Okay. Where do you think we're going?
Phase 3.
Phase 3?
We might have a tank alive, but we're going to see Phase 3 at least.
That's right. I mean, listen, Phase 3 pull is a Phase 3 pull at this point.
Right. And even just getting to Phase 3 gets you so much information, right? Because the boss becomes stunned for 10 or 12 seconds. You'll see the boss's health. You'll see the damage amp. You'll see the stars begin to spawn in as well when he gets out of that stun. If you even get a tank and a healer through that phase, unfortunately, we do lose Boomy here. We have 1 res available, which we can get him up now. It will still give a lot of info for the analysts to dissect. Going to maybe later.
Wow, that was
close. It was close. And the question is, can we make it? Actually, we got him down. Yeah, we're okay. All right.
Yep, all of our players alive. Here comes that last knock. This is going to be the last knock, and then the last spread. This is a YOLO spread. Just need to not survive, or not die, to the overlapping of these circles or to the other raid damages going out right now. Those fission casts from the living mass is something you do have to worry about as well. Now these soak circles come out, and we do need to just beat this. Don't worry about soaking it. Yeah, push the boss.
All right.
That with seconds to spare.
Yeah, we are right up against the wall of, I mean, we have 10 seconds left in that Devour cast with Lust being committed. So we assume with the actual raw cast being there is maybe 15 or so seconds to beat that without Bloodlust. But regardless, that's a problem for another day. We're back into Phase 2 with all 20 alive. No battle res, but we don't need a battle res if we play perfectly, which is what's going to happen on this poll. I feel it.
All right, difficult POV here. We got Goop coming in. He grabs his Stellar Nexus. He grabs that Dark Star. It's going to do additional damage, and he's back with the rest of the pack. Flying in.
Yeah, worth noting, Fired Up's damage actually in P1 was looking really good here. Usually we were seeing the mages near the bottom of the meters, but Fired Up already was near the top, and that was before this P2, which is going to be where he's going to be shining the most. There were people asking in chat, why the mage, right? What's the strength? Is it the barrier DR? I think the biggest thing that has caused them to get a second mage here is the fact that you can Arcane Surge both platforms of P2, whereas most other classes have to choose to cool down one or the other. And if you choose the second platform, you're not getting it for that damage amp that we assume is still at the start of P3.
Yeah, don't get me wrong, those extra mass barriers are very helpful in this fight with all the unique damage events going out. We do break that Void Warden wall. We lose Zevi here. We can break the wall.
He's got Ankh.
Negate the knockback. Yep, we can get him up, or he can get himself up basically here. As long as we get through this next Conqueror's Cross and kill this Void Warden with all 20 live, this could be another good phase 2 platform 2 push here. All we have to do, spread these lines, break this Void Warden, which we're going to break right about now. We are indeed through. We're going to be gating through right now to spread these last inverse gravities. If we can get through here, our Toshian's dying right now. We should see a pretty, there we go.
There it is.
Platform 2 push.
All right. Yeah, we've beaten the wins, getting up to the very front here, and look at that. Everybody's on the ping, optimizing even that extra half second of less dragon riding time, giving them a little bit more on Pargoth there on the second platform. Here they go, flying through these rings and going off on some little side quests to collect some stellar cores as well. We've got Goop here doing just that behind one of these asteroids, and then needs to get back on course before the debuff falls off.
Yep.
Yeah, you had about 2 seconds extra right there just to be able to grab that additional ring and refresh his buff in the process. They're going to go in with everybody there. They got a battle res left remaining. This is sick.
Second pot's now being committed by most of the raid, making sure that they're going to have a little bit of extra damage, even though long-term we're not going to have that here. Unfortunately, Scott goes down, but the B-res is available for him. Yip's able to both tank the boss and get these grips for a couple of seconds until our warrior is back alive.
Those
now
null
these
binders
soaks needing to happen. The nullbinder casts all do get stopped, but it was a little sketchy there for a second. The Void Warden dead as well, but so 3 Raiders. 4 Raiders now down. Oh no, this is a catastrophe. So Shine does have Ankh. He could hit it here, but with this many people dead, I think the DPS check is toast. Yeah. And so is the raid. They're not going to spend the Ankh here. And we have another wipe most of the way there. 30 more seconds, and we can see P3.
Oh, man, we're so close. But even just getting back to this point and getting more familiarity with this phase is so important, because not everybody's seen all the overlaps you need to see yet, right?
Right.
So the actual mechanical just prowess you get from seeing into that phase 2 again is still good. It's not like raw progression, but you're learning more as you go. So when you get back to that, you're in a better spot. You know what you need to do, and we can optimize damage even more.
That's right. Blizzard firsthand saw that best attempt from a couple polls ago, and as a result, they want to give away some codes to all of you friendly people in chat. We are giving away a bunch of different bonuses, and we'll be spinning a wheel to determine what we're giving away. We have a Wings of Wisdom, we have 14 days of free game time, and we have a Panda mount. And so, if you want to type in hashtag Let's Go Liquid in the chat, you will be eligible to win any of those items that are open to NA, and through our generosity, we'll also allow EU to enter. You just have to type Let's Go Liquid, which might be tough for some of you. And also, please make sure you're keeping an eye on your DMs. You might even have to turn on your DMs on Twitch, because that's going to be how the mods are going to contact you as well. Once again, it's either 14 days of game time, a Panda mount, or a Wings of Wisdom that you could be winning right now. So just type in hashtag Let's Go Liquid.
Man, they are so close to that phase 3 push too. I'm so interested to see the boss's health. I really want to see how the planets rotating work as well. I'm really curious. I don't know if you've read enough in the Journal of Dranos or Jack, where on Heroic the planets go supernova. Basically, they turn from being an accessible planet to hide from the Devourer into a black hole, which you can't go into, you just die. Do we know if that happens on Mythic, or do they just get consumed?
On Mythic, the way that it happens, so the boss could still do it randomly, but on Mythic it says that the boss turns any star that people hid in into a black hole after each Devour. Or, well, I guess not after. That part is an assumption, but I assume that the way it's going to work is it'll be Devour, and then after that it will turn maybe all 4 in sequence, maybe all 4 at the same time into black holes, the ones that people hid in. So we'll have to see exactly how that works out. It might still also supernova some at random. There might be more than 8. There might be multiple waves of them. There's no way to know.
Well, what I'm really interested in is maybe once you step into them, that will then trigger a sequence, and it'll be like a long period of time that'll last through the Devourer. Because what I'm curious about is we also have the smash on the tanks in the final phase, and you can actually use those Void Stars to slow your progression into the tank. Right. And that can help you gain a little bit of space, take advantage of it. So I wonder if they're going to try to stop you from doing that on Mythic difficulty and make it so if anybody is soaking into that Void Star or touching it, it'll then trigger a supernova sequence that might take like 20 seconds or something, which gives you time to get away from it after a Devour. but then it'll also prevent you from using it for any other purpose but besides Devour.
Yeah, the Dungeon Journal says that it's just the ones that people hid in from the Devour, but it's one of those things where the Mythic Dungeon Journal sometimes does like to lie to us, so it definitely could work that way as well. There's no way to be sure except to reach that phase and actually investigate the mechanic ourselves, which is exactly what Team Liquid are trying to do right now. We are back into another pull. We've had a string of good P1 pulls and then decent P2 pulls, with our best ever pull being about 5 pulls ago now. Hopefully able to replicate that success, get back there, and just 2% more damage on Pargoth, and I believe we will be seeing phase 3. So any pull now could be the one where we can see the last phase. And you know what? I've talked a lot about what I think P3 looks like from the Dungeon Journal and from extrapolating from Heroic. My favorite Mythic last phases are when you look at it and you're like, whoa. That is, something is different here. So, you know, I'm making a lot of these assumptions based off of 3 Devours, 8 stars. What if you go down and there's 2 Rings of Stars? What if you go down and, you know, there's instead of 8 stars, there's 16 of them and they're smaller?
Yeah, what if the boss does make them go supernova as well as when
it could do
consumed? You have 16 rotating planets because it's going to be a soft DPS check. You know, whenever he casts Devour, it's not just the planet you're
it brings in the edge of the room as well.
Bring in like Razagath, right?
God, so cool.
Have 2 Devours and the raid is just dead, assuming it's the same as Heroic. So
yeah.
We'll know a lot once we get into phase 3 to see how things are lined out initially, but we are literally in any pull territory for that. If it's getting a little late for you, you got work tomorrow, you're debating calling out, tonight's the night. Spend one of those days, call out, get paid to watch the Race World first. Why not?
This is one of my favorite spots. I mean, this is the best spot in the Race World first, right? It's the end boss progression. We have 2 guilds very close in percent to each other. Method a little bit behind there. They reached this boss a little bit less than 24 hours ago as well. So they are hoping to catch up, hoping to sort of slingshot back ahead or back even with Liquid and Echo, but as of right now, it is Liquid and Echo in first and second. Echo, I believe at the end of their raid night, Liquid still so much time ahead of them today.
If ever there was a time for us to get a pizza sponsor or a fast food sponsor, it would be right now, because then we would tell you to go get said sponsor, order up, maybe grab a Monster Energy as well. Thank you for sponsoring us, Monster. We love you. You guys are the goats. And then be locked in and ready to go. But guess what? If you were possibly a fast food sponsor,
that's right.
Your ad could have been right here.
Perhaps some fast casual Mexican food.
Yeah.
You want to sponsor us? Yeah.
Maybe I can call up Fat Sal for this too. See how that's going.
Could do.
Big Sal. See what's going on with him.
Yeah. Could have been anything.
We'll take anything, but especially Taco Bell. If you're out there, please sponsor the Race World first.
Please.
Jarvis, hit the bell. Jarvis, the bell.
Jarvis, don't you want to live Moss?
That's right. Okay, here come those last antimatters. These ones aren't even soaked. Dranako is going to go down. The B-Res is available here. We're going to have to get him on that platform. Oh, no, we were able to get him just in time. So he will be joining the raid as we get to the start of this, which is nice because that means he'll be able to go and collect one of those orbs if that is one of his responsibilities. He was swapped over from, I believe he was the 3rd lock, and now he's the 2nd mage. Same person, so maybe they'll have him on the same assignments, or maybe they'll have adjusted based on what the class can do. Either way, though, we're going to watch Goop for the start of this, as he has a very tight overlap here. Needs to get to that circle in time, just barely able to update his debuff and not get consumed there.
Yeah, Dranako, a master of multiple classes here. Seeing him playing both Mage and Warlock a lot over the course of Manaforge Omega. Landing early here, so we should see this Artosian ad starting around 65% as long as all these Stellar Flares hit, which they do. 60%, sub 60 on Artosian here. The big thing is we're looking to beat this second win cast in this fight. It's become pretty trivial for them because they've seen this phase 30 or 40 times now probably. The biggest thing is getting through with all 20 alive. We'll have a battle res at about 45, but if we play perfectly here through this inverse gravity cast and this planet being thrown at us, we won't really even need that.
Yeah, this is a pretty messed up phase, but they've done a good job of handling it here. And it's messed up in the lore as well. Artosian and Pargoth are devoured former enemies of Dimensius, and we're basically just in his big tummy here, fighting his previous victories over Artosian and Pargoth, just doomed to be here forever. Very nasty lore sequence. And some nasty mechanics to go with it.
I didn't know that.
That's right.
Master of lore.
The thing is,
many things.
And you don't know if I'm telling the truth or if I just made that up.
You sounded so convincing.
I did.
believe you.
All right, well, we've made it past this without any of the wins cast starting. 5 seconds to spare on that one. Yeah, beautiful first platform. B-Res still available. That second one just becoming available there, actually. So we have the 1 B-Res only.
Yeah, we are locked in here. See multiple phase 2 platform 2 pulls with all 20 alive. Battle res available now as well. Keep in mind, we're going to have second potions here. We don't have next 2-minute cooldowns. We're going to have those RK mages with their damage profile carrying, as well as 2-minute or 5-minute 5-minute second potions here. So if we can get through this cleanly, this could be the first glimpse we get at a phase 3 transition. Fingers crossed. I'm not jinxing it.
1 second left. Oh my goodness, it's so sketchy watching the people that have those stellar core jobs go and collect them, but Sang has done it masterfully, getting on the platform now, and second potions being used by a lot of the raid here to just get Pargoth dead as quickly as possible. The death grips coming out on those null binders. This one is a little bit more sketchy because that boss does do an AoE around it, as those soaks now coming out. That last one soaked by Yips just before it would go off the platform, and now we're going to run through doing our set of inverse and crushing gravities. A couple of players dropping super lows. A Sevi, or actually a Shine rather, super low, does have to onk. It's okay though, Skull going down. Everybody alive except for Atlas right now. That means we're down grips here. So Yips is going to have to handle this largely by himself. We need some kind of knock. There's a ping over there. Maybe a Blink Blast Wave is in the future for that one.
1, 2, we have 1 no wonder on the left here. Which
And it looks like, unfortunately, we had the explosion take out the raid from the Nova there, the Cosmic Nova from the ad. Tragedy there. I think that projectile instantly collided with somebody. And the way it works, I think, is if you soak the projectile twice, it wipes the raid. I think if you soak it while you're inside the purple circle of another projectile, it also wipes the raid. And I think that was what happened there. Here we can see the start of the Pargoth platform, though. Everything looking so far so good on this pull.
Yeah, so we have those 5-minute potions coming up here. Not a whole lot of CDs, probably outside those arcane mages being held at this point, but this is this progression point we need to see. The difference from the last platform here is, like Dratnos just mentioned, those 3 orbs that come out here, which need to be soaked individually, but going right into the center of that hitbox. You can see Nick grabbing that right there. He cannot soak another circle for the remainder of this fight, or it spells disaster. Same as the previous platform, killing the Void Warden there, coming through for these inverse gravities, which we soak on the very edge of the platform here, dodging that planet being thrown at us. We unfortunately do lose a handful of players here. Sheen and Atlas go down, and the problem now, we do break the Void Warden for this pushback, but without Atlas, we don't have second death grip for that Void Warden across, or that Nullbinder across the room here.
So they ping the one that he would usually do, which is just over across on the other side. There's that ping down, but then everybody is looking to use a CC on that of some kind, trying to figure out a way to get it over here or at least stun it. And what means then is this AoE that comes out from the mini boss, those projectiles getting shot out, somebody soaked one, and either it was somebody who'd already soaked a previous one. I think that actually might be what happened there, as we see 2 stacks of the debuff on Yips. So I think that was what happened, was it touched Yips, and he was the person who did it on the first set. Because, yeah, if we run that one back a tiny bit, you can see Yips has that 32-second debuff here. And then this Star Shard Nova is coming out. And
50.2 Dratnos, to clarify.
Right, of course, that .2 having been the lethal part.
Yeah.
That's right. The details matter. Yeah.
Details, exactly.
Oh yeah, we can see it just there in the bottom right. Details?
I'm looking.
I had my head down, and so I was, it took me a second.
How
Kate is blue.
Is with this stuff. You're on a different level. I don't understand.
Yeah, Kate is blue. Thank you for giving the gift of the sub to Zyronic in chat.
Oh,
W's in the chat.
Any gifters for me? Any gifters?
Not only do you dodge the ads, you also get access to our premium quality emotes, manufactured at the same factory as all of our merch. The emotes and the merch, they both come off the same assembly line.
Hardworking.
Yeah. Only the finest materials.
That's right, hardworking American apparel.
That's right. All right, here we go. 10 seconds left on the pull timer. Pull 193. This time for sure edition.
5.
One pull of greatness.
A Raric Sierra. Thank you for the prime. W's.
What are you saying? Oh, I got it.
I'm reading names.
Yeah.
Reading names. Don't put that in chat, Sakura. That's not good. Come on, man. Yeah.
Oh no, we've been invaded.
Yeah. We've got a flock of...
Tettles is instigating it as well here.
Understandable. That's what he does.
Always tough when somebody with the mod sword starts misbehaving.
Yep.
That's Robin.
That is Robin.
Yeah.
Oh, Robin? I know Robin.
Yeah, I bet
course.
you do.
His cousin, though, he's a little scary. I don't like that one. A very similar name, but one we don't really want to see in chat.
Oh, my gosh. Garf.
Garf is acceptable, yes.
I do love Garf. I loved the Garf meta we had for a while on Twitch, especially it's like the Path of Exile people, which there's quite a bit of overlap. Exile, for instance, the rogue in here on Liquid's Race to World First team, very often fighting for those Path of Exile world first, often world second after Ben, former Liquid Raider,
I was about to say.
just completely dominates that game.
I was about to say, only second place to the other Liquid Raider.
Yeah.
Who, only reason he stopped raiding was because he had to do more splits and more maintenance work, basically.
Didn't want to miss any PoE leagues, which I respect it.
Yeah.
Are you a PoE enjoyer yourself right now?
Oh yeah, I love Path of Exile.
PoE 2 or 1?
Mostly 1,
okay.
although they just announced some stuff for PoE 2 that looks pretty fun. I might give it another go. I like the ARPGs though. I actually quite like D4 even.
I did too,
For
yeah.
less time per season than Path of Exile. I'm playing Last Epoch as well, another game in that genre.
Okay. I didn't know this about you. Yeah, you're a May Talons. Oh my goodness.
Kind of a Rivals enjoyer.
Ah, yeah. I'm not huge into shooters. I'm very bad at them. I have fun, but you know, there's a limited amount of time that the people who are willing to play with me stay willing to play with me, and it's a game.
I will play with you if you don't invite me to anything.
Do you rage more in those?
No. I don't rage, but I commit gameplay errors that cause my friends to rage.
I understand that. Deep in my bones.
I said, you don't invite me to anything, Dratnos, and the way he looked at me and slowly turned, I knew he had the biggest burn in mind, but thankfully Jack saved me.
Well, you always gotta watch out, like, never meet your heroes kind of thing.
Yeah.
Dratnos will have, like, such a rapid mind, so agile and quick, that he will think of something, you see a flash in his eyes that I could destroy you. And then he switches gears and then remembers that, like, we're on camera, we're on voice and everything like that, and he's like, today is not the day.
We're just messing around, we're just having fun here.
Yeah.
It actually is uncanny.
It is. Like, I think
Thank you for sparing me, Dratnos. I appreciate
No, I would definitely play some shooters with you sometimes.
Okay. Okay. Oh, you don't want to see my Shroud aim.
Ooh.
I'll play an FPS, but you sure? Let's go.
You want to play some, Val?
Sure. I'm more of a Tarkov fan, but we can if you want.
The extraction shooters. I never really got into those.
You should. Tarkov's great.
Yeah.
It's the worst game you'll ever play, but it's great.
Yeah. Our old Holy Paladin was a big fan of that game, and he retired.
Yeah. Nick plays it a lot too.
He retired to go play Tarkov.
Well, we all make bad.
Well, Paladin at the time wasn't too great, so I understand where he was coming from.
Yeah, Fragus, who rated in BDG for a while, actually plays Tarkov. He's a very nice man.
Yeah, that's right.
Mr. Fragus, yes, indeed. Good friend of mine. Regardless, though, we are indeed back in the Phase 2 here with all 20 alive. 1 battle res available, landing on that first platform here. This is becoming relatively elementary for them as long as they can get through with all 20 alive. The problem is if one person goes down, those Null Warden and those Void Wall checks become much more difficult. It begins to spiral very quickly here.
And even if they can maybe get through the first of these platforms, the second one, they have so many fewer cooldowns for. Really going to rely on some of those deeply rooted elements procs to carry us through that one if we get there. Hopefully we can on this pull. We get that crushing gravity and inverse gravity overlap over on the side. Next set of frontals being aimed safely off the edge here. And everybody getting in line for this knockback. Sang dropping very low, but able to stabilize. Nicely played by the healers and by the players pressing defensives as needed. One of the most important skills of a Race to World First Raider is just never dying, even when you're not getting heals, even when you're low on health. Being able to be responsible for your own health bar, hugely valuable, and they're going to be doing this gateway. Plenty of time to spread as they got that Void Warden killed well ahead of schedule.
Dying so early now, too.
Looking absolutely textbook on this platform, but we are now going to be low on resources for the next platform. You can see Jimmy Bellini here, Big Poppy, a.k.a. Shakib, not going to have meta for that next platform.
No meta available. We do indeed have 2 res available. Second pots coming up here as well. So that will help carry a bit, plus those 4 stellar flares we drop on the second ad here should spawn him right around 60-ish% health roughly. As long as we can burn through this with all 20 alive, we might see a phase 3 push here.
Don't dismount, don't dismount, don't dismount. A warning timer there. I believe a reference to incidents that may have happened to the Drynster on some previous pulls at that point in the fight. But here we go. Pargoth time.
2
already.
reses.
Yeah, getting absolutely murdered here. But here's that Conqueror's Cross. This time around, these Null Wardens and Void Wardens and Null... Oh, no! The AoE from that Star Shard Nova just going to clip Shaq. They're able to get the res.
Yeah, that res is committed.
5 seconds to get to the side.
Yeah, these inverse gravities are the big thing we need to get done here. Everybody is indeed in their gravity, though, dodging this planet coming in. We need to get this Void Warden down. As long as we can kill it, it's sort of higher. If we can kill it in time, we'll indeed have enough room to negate these winds coming in, which we do indeed get down. Okay.
Pargoth damage. We need more damage on Pargoth. Oh, no, it looks like we have a player underneath the platform as well here. Shine going down. That second B-res going to need to get used on him. We need every point of damage we can possibly muster to get through Pargoth here. There's that grip into Mass Grip. We need the soak. One of those going off the edge there. Oh my goodness, fired up. Saves the raid, as he always does. But is there enough damage on Pargoth here? 9%. Everybody dropping super low. We're losing half the raid. Can we kill Pargoth before that Eclipse cast? We're getting the wins.
The Void Wardens.
The Void Wardens. Oh no, one of them, the Nullbinder, left at 2 HP, continues its cast, and Pargoth is going to start the Eclipse here. And somehow they're just not able to get through it once more. So close on that pull. Tragedy befalling Team Liquid.
Man.
Oh, we're right there.
Right there.
So close. I mean, it's literally any pull territory, and we know so much more information on this fight. We're able to gather the boss's health, how the supernovas work in phase 2 or 3 as well. We're literally just right on the cusp of seeing so much more of this fight being unveiled.
Just got to get back there. The res comes out. A pull timer is already underway as well. 38 seconds until they're going to get in combat again, but it looks like Yips looking at something perhaps on another window. Does tab back in. The reload call being made. It looks like the pull timer has to be canceled. So maybe we've got some weak ores updates. Maybe we've got a strat update for handling that phase a little bit more easily.
And I think that's going to help a lot of just adding some auto assignments. And what you've talked about before, Dratnos, especially in that second platform for phase 2.2, is that you can really make it much more systemic than the first platform. Right. What else can they add for these auras to make sure that they don't have to think or have to make a lot of heads-up plays or last-minute adjustments? Because there's been multiple pulls in a row where they've been having to soak additional orbs for other players that was their jobs instead.
It should be fully scriptable. That entire platform, there's no RNG associated with, say, who gets targeted by the lines like on that first platform. So definitely something where they should be able to get this one down if they can keep getting back there.
Yeah, I mean, literally that third planet being thrown there, we're going to be skipping those last wins. We're looking to kill Pargoth before that win cast becomes queued. They're so close. It's been 2%, sub 1% the last few progression polls we're getting there. Next poll could literally be the one we see in phase 3. Any pull.
That's right. And if it is going to be the next pull, it's going to be time for us to swap around some casters. So we're going to take it on over to a Monster Energy. Listen in.
I was gonna ask, did you guys like the game? I did it a little bit sideways, so it's kind of sketchy if you take from the left, but I mean, it puts you like in the middle, so it's...
Dude, we were in like such a good spot here, even, like, we were fine.
Is that good?
So, does the DKs have their set timer down on their...
Yeah, it's just
What
the
happened with
positioning on it is a little sketchy.
We just need to hard assign externals for anybody taking those orbs. They do fucking crazy damage.
But we also didn't use both M sets, I think, and 2 Zephyrs.
I mean the ticking dot of just us crossing, I'm like exploding.
Timber's supposed to use his
Is there like an assigned CC on those ads, by the way?
We even missed a time spiral, right? Isn't Timber's time spiral the first extinction on platform 2?
No, that's Sang.
I thought Sang was still just
Timber's
doing wins.
doing wins.
No, I didn't miss
It's the other
one.
way around.
Timbers is not going to be up for wins.
Screen shock.
But then he just used the YOLO then.
So I'm the extinction now?
No. Like, you were already...
Tell people where they're doing time spirals right now.
Yeah. It's in this channel thing. Like, you're on first wins, and Timber is on first extinction, and Goop is on second wins, and this is the second platform I'm talking about.
We're not getting second platform. We're not getting second wins, or I guess like for now for progression you can have it.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a
Was
an
mine
extra
used at the right time, or?
You were supposed to use it for
first wins.
First
on second platform.
wins or first?
First?
No, am I going?
First extension, sorry.
Am I going crazy? The second platform, it says platform 2.
Platform 2, extension 1, Timber, like wins 1, Sang.
Yeah, you're supposed to use it right here. When we do extinction 1 triangle right here. This is.
I thought you said platform 1. I'm platform 2.
You're platform 2, extinction 1.
I also, I can tag you again.
But why did that Nullbinder not get in? Was it a bad grade?
Which one?
And I DM'd you the P1 timers.
I don't know, you can
At the
check.
very beginning?
I was single targeting him, Max.
It's
My
kind of awkward to grip when I'm dodging there, but no, the very first set, not that one. That one's mass grip, so it's easy. Is that maybe I think my plan right now is I'm just gonna tank the circle. Like I moved out to not tank the circle. So I grip one in, and then I move because the bait's going off. I don't want to get cleaved a million, and I grip it again.
It's also on the next platform. I think it's the same thing.
No, that's just no. It was only on this platform. This is.
I think it was just gripped slightly to the side because he was trying to dodge the frontals.
I'm dodging the frontals.
Yeah.
I don't really know.
The closest.
It's not that one. It's the one on the right.
Yeah, you see
right
the one
here.
on the right.
Because I'm dodging the orbs in melee to grip, so I grip it to the side and then I go back and soak. But I don't know.
I would have definitely hit the Void Warden more, but I was just hitting that fucker the whole time over here.
Huh. Okay, well, we did
Chaos
this.
bolts.
Yeah, Atlas IBF'd and still lived that thing, but going across.
It's so scary. Dude, I'm just getting fucked.
I mean, hey, Death Strike, bro.
Oh, boss position was fucking great here, and then we get a grip, we get a mass, we get a cap. Fucking everything's great. We get a backup soak in the middle. Extinction 2 is on the line. What's the health of the Void Warden here? At like 20% with a dead Ellie Shaman. We're vibing, dude.
Is Furnace supposed to get that middle soak?
No, that's
no, that was shut.
You can see me fly right by him.
Yeah.
He literally stole it last time.
It wasn't even a good soak.
Yep.
Okay,
It's
so
just like THD.
I think for now, just to see P3, we keep everything. I think for now to see P3, we keep everything exactly the same. But I'm thinking we might we might want to play. We might want to play first, second wins on that platform. Not because we can't beat it now, but because if we want to have CDs up for the burn, we will probably need to. And also, I don't know what's happening.
I popped my cooldown because we did a pull timer. We always did pre-pull, so just take 2 minutes.
Healers, there is no glow for the second platform debuff from soaking the orbs. You'd have to enable it though.
Did you? Is it just on low never right now?
Yeah. Got star shard.
Who can stay on the platform with just a half platform with time spiral?
What's good?
I can stay up there with just a deep breath.
Because I mean, like, if we can all stay without killing the Void Warden with a time spiral. Because I can, Splat can.
I probably can with Voido.
All evokers can.
Yeah, as long as you milk it and jump off the edge.
Boomy can. I don't think Exile can.
No, I can. I just need to step one time and then I can make it back.
Wait, so who can't?
Is it Drenny?
Drenny has bubble.
Do we have AMZ for both of these as well?
The last wins of the
So the second win we don't play.
Bro, yeah, we never play the second win. We just fucking game
I
it.
have bubble for that one.
Yeah, as long as there's a time spiral, I'm chill.
It's just Zenni.
I mean, we might as well set that rotation.
Yeah,
now, right?
let's set that. I mean, we do. We have Goop's time spiral on that.
Oh no, I mean rotation isn't like who's doing what, because I'm sure evokers are gonna rescue each other. Like someone that has.
Nah, just deep breath.
Yeah, but like you might need to rescue someone else before your deep breath to make sure that they live, if that makes sense.
It does.
Why? Okay. Wait, let me just.
What rescues are even up for
I'll just figure it out on this sheet right here. Flashbang.
Go on to bed.
Bro, rescue me! I'm so scared. Well, I think we should do, like one AMZ each, and then you just put it on the mid and the bottom one, right? That's where me and Alice
On
are.
which set?
The like the first one on the first platform, or second platform. I mean.
Second platform. On which one?
The first one, like me on middle.
On the
Alice
melee group, or
yeah, melee plus. You can do both, right? The AMZ.
Yeah, but they're doing on first, and then on the last one, you're doing triple Zephyr mass barrier.
Yeah. Maybe we just live. I mean, we're just getting fucked. I think. Like I pressed everybody, and I barely lived.
I think having a assigned external and renewing blaze order on that will make it easy. But if we don't get that, we are exploding.
Yeah.
All right, well, do that.
I didn't Zephyr, but I'll Zephyr next time.
How many renewing blazes do we have? 4?
It's the really scary part is when we're crossing, because we are in the puddle going into a group soak, but we have externals going.
I mean, we
into
can. I mean, you're saying we can assign. I feel like assigning a renewing blaze right there makes perfect sense. We should just do that right now.
Yeah, I mean, we should assign externals and renewing blaze on everyone who gets a orb in the second one. So I think we should like full personal first, plus like some ground shit, and then like just empty the bag on the third one.
Yes, God also rallied the third, like the
or second one. Yeah, I mean.
Second one. Yeah, it's hard to keep track.
Yeah, there's too many.
How long is it between the second orbs being soaked and the end of the phase? let's say before the
It shouldn't be that long.
Because I mean, those people, maybe it's better to try and find a way to get both tanks on first and Shack, just because we're the tankiest.
I mean, I'm really tanky at least. I think I should
say
stay first.
First orbs or second orbs?
Yeah,
First, because the second should go away. I think the second will just go away when you phase. So the second people are only going to be taking them for like 15 seconds. But you soak, you get it across, and then you do that, and then boom, like that's it.
Right.
That's the phase. It's gone. The debuff. It's not going to be like a 60-second playing. That debuff.
It's like 45 seconds on the
How do
first three
shamans?
people.
How do shamans live the Razziath wins? Second.
Press W. Ghost Wolf. Or Spirit Walkers.
You can live half platform Razziath wins?
No, not half platform.
I don't think so.
Okay, so
You
all
need
three,
gateway for
all
that
three
bullet?
shamans need rescue then?
Well, you're already gated, right? So
It's all three shamans are getting rescued.
Yeah.
That's the solution. Who else needs a Dryne's bubbling?
Is it up from the first win?
Rescue?
Is what up?
Yeah, rescue.
Oh.
Yeah, so we only we would only have 2, or are we using both?
But you
rescues
could,
and
but you
rescue?
could just drop the rescues from Zenni and
Yeah.
Driny on the first wins. I mean, you live, right, Natty?
Yeah, I mean, some people definitely did it without rescue before, right?
Pretty close sometimes.
I don't need it.
Yeah, I mean, but if you're
You can
the
just
first
1 yard
top of the-
void elf, right?
Yeah, but you want-
How does Smacked live the thing?
I did it once with Cat Wild Charge, but it's kind of sketchy.
You can probably dash run against. Is that not? Isn't
Tiger
dash
dash?
run against?
No.
And then leave the
Honestly,
guy.
normal
Cat
dash,
form-
definitely.
cat
Can you not
form
go
wild
tiger
charge.
dash?
So we need all we need to
Cat
do
form
is
wild charge, I
assign.
did it once. It's just like
All we need to do
tight
is
timing.
assign Zenni through the shamans. We need to assign them rescues for that second wins.
But we do need to drop then the rescue on Driny and Zenni on first wins, and I don't know if Zenni lives. That's a question for him. I think you. Yeah, well,
Yes, just
you-
commit to move early.
But
in the first
like,
order
but
on
Zenni,
this.
do you need if you're Voidal?
No, I don't need it on the second one. I don't need.
Okay, so maybe just a rescue for these three somehow. Can Dryny live the first one, Natty?
I mean, unironically, the shamans, like, I feel like they could just tank. I feel like for progress,
Yeah,
you
maybe
just
you're
don't assign the 2 rescues. You just keep it how it
Yeah,
is,
that's
and
fine.
they just
Yeah,
tank it
yeah,
in the last phase.
Isn't Goblin just straight up better for if this becomes a problem? You can just gust win.
Am we actually on in the last phase, or where do we actually spawn when we're done there? Because then I die. To figure that out.
Question before we go: are all the time spirals figured out? Every evoker knows exactly where they're time spiraling.
Yeah,
We do assign the rescues and or not the rescues.
Someone have a
spirals
good
in
week,
the-
or for when I have time spell.
We need to assign renewing plays,
renewing-
right?
Yeah, I'm gonna renewing Atlas on the first one, and then we need to figure out the rest.
I think Goop's gonna do on the second for me.
Yep.
Timber has
the
it himself, so like Timber would also want to give it to
plus
someone
else. Yeah. I mean, you
Let's give it to Shaq. Because he's
yeah, giving it to Shaq is good.
Okay.
Just put that in your all's notes to do all that, and then let's.
And
go.
is that for that I'm getting?
It's when you're doing the soak in the middle, right before we go to the very last crushing gravity of P2.
Who's saying getting?
You were gonna have
you
renewing
need to
plays
get fired up,
for
or me saying?
Yeah. So okay.
Where's my AMZ in the second platform as
I
well?
don't know when.
It's on the second inverse.
Second group soaps.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
You and Yip should like take a second to
if you
talk
nick
to each
them,
other
yeah.
who you're placing it on.
Are
I'm
you gonna
putting
be
it
fine
on,
fired
bro,
up?
I'm putting it on myself.
What?
Are you gonna be fine without any?
Which group
Are you
soaps on the
just
second platform? The first or
I don't
second?
think I'm
Second. Yeah.
He's not soaking.
Second.
He's not soaking.
I can be. I think I
Oh,
will be able
okay.
to live by
I'll
myself.
put it on
You're
the
gonna be
range
scared.
healer stack.
Yeah,
Could we
I'll put it on
also
myself.
we could also
Golden
mass barrier this too.
mirrors.
Yeah, we are going to.
We're not
We're-
going to do
We
that.
are messing here.
It just the stock hits really hard. We're gonna have 6.
He
of them.
did it on the first one. Are you doing the first or second?
Renako's doing second.
I have
Nako
been
didn't
doing
have it up for
first.
second there.
I have
You
been
did
doing
second, right?
first because our stack is so sketchy in the first, but I can do second. But we
So
usually
you
clean
you
each
two
other.
should spread out. Yeah. You two
Yeah,
spread out.
but I mean second platform. Fire up is
okay,
on first
okay.
platform. Unless you want to change that.
You fired up
No,
with
no, no.
renewing blazed here by someone.
But
Okay.
we're,
good.
I mean, I've been doing it on the triangle because the range soak is kind of sketchy on the triangle, but I can move
Yeah, I
to
think
the
that's good.
line.
Okay, so baiting triangle here is good. We just need, when we're saying baiting, we're saying bait on triangle. So Cinny, Yips, and fired up. One of you baited it to the right. Just be aware of that. We're gonna re-put down a marker every time. All right, let's go.
Yo, Atlas, do you advance the second wins, or are you planning to?
Nick, Timber, and Sang, I did assign your rescues.
Come
You're
back
my
into my
guy, then.
arms,
Yeah.
bro.
Yeah,
Come back
yeah,
into my
yeah.
arms.
Shamans.
I'm not doing journey. Who am I doing?
I don't need that one.
Wait, why are we?
Timber, I'll just
What
upgrade
did we
Mars.
change rescues for?
Okay.
Didn't we say we're not going to do it on the shamans in the second thing?
Yeah, they're not using it anyway. Why would we not?
Oh, okay.
I mean, if they're going to be up, I guess.
Yeah.
Oh, then fuck it.
Just sack
Ryan
Ryan.
doesn't need.
He can just run.
Have a fucking ram.
Crack on the first one or no journey?
Sure, that one's free.
Yeah, I'm pretty
Also, if we make it to the last phase, then after the damage jump, first extinguish the stars is be ready. 5-stack fractalus walls vibes.
Bro, I'm already getting 5-stack fractal vibes.
Actually, it's important when we get into last phase that, like, just to see farther, and just a reminder that if more than 6 people, I think, go into one soak to, like, live the devour, it blows up and kills all of you.
More than
and,
5-6 is already bad, I think.
Oh, okay, yeah. So you have to split up like 5 people into 4 different things.
Aggro hips.
Done.
We're knockback canceling. 3, 2, 1, now. Okay, soak soon. Rally AM, get in. This is the Devour set.
Back up, back left.
Okay, ads here. Red circles, and these are the AMZ soaks. Try to Venn diagram the AMZ so we can move into it into soak, if that makes sense. Yeah. In there. Yeah. Insane value.
Oh, I definitely fucked it up.
You're good.
Dead.
You guys made it, dick.
Left side.
Right
Left
side drew a
side.
cock.
Done.
We dying? Yeah.
Yeah, I hopped in a circle.
I'm just surprised you even landed in the circle.
I attacked you as well, like, for that rescue thing, if you want to look in the channel. With Shaman you both all have. Remember, you can make it like low in the LR. Like, it helps.
I just love that the plan is to fucking live a half platform Raz win. Just fucking.
Do we?
Just like Raz, bro.
Is having Shaq leave the boss and this Void Warden to go soak this just bad for damage?
Yes.
I can do it. I'll be fine.
Yeah. Okay. We changed that.
Hit feast.
Shaq, you're free.
Yeah, the timber is getting fired up.
Yeah, swap the
Oh yeah.
renewal. I don't need it anymore.
Change your reminder to Renewing Blaze fired
Yeah.
up instead of Shaq.
Okay.
Yo, by the way, did anyone check if there was a third platform in V2?
There is.
It's
Oh,
middle,
okay.
right?
Oh, we're
It's
going.
middle, yeah.
Into the boss.
Calm down, Sang.
Sang?
Bro, we
Are
need to
you
kill that
stunning
boss.
those second ads too, Shaq? After the blind?
I'm not stunning because we have a cap. Last time I tried to stun, I got clipped by the fucking circle. Like, bulls are
I
good.
can't really cap that second
Yeah.
set and the first one though. Has to be someone else's.
You can't cap the mass grip ads?
I got it with shockwave, but
If I'm Nova, like, there's a chance I miss one just because I'm scared of getting clipped.
Knock back in 3, 2, 1, now. Circles here. Get in the first soak.
Come back up. At the open back.
1, 2, done.
That was easy to see for sure.
Yep.
Knock back here. Cancel 3, 2, 1 now.
Good, man.
Fuck you saying, Dre?
I'm gonna get that, Dre.
Get in.
Just don't let me pick it up.
I'll get it. I'll get it.
How much per?
I know, right side. I think someone walked over it. When I walked out, I think.
Dude, there's no way we fail after I went over and jump picked. Dude!
Left?
How did that puddle, or how did that drive in for fucking 22 mil?
You're in the
He
puddle.
was stood in another puddle, probably.
The puddle amps you and shit.
Try to fucking do a little jump over.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back from that Monster Energy. Listen in. Huge shout out to our sponsors, Coinbase, as well as Alienware, Philips Hue, Blacklyte, Monster Energy, Zenni, RaiderIO, and Wowhead. We are progging on Dimensius, Mythic Dimensius. We're seeing into phase 2 multiple times. Tettle, you're hyped about that. I can tell.
We are on the cusp of greatness. They have almost made it out of phase 2 many times. It is a really difficult DPS check where you have to be able to have all of your DPS alive to be able to beat the Pargoth health check. And we are on the cusp of being able to see into that final phase of Dimensius, the All-Devouring.
Absolutely. Yep. We saw it. How close to getting to that third phase were we? I mean, it was right there.
We've had a handful
1%?
of like 5% wipes, 1%, 3%. I think they had a 3% wipe about 10 minutes ago, or so ago when we were in on our Monster Energy listen-in. So I think, I honestly, like, we're pretty much in any poll territory. If we can get there with all 20 alive, we've seen some polls with all 20 alive heading to that platform, even with 2 battle reses, and they're getting more consistent in phase 1. They're getting more consistent on the first platform in phase 2. So we just need to get there and then know what we need to do in the second platform.
Dude, I feel like they've been playing so well today.
Oh, yeah.
They
oh my
have,
god.
This is how they need to play to win this race. We needed to secure a kill on Nexus King the night we did, and we did. Same thing with Silken Court. Same thing with whatever boss was last year. Mugsy, right? Yeah. When they needed to step up and get those kills, they did. They were able to do it. They were able to execute. Now, this is the day where we woke up and Echo wasn't even ahead of us. They're very, very close.
Shockingly so.
Yeah, it wasn't even the slingshot we usually see. So today's the day where we further press the advantage, continue to execute, and honestly, this fight maybe could die tomorrow, but we know we'll be able to gather a lot of information from phase 3 by seeing it even one time.
Yeah.
I think the big question is if we need to move Lust off phase 1 or not. But
Do you think that'll happen? I thought we only had it there to have, progress through the fight.
I mean, there has been some fights where you haven't needed to move Lust out of phase 1. I mean, Galley is an example, which was sort of an under-tuned fight. There's been fights in the past where you do just Lust phase 1, but it really depends on the boss's health. They'll know when seeing it pretty much if we can do it or not.
I think Dry just made a great point in the last block, too, that I would have also probably been compelled to have moved Lust off of phase 1 and like reprogged phase 1 at some point, just to continue to be able to use that Bloodlust in phase 2 to see further on into the fight. Because the damage check on phase 2 is really hard, to the point where we've actually seen compositional changes coming into today where those mages had to end up coming back in. We were playing 2 mages now, and a lot of that comes down to the checks on the ad HP and the intermission.
So the one scary thing about about not doing that, which I don't know if it's totally correct, there's definitely an argument for that, Tentacles. The one scary thing about that is, let's say we hit phase 3, we can hit it any poll. It can even be this poll.
Yeah, sure.
Let's say we hit it, and then we realize we need to move Lust. Maybe we hit it later on in the night, right? Maybe we have a bit of like regression subpar polls, and we see phase 3 at 8 or 9 p.m. tonight. Echo can wake up with that data and just be like, oh, okay, well, we need to move Lust because Liquid needs to move Lust. So we can prog our whole day with no phase 1 Lust, and then maybe slingshot ahead progression-wise based on what they can gather from us hitting phase 3. So, yeah, we have to see where that goes. We'll know a lot more soon.
I think you can't really focus on that.
Well, you can't. No,
World of
Warcraft
saying
it could happen.
World of Warcraft rating is kind of this interesting thing where you know, there are competing guilds. Like Echo is competing against Liquid, but very rarely do things that your competition do actually affect you in terms of like what decisions you're going to be making. To the point where Liquid could just have a good day again, kind of similar to what they had yesterday, and Echo might not be able to catch up. I woke up this morning expecting Echo to have leapfrogged Liquid in a pretty serious way, or at least even seeing into the final phase. And the fact that they just had similar amounts of pulls with this strategy that was kind of shown by Liquid, and they were at the exact same point, that just meant that Liquid had an insanely good day yesterday, and I feel like they've had an insanely good day today as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to drive home how meticulous, how finicky this fight is in phase 1, in phase 2 on both those platforms. Like, one little misstep just spells disaster. If one person dies on one side, it's so much harder to complete your left and right quadrants in phase 1. It's really difficult.
What was the longest chain that they had making into phase 2? It was like 5 or 6 pulls in a row, just like all 20 players alive with the battle res making into phase 2.
Yeah, towards the end of our last shift. And honestly, I mean, they've gotten very consistent at phase 1. They can just rattle it off here again, but I mean, we've pretty much seen all we need to see on second platform in phase 2. I'm sure there's a few little things being pushed by the analysts in between the last 2 polls, like during that Plogoth ad, but I think we have a pretty good plan of what we need to do when we get there now. It's just getting there with all 20 alive and executing, and phase 3 will be there. I think the first phase 3 push will likely be with maybe half the raid alive staggering through trying to kill Plogoth, but if we can get there, there's a lot of info to be seen super quickly.
For like half a second, it reveals quite a lot.
All we need is a DK with Death's Advance. That's all we need. One Yips to rule them all.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, if you kill Plogoth, you want to beat the second wins in the last platform phase 2, right?
Yes.
But even if you have some weird sequence where half the raid's alive and you you kill Plogoth mid-wins push, I believe Zaltath just grabs you out of the air and saves you and throws you into phase 3.
Oh, interesting. That's that's unlike the first platform.
It's very different, yeah. So if you can kill Plogoth, I believe she will freeze you in the air and throw you, which might just be like a tank and a few healers alive possibly. But if we can do that, that's great. Because the boss is also stunned for, I think, 12 or 15 seconds at the beginning of phase 3. So you can gather, how does the boss look health-wise? Where do the stars spawn in? How does the room look like? Different timers, timestamps, because you can probably live for a decent while as a tank in phase 3 as well. So just getting there gives so much info. We're right on the cusp of it. You even saw THD show a bit of emotion, which you never see during the race when they had that 1% white. He was smiling.
The cusp.
Yeah, we're so close. They're so close.
The thing that's most problematic is that you have to be able to have effectively 6 minutes worth of perfect progression where no players can die, and you still see mistakes like this be fairly common where somebody doesn't have the excess mass on top of the stack, or maybe they die during that second Devour cast, which we've seen to be a pretty big point of progression throughout phase 1, but they're no longer even at the point where they're allowed to even talk about some of those weird mistakes that are happening in phase 1, unless it is like some seriously large strategy change. Instead, if they wipe to that second Devour, we're slamming an 85-second pull timer, the boss respawns, and we are getting back after it, one more pull.
Yeah, I don't think there's much to discuss in phase 1. I think for the most part, they ended up pulling Atlas today. Dronko swapped from that third Warlock to that second Arcane Mage to try and get a better damage profile on both the intermission adds in phase 2 and the boss's burn heading into phase 3. But Atlas adapted super quickly. Already been doing incredible damage. As far as his grips in phase 2, super on point. Slotted in like he was in for all the previous progression. Dronako was in his Warlock too, so not much really changed there either.
Echo had to change their comp around a lot too. They were running like a DPS warrior and a feral druid, like a resto shaman, and instead now they actually ended up dropping out of one of those preservation evokers, and now they're playing the resto druid. They ended up swapping out the feral, and it's one of those things that this fight is very finicky as to where you need damage, and you have to have big carries for different parts of the fight.
Right.
Whether or not you're able to kill off these living mass adds, the specializations that are good at that are things like the Elemental Shaman, like the Dev Evoker. Specializations that are bad at that, mages, I think, for example. Whereas in phase 2, specializations that you need specs that can kill off the adds that get gripped together, whereas you also need Pargoth, because the Pargoth damage check is super high, you're going to need mages for that Pargoth damage check.
Right.
If we could, maybe we could re-explain what we're seeing here in phase 1 and why it's such a volatile first phase.
Yeah, there's just a lot of RNG too. Well, it's consistent, but it's also RNG based on who gets certain debuffs and other abilities. So like you spawn in here with those 3 living masses, basically alive on each side, a total of 6. You have to combine the excess mass they drop into basically one safe zone to nullify the boss's Devour cast, which happened a matter of 10 seconds ago. Once that's done, you split off left and right, the boss knocks the raid across the room, and you have basically your left and right parts of the raid, each being split by 10 players. you'll have things like this antimatter soak coming out, this singularity you're soaking here down. At the same time, these reverse gravities, the 3 players being tossed in the air there, need to essentially be soaked by the rest of the raid that has excess mass in them, saving them from being pulled in by Dementius. At the same time, you're going to have a couple more other abilities overlapping at times. You're going to have basically the tank smash coming out now, which is going to sort of indicate what just happened mechanically is going to happen again. You're going to have another soak, another set of pull downs, and the nasty overlap. You see Zephyr being committed there as well to negate some of that knockback damage. A set of pull drops or circle drops here again. You're going to see after this next set of mechanics, you're going to have this anti-gravity spawning in now, which you're going to need to soak, and then those reverse gravities coming in. This is when the second Devour cast begins. So the ads you kill, those living masses, they drop excess mass, and they're going to need to be brought together in the middle of the room. Both sides are going to gateway in right about now. The moment they're pulled down from those reverse gravities, everybody has to gate in here, combine all the excess mass, which they barely make it in to do, form that nullification zone to live through the Devour.
And at the same time, the heal check on that Devour cast is really high. I think that Kalamazzi was talking mechanically about this boss as well, but I think that one of the biggest progression points was just how are we able to keep all 20 players alive? Because there's a lot of random ambient damage on this fight, whether it be the fissions from those living masses that you see right there. They're basically pulsing AoE on the entire raid, hitting them with like random individual ticks. There's also the antimatter soak that Kalamazzi called out earlier. You're soaking what is effectively like 200 instances of damage over the course of the duration of that soak. There's just like a lot of AoE going on at the exact same time, and then there's of course the Devour cast, which is 3 of your health bars over the course of like a 6 or 8 second cast that can kill you off if you don't have your healers fully prepping their healing CDs.
Yeah, it's really interesting because they're still committing Lush this phase 1 to beat the DPS check. You're gonna have a tank knockback coming in here. Another repeat of mechanics is going to be happening right now, but they're going to choose to ignore all these mechanics. You can put these circles wherever you want. Living mass adds, you can cleave for resources, but you want to push Dementius to 0 here.
Yeah.
To trigger the intermission. The anti-gravity soak there, don't need it. Boss is pushed, and we're through. We have no battle res available, but we don't need it if we play perfectly.
Wow.
Yeah, and so this part, this is the start of phase 2. This is known as like the intermission. And what is going to happen is there are 5 shooting star orbs that you're going to see some players dragon riding through and being able to pick those up. Then the players are going to get into a group, all as 20, and land on one of the platforms. The 5 players that have those shooting star orbs, they're going to land on the platform. It's going to fire the orb into mini bosses depending on which platform they end up landing on. This first one is going to be on Pargoth. And you basically take him down all the way to 60% HP. And this phase is actually very tricky. This is the reason that 2 Death Knights are required on this fight. So there's going to be ads that spawn. And there are 2 different types of ads. And you can see that there's some that are spawning in these quadrants. They're the Nullbinders. And then there's also the Void Wardens. So the Void Wardens are that wall that you can see right there. So that wall has to get broken. Those wall ads have to get broken. But the Nullbinders, those ads have an insane amount of HP as well. And if any of their casts go off, they completely wipe the raid. And you saw that gate and all of the players actually getting to the edge of the room. Is at the exact same time is like throwing planets onto your platform. For some reason, Razageth has returned and is also going to try to blow your entire raid off the platform. And now we're at the part of this fight where Artosian is relatively low, and so there's a pretty steep damage check on this phase.
The part is those Nullbinders might not all be grip thing because Atlas has died. At the same time, we've lost Zenni. We might be able to knock them in or leave one alive long enough.
There was a Rob
through and then kill it here in time, but they only have a 16-second window to be dealt before they cast an uninterruptible kick.
Oh, we won!
We made it through, so we're going to have 18 alive here. We have battle res coming up in 4 seconds. We're going to have one of them down for the remainder of this phase. I would assume, or I know, they have to rest Atlas for these grips on these Nullbinders here. We're going to see a handful of players branching off to grab these stellar flares to do damage to the actual ad when they land, which is going to be second ad this phase, basically, right? So when we land, we're going to have a res on Atlas, I would assume. The only real difference on this ad from the last one is there's not those 4 frontal lines anymore that drop debris.
Yeah.
It basically shoots out 3 soak orbs in a sense, which you need to soak or it spells disaster for the entire raid. You cannot soak them twice. However, we are on second platform here. I assume we commit a res to Atlas.
You have to get Atlas.
We can here. Yep, right about now, I'd assume, with those 5-minute potions coming up. So not a whole lot of cooldowns here, barring if Arcane Mage is carrying a bit. We do have second potions here as well. Atlas is back up. There's the cross spawning in and the 4 Nullbinders. Those soaks right there, the 1, 2, 3, those need to be intercepted by players or they will spell disaster. Thankfully, we get the actual Void Warden. Now we move through here with the inverse gravities, but unfortunately, we lose players on the traverse over to the other side.
Yeah. So that inverse gravity basically I didn't explain it on the first platform, but the inverse gravity are those circles that are going out on 3 different players, and they have to have a bunch of players with the crushing gravity debuff basically encircle them to the point where they get soaked by a bunch of players with that crushing gravity. But at the same time, they can't touch the player with the inverse gravity, so they need to be inside their circle, but not on top of them.
Real quick, do you want to give a quick mention to one of our sponsors, Alienware of the Race World First. If you'd like a chance to win an Alienware 27-inch 4K QD OLED gaming monitor, courtesy of Alienware, you can go to teal.gg/AlienwareRWF, log into your Alienware Arena account or create one, follow the prompts, and that is it. That is what our Raiders are using themselves as well. And if you're just now tuning in, we have had another solid pull into Phase 2, almost through that second phase of Phase 2 as well.
Yeah, so that's the next progression point, is kind of that platform that Kalamazoo was talking about, being able to get Pargoth dealt with, making sure that you're killing off the crossing ads, making sure that you end up getting the null binders dealt with, all at the exact same time. The damage check just on Pargoth, that main ad, is going to be pretty steep, because the wind knockback is so severe on these platforms, and then committing damage to the null bind or to the Void Warden ads, not the null binders, but the Void Warden ads that break the wall. It's just a really hard damage check, and you don't actually have a ton of time before the enrage cast from Pargoth happens. So a couple seconds after the second knockback wins, then the mini boss will go into the Eclipse cast, which just wipes your raid. Yeah, somebody hit their extra action button a little bit early.
Yeah. That didn't count. That didn't.
So whenever you actually don't start like right in front of Dimensius, as you guys saw on screen right there, but whenever you hit your extra action button, you get ported, like you travel through space onto Dimensius' platform.
Rishi reps, yeah.
And that immediately will pull the boss. Oh, that's your Rishi reps, oh no.
Rishi, like Reese's Titles. Rishi.
Oh, Rishi pieces, yeah.
Yeah, Rishi Pishi, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Good comms.
Yeah, I Titles at the same time. You know what poll this is? This is poll
200.
200. Yeah. My poll prediction was poll 275 in this boss before the race began. I am pretty sure it's not going to be accurate. It's going to be a bit low.
It's interesting because this fight is just fairly inconsistent in a way that I think Ansarek was probably the last fight that felt this way in terms of just like a consistency check, where Ansarek Phase 1 and Ansarek's intermission whenever you were running up those platforms, that kind of felt inconsistent in the same way that this has for Liquid. But continuing to chain pulls like we saw maybe an hour ago, where they were just in Phase 2 with all 20 players alive, and that felt super automatic, that to me I think is a mark that Liquid's progression today has been excellent. They just need to make sure that they continue to keep that up, and then we'll be able to see the final phase of Dimensius in a couple of hours, if not, you know, any pull. We're in any pull territory to see that final phase and what that ends up looking like.
I mean, it literally could be any pull.
Yeah.
It could be this one right here. It's just so demanding. There's so much volatility with Phase 1, even with Phase 2, like depending who gets those inverse gravity debuffs, depending on movement. If you're behind them on the Void Warden, if you miss a CC on a null binder, it spells disaster. If you don't break the wall, you're dead. If you get knocked into a wall in the winds, it's over. And even one person dying means you probably don't meet the DPS check in Phase 1 or Phase 2.
Mod slander prediction that says P3 on or before pull 220. I think I'd take that. I think I'd be on the yes side of that.
I'm gonna do it. Oh.
Yeah, I mean, pull 220 is.
My phone here.
If I had to guess, 220 will probably be in about a couple hours.
Hour and a half, 2 hours.
Yeah, we're getting to the point where polls are getting longer. A lot of the first 100 polls were just Phase 1 wipes, early Phase 1 stuff, getting new timers for weak auras.
Talking a lot between polls as well.
Right. At this point, you're probably going to see them spamming polls back to back, but they're going to be longer, more drawn out polls. And I would also venture to say if you lose somebody in Phase 1 and have no battle res, I consider it jumping. I think 2 players dead in Phase 1, you certainly just jump and go again. You're at the point where it's not a kill. It's a weird progression because this fight, we haven't even seen in the final phase, but you've seen Phase 1 enough to know you need everybody alive for Phase 2 and 3 progression.
Yeah, in theory, like whenever I was watching Max earlier before I came on the broadcast, they were talking about just continuing to go through the motions, make sure that you see P2, make sure you really understand what you're supposed to be doing, and that way you can kind of see all of the things that can potentially kill you off, or all of the weird situations, making sure that you're getting the crushing gravities in the right spot, because I think that was one of the biggest points of progression during the Phase 2, is just getting the crushing gravities into that right spot. They even did some, I would describe it as like visualization of those mechanics, where they were like, right before Dimensius even got pulled, they stood there, they were they hit a pull timer, and then people like gated and got into the right spots where they wanted to be. And so I think that doing some visualization of where you want to be placing those mechanics and just allowing your players to continue to feel out what phase 2 looks like. I think it makes sense that you could try it with 19 men, but you're getting to the point, like you're just to your point, you're getting to the situation where that's not really acceptable anymore. And I wouldn't be shocked if right here we see a pull 85 slammed immediately. There's nothing to really talk about. We got sucked in by the Devour guy. You see pull 80 on the screen right there. There's nothing to even say.
Right. This fight does remind me a lot of Ansharek as far as difficulty is concerned, but I also feel like Ansharek pops were difficult with people being dead. At the same time, like breaking that shield in a relatively safe time frame is also tough, but I feel like you could sort of stagger along into Ansharek's intermission, maybe get through with one dead. I feel like there's less leeway in this fight's intermission. Even with one player being dead, they've missed the DPS checks on both the mini-bosses a good bit. If one player's dead for the duration of that phase, they need all 20 alive. I think it's a bit of a concession to why they're playing 2 Arcane Mages now or 3 Warlocks, but it's still really demanding. It's 7-10 eye level also.
It's kind of like the Salhadar intermissions. You remember whenever they were going up to the platform and they would just have to jam a Bloodlust if they were down to 19 players? It feels very similar to that, which is why I think that Dratnus' point earlier about if they weren't committing Bloodlust in phase 1 and they had Bloodlust for phase 2, that could create more consistency on those DPS checks in that phase 2 that you were kind of alluding to.
Right. It very well could, but I mean, I don't think you change anything in phase 1 until you know what phase 3 looks like. There's also a world where you just don't need to lust phase 3, depending what you see.
I've seen Gallywix, right?
I mean, well, Gallywix, yes.
Gallywix is obviously the most extreme example of I didn't need to lust P3.
I mean, isn't like this boss literally an anomaly?
He's a Void Warden, isn't he?
An anomaly. Isn't an anomaly like a space-time anomaly? It's something space-related. Either way, until you get to phase 3 and see the damage check on the boss, you don't really know where you need to allocate lust. At the same time, phase 3 could be a minute and a half shorter or longer than it is on Heroic. We've seen Soul Hunters be, basically a whole phase shorter on Mythic, right? So they like to play with timers and things and certain mechanics and not mention them in the journal. On Mythic. A great example was Sylvanas from Sanctum Domination, where we had some data mined info of it being 45 or 40% and not 50 like it was on Heroic.
Yeah,
and that was
fun.
that was
fun.
good.
That was an insane.